and one.
Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in.
I love this intro music. I don't know why. I just want to jam this morning. Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 4 of the Georgia versus the Christopher Wolfenbarger. Oh, Wolfenby is what I want to call him. A Wolfenby, that's what we'll call him. Red Room Trial, day 4. They have already started. I am also doing dual lives. Today we have one stream. That is the Donna Adelson jury selection on one stream. In the other stream, we are doing this, the Christopher Wolfenbarger. This case is very interesting and intriguing. And unfortunately, I've not been able to dive into it as much as I want to. But today we're going to watch that and see how it goes. So let me get us into court for all of y'all who are wanting to watch the Wolfenbarger trial so we can get that up and running. Yay! There we go. And here we go. So if you see me speaking on one live, but you can't hear me because I'm on the other live, we're dual living again today. Thank you so much to my mods. Thank you to June and K Swan and Tinkitude. Y'all are fabulous. And by the way, we are looking for mods on both lives. If you are interested in being a mod for this channel, please reach out to us. Either here or in Discord or in email. We would greatly appreciate it. We need mods. We have grown in numbers and we have decided that we are opening up new spots. Okay, June, is it echoing now? It should not be echoing. I do have the sound turned up all the way here in the Wolfenbarger trial. Let me know. So I have muted. Now I'm open on both sides, on both mics, and see if there's any echoing. Maybe it's just on you, June. If you're watching both lives at the same time, you will have some echoing. My apologies. Well, thank you so much, Weird Debbie M. And for some reason, there is no sound in this courtroom. Let me gear it up and figure out why we have no sound in this courtroom. It's not letting me turn the volume up. Let me look for another feed. Do you have sound on the Wolfenbarger side? June, do you have sound on the Wolfenbarger side? Why do I not have sound? No sound? Okay. Let me find another feed. They had problems yesterday. I had to find a second feed. Judge Boyd has a big case. Ah, dang it. Judge Boyd, I want to watch your case. Oh, I have too many trials. I want to watch y'all. Too many trials.
91, I started again in evening watch and morning watch.
Do you remember him telling you when he saw her?
Now we have sound.
No, I don't.
Now we
You
got
remember he
sound.
told you that this was again in March or April of
This
19.
is leading. He doesn't remember.
I don't know.
Now
We'll
she's
watch
answering
it
the question
tonight.
for him.
I'll pull that case tonight.
But I'm asking y'all.
We'll do it tonight. I got you covered, boo.
If you'll please rephrase your question, Ms. Hilton.
Do you recall in the interview if it was any months after the last time he hit? Do you recall when it was?
I don't specifically recall when it might have been.
And have you had the opportunity to view that interview in its entirety? Or listen to that interview, excuse me?
I did listen to it.
And in listening to that interview, did that appear to be a complete and accurate depiction of that interview as you recall it back from 2003?
It does.
And I'm gonna show you what's going to be March of 60 to 73. Looking at what's and on here, does it indicate the date of that interview?
Yes, it does.
What is the date of the interview?
March 18th, 2003.
And again, I'm sure that you'll remember because it's 2003. Did this appear to be the entirety of the interview that we just discussed?
Yes.
You're right, this time the state's going to admit Stacey Exhibit 73 and we'll produce a hard copy for the court.
Mr. Samuel?
Speak so fast, but we don't have an objection to the tape.
Okay. Exhibit 73.
My understanding is there needs to be redactions at some point, but that's fine.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I am dual living today. We've got over on one live over here. I have Donna Adelson where we're doing the jury selection. I'm talking over there. And I'm also going to be over here, the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial at the same time. So if you see me but do not hear me, I'm talking on the other live. I will try to do a cameras out so you know that I'm not on your live. I gotta do that. But I do need to pop in and out. I will be talking on both lives intermittently back and forth. I will also be updating everybody when we have numbers concerning the jury selection. Right now, there are 300 people that have been pulled for the jury selection for the Donna Adelson trial. Right now, they are in the first group of 50. They are going through and asking and weeding them out. The judge will come back shortly and do that process we saw earlier all over again. We got to see the feet and shoes and shorts and pants of the jurors, but not the heads, which is a good thing because we don't need to see who they are. So thank you guys so much for both of y'all, both groups staying live with me. I greatly appreciate it so very much. So Teresa Lemaster, you will see me sometimes talking and won't be able to hear me. It's because I'm on the other live, but I'll try and block my view to keep that up and going. Hi, Natasha XO. Hello, Teresa. Hello, everybody. First in chat over here was Aaron and Miss June. And Jesse, thank you so much, all of you on the Christopher Wolfenbarger. Gosh, it's so hard to say. Wolfenbarger trial. So I'll get that going back again.
Okay, Exhibit 73 is admitted.
See you in a minute.
Now, after you met with Mr. Wolfenbarger, and you said you met with Detective Calhoun, met him with Detective Calhoun,
Yes,
and did you know where Detective Calhoun worked?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what was your understanding of Investigator Calhoun's role with relation to the remains that were found in Atlanta in 1999?
That he would take up the investigation at that point, now that the remains have been identified.
And at that point in March of 2003, did you then turn over your file and information to Detective Calhoun?
I don't recall specifically giving him the file, but, the case was more or less, or the aspect of the remains was out of our jurisdiction, so we didn't have any further involvement with it.
And from what you know, did Detective Calhoun then continue the investigation at that point?
As far as I know.
Of course, indulgence for one moment. No further question.
Thank you. Mr. Stamen? Oh, thank you.
You still go by detective or Mr. or what do you prefer?
Tom is fine.
Tom. Well, Tom, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Just working backwards, the last time you spoke with Chris was, Mr. Wolfenbarger, was, there was a tape, but you didn't take any notes at all so you're going by memory?
No, I listened to the audio. Unfortunately, if there was a report generated about it, which there should have been, I don't have, access to it or haven't been provided at this point. So that's the downside of that for me. I can't refer to it as I could the first one.
Yes.
So I only have, the audio, which I did listen to, and then trying to recall that is difficult.
Well, it wasn't my hand. When was the last time you listened to it?
I was listening to part of it this morning, but I didn't make it completely through. I listened to it a couple of days ago as well.
Okay. And this was 22 plus years ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just have a couple questions. I want to talk to you about you talked about having met the grandparents and Patton family. And then you met with Chris the first time on September 12th, 2001, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And where was that meeting?
Henry County Police Department.
Okay, so he came to the police department, just met with you because you asked him to come and he came to meet with you.
Right.
Okay. That was the day after 9/11.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Because it was September 12th, 2001.
Right.
Okay. Or I imagine a lot of our minds were in different places that day. And he told you about the background. He told you where they lived, right?
Yes.
824 Brookline. He told you that she had worked at the Waffle House in Doraville, right, Melissa?
Yes.
And I'm just going by your report because I can't listen to the audio either because it's totally inaudible. basically that audio. He told you that the relationship was such that sometimes she would leave for days at a time,
Yes,
stayed at motels, including up near the Waffle House where she then worked.
yes.
Okay. There was when you were answering the prosecutor's questions, there was some concern about when he said he had last seen her. Your notes indicate that what he said was that she moved out in Christmas of '98, right?
Right.
Okay. And that he saw her one more time a few months later, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is when she was walking on the street, and later when you talked to him, whatever, 2 years later, he said it was heading towards the train station or outside the train station, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So he told you basically the same thing 2 years later when you talked to him up in Lawrenceville, correct?
that he saw her on the street on one occasion, and then more information that they spoke on the second occurrence,
Right. He said that she looked disheveled when he saw her that occasion.
Yes,
Okay. He also reported to you that he was aware that she had been involved with a man named Mike, right? He's from the Waffle House up in Doraville, right?
yes,
Okay. And that's when he mentioned that she was staying at a hotel with Mike, as far as he knew, correct?
the way I have it noted is that he said that she was involved with this person named Mike that worked at the Waffle House, and that I noted that one time when she left Mike, she was staying at a Shallowford Lodge. So
Okay, very good. And then he also told you exactly where he lived, gave you the address. You mentioned that already, that he said he lived in Hinesville. Gave you his phone number, gave you his address, all of which you noted in your report, right? Okay, so he wasn't hiding out where he was or using a fake name or anything like that,
not
correct?
that I know of.
Okay.
I'm having some audio stuff. Is it clear on this side when I speak, or is it chopping in and out? So I'm going to talk for a minute, but if y'all, I'm going to show y'all this. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I want to share this one instead on both of them. How many times do you see a judge sitting in court with no robe on and fanning herself? I'm just saying, she's sitting in court, fanning herself with no robe. It's clear now. Now I'm going to start the video for the other side and see how it is.
And
So I'm
of
going
course,
to.
this was a missing persons report. So when eventually the medical examiner was able to take the dental records and compare it with the skull that had been located, it was no longer a missing
Okay, let me
person.
know if I fixed it.
Right.
Okay?
Right,
Thank you,
Which
Steve.
is why you were finished,
Everybody.
basically.
yes.
Very
You
common.
did one more interview
Okay.
with Detective Calhoun, who we
Let's look
saw
at that second
yesterday.
paragraph.
Was he taking notes?
So-
do you know?
Childish.
I don't recall.
Last July, someone.
How long was the first interview that we just rehearsed a little bit?
So the
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Okay, here's the problem, guys. I've done this many times. I have plenty of bandwidth. I've never had this problem before. I had 3 lives yesterday and everything was crystal clear. So what I'm going to do is just hold on. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to refresh this particular page. Don't go anywhere. Okay, over here for the Wolfenbarger, is your sound clear? Or was it spotty to begin with? It was choppy. Okay. Okay, I'm back in, everybody. We're going to share screen again. Donna Adelson, get that back up and going. Okay, so it's good now because I have no live feed going. But when I
first
put
one with the poor
Wolfenbarger
audio, is that
back up,
Correct.
it gets spotty again.
About 30 minutes or
How
so.
it is now.
Okay, you just have a one-page report, so obviously
Okay, it
it's a
was
summary.
clear on
It's
that
not a
side.
transcript.
Let's see how
Right.
it's on the Adelson side.
The second interview up in Lawrenceville was quite a bit longer.
Last July,
The one you
someone,
did with Calhoun,
Was a little
Detective
bit
Calhoun.
longer. That one, from listening to them, may have gone maybe 50 something minutes, maybe.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hilton? Any redirect?
No, nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Samuel, can I come here for just a minute? Yes.
You're in the state calls, Sergeant Leon Lacoste.
Once you get there, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy, he'll and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
Before I find to the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir. Yeah, that's true. You have a seat. Please spell your full name for the court.
Leanne, Liane, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Lacoste, Lacoss.
And good morning.
Good morning.
How are you currently employed?
I'm retired
And how long have you been retired?
since 2018,
And where did you retire from?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long were you with the Atlanta Police Department prior to your retirement?
30 years.
Can you tell the jury briefly about your matriculation through the Atlanta Police Department?
Joined in 1988. From 89 to 99, I was in uniform patrol in Zone 6. I made sergeant at 99, was in uniform patrol as a sergeant in Zone 4 until 2000. 2000, I went to internal affairs sergeant. Left there in 2003 and went to homicide, and I stayed there the rest of my career.
And so how long did you serve as a sergeant in the homicide unit?
16 years.
And as a sergeant in the homicide unit, what are your primary duties, job duties and responsibilities?
I was in charge of, mainly in charge of the cold case and complex case unit, overseeing the cold cases. We also, I handle officer-involved shootings, and I also filled in on day watch, overseeing the active cases that came each day.
Now, as a sergeant, do you actively investigate cases?
No, ma'am.
If information comes in about a case, what, if anything, do you do with the information?
It depends totally on the information that comes in. If it's an active case, I would forward it to the appropriate investigator. If it's a cold
I don't know
case,
what to Oh,
depending on what the information is, I'll either assign it to a new investigator or try and follow up the information to see if it's worth assigning the case.
While you served as sergeant over the homicide unit, did you have the occasion?
okay, guys, I got two lives going on. I've got some wonkiness in my sound, so I've got a question. Donna Adelson trial live. What I'm thinking about doing is ending this live. However, going over to the Christopher Wolfenbarger live. Yeah, it was perfect yesterday. And then just keeping y'all updated on the jury on the Christopher Wolfenbarger side. Wolfenbarger, why do I keep doing waffle? Maybe I'm hungry. I want a waffle. A Wolfenbarger side. It's clear now because there's no, I'm not playing any, the court feed is not playing on either side. Yeah, so I think what I'm going to do is we're going to end the Donna Adelson. During breaks on the Wolfenbarger, I will continue reading the Donna Adelson writings that we have. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Now I'm hungry. What I'm going to do is you will teleport over. I'm doing it right now. Don't worry about a link. You should be teleporting over to the other trial. And then let me get that set up. I'm setting it up as we speak. I'm redirecting you, so you should be able to do that redirect. Is today 4 or today 5? Hey, that says day 5 on the hint. Okay, I may have to change the number on it. Oh, that's why. Okay. Let me go over here and redirect. My bad. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Redirect. I'll redirect us, okay? It's not wanting, I've got to find the right one. It's giving me a little bit of a wonky thing here. There we go. Save. All right, I redirected you. So when I end this live, so everybody over on the Donna Adelson side, please come over and visit us over at the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial. And what we'll do is we will then, during break, continue the Donna Adelson updates and reading of what we started. And I will keep everybody posted as to the process of the jury selection. Thank you guys for joining me over here on the Donna Adelson this morning. We will see you on the other feed. Y'all have a fabulous afternoon. See you in a minute. Thanks for joining. Bye-bye. Okay, so now we are in the Wolfenbarger trial. Thank you so much for y'all's patience and understanding. Let's get to her testimony. But during break, we will be talking about the Donna Adelson, and I will continue reading a writing that Miss Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson wrote and spoke on in a podcast and some of her writings. It's crazy, y'all. You know, someone who's a lawyer writing like a junior high kid is just a little bit back crazy for me. So we are in day 4. We have just started testimony. Let's get into this.
To work with an investigator, A.B. Calhoun.
Down
Yes,
better?
ma'am.
And was he one of the detectives assigned to the homicide unit while you were sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to take you back to 2003. Do you recall being called out to a home with cadaver dogs from an outside jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember where that house was?
I do not.
Do you remember the circumstances and what brought you to that location?
I believe Investigator Quinn called me to that location.
And what happened? Did you go to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got out there?
There had been as my understanding, I was told that there had been a search with cadaver dogs at that location that did not have any positive results. The dog did not hit on anything.
Were the cadaver dogs for the City of Atlanta Police Department or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Do you recall what other jurisdiction it was?
I do not.
Do you recall ever speaking with Investigator Calhoun about this incident when you went out to this home with the cadaver dogs?
It was his case. I'm sure I talked to him at some point, but I don't recall doing it.
And you said Investigator Quinn. Who is Investigator Quinn?
Investigator David Quinn, he also worked with us on the cold case unit.
And back in 2003, did you ever assist Investigator Calhoun specifically with the investigation of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
In 2003, I don't recall doing anything on the case.
Say it again.
I don't recall doing anything in 2003 besides that response.
And to your knowledge, was there a response in relation to his case that he was investigating?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time sitting here, do you know specifically which case it was in reference to that he was investigating?
The Melissa Wolfenbarger.
So they're calling it Wolfenbarger, but it's spelled Wolfenbarger.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January of 2015. Did you have the occasion to become involved in some way in the Melissa Wolfenbarger investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
Norma and Tina Patton had contacted me and asked to meet with me about the case.
And at that time, was Investigator Calhoun still working with the Atlanta Police Department?
No, he had retired.
And once he retired, at that time, had you assigned the case to another investigator?
No, ma'am.
And did you meet with Norma and Tina Patton?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you meet with them?
Public Safety Headquarters.
And what did you do once you met with Norma and Tina Patton?
I read the case. I requested I did not see the crime lab reports in there. I'd requested them. They had asked me to contact several people that had information possibly on the case. I did that. I called them.
And as you are kind of reviewing the case to assist, did you see any information about any latent fingerprints?
Later, yes, as I got the GBI reports.
Did those reports produce anything of any evidentiary value?
No,
Objection.
ma'am. Sorry.
Your response? What's the nature of the objection?
The confrontation clause.
I'm asking, did it produce anything, any evidentiary value? I'm not asking what was said in the report.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did it produce anything of any evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
When you met with Melissa and Tina, did they express concerns about Melissa's case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of their concern?
That they were understandably upset that an arrest had not been made in the case.
And this is now in 2015.
Correct.
You said that they provided you some names of individuals that you should follow up with. Did you follow up with those individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you follow up with?
Diane Parrott was the first individual.
And to your knowledge, had Diane Parrott been interviewed previously in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall when she was first interviewed?
I do not.
Do you know if Investigator Calhoun interviewed her?
I do not know who interviewed her.
Did you get an opportunity to speak with Ms. Parrott?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to speaking with Ms. Parrott, did you listen to any of her initial interviews?
No, ma'am.
What is the date that you interviewed Ms. Parrott?
January 12th, 2015,
And where did you interview her?
over the phone.
And was she able to provide you any information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you record her interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to her interview in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to push one.
Granted.
She gonna play the interview?
No, she's approaching the witness for the foundation,
But I do intend to play the interview.
but we're not there yet, so.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 74. Tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 74.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 74?
It's got my initials and today's date on it.
And is that, does that contain the interview that you had with Ms. Parrott back in January of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it appear to be the full interview with Ms. Parrott?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the stick would like to be Ms. Exhibit 74.
Mr. McDermott,
Excuse me? I didn't hear what she said.
she's offered to admit Exhibit 74. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 74 is admitted.
Well, hold on. I do object, Your Honor. She's wanting to enter the whole statement and there's a confrontation right in that.
Your Honor, with your approach.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that, June. The individual that is on trial is the husband of the unalived individual, Melissa Wolfenbarger. Unalived. The Red Room happened in 1998, and no missing persons was filed until 99. Her dismembered body was found in 2003. It was not ID'd until after her father, who was arrested, and when he did arrested and found guilty of being a serial Red Room himself, or Red Room himself. The father's DNA was taken as policy when you are
Thank
found
you. Ladies
guilty
and
in
gentlemen,
a
I'm going to
prison. They
ask you to
take your
step out. I was
DNA.
getting ready to take a morning break
case was
anyway, so
cold
we're going to
case
go ahead and
until
take that morning
2024.
break. It's 10:51. We're going to try and have you back in here about 11:05, 11:10, and then we'll resume. Thank you all. You are excused. 11:05 or 11.
Seeing that she also talks about other parts.
When I ask.
Okay, so we're going to have a quick,
Thank
we're
you.
going to have a
Ladies and
sidebar.
gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step out. I was getting ready to take a morning break anyway, so we're going to go ahead and take that morning break. It's 10:51. We're going to try and have you back in here about 11:05, 11:10, and then we'll resume. Thank you all. You are excused until 11:05. Deputy, if you'll escort the jury out.
All right, but here.
So apparently this particular judge, I need to do some switchy-loos. This particular judge apparently does not wear her robe, and she's fanning herself. So I'm assuming it's very hot in that courtroom. And this is why, she's fanning herself. My hearing aid's squealing. Sometimes they do that.
You can be seated. Okay, sir, I'm sorry, ma'am, officer, detective, I'm not sure exactly what to call you. Sergeant, I think it was. If you'll step outside for just a moment. Thank you.
The witness needs to step outside for a moment, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The state has requested to offer Exhibit 74, which I understand is a recording of an interview with Ms. Parrott. And when I asked if the defense had any objection, Mr. McDermott indicated that he did have an objection. We approached,
What's going on with the
and at sidebar, there was some discussion. I was like, I thought I'd already ruled on this. And then there was some discussion about these are statements that the defense requested to have in evidence, perhaps because of the rule of completeness. Mr. McDermott indicates that he's still asserting a confrontation right. And it seemed complicated enough that I thought we needed to sort it out. So, Ms. Hilton?
Yes, Your Honors. Yes, last Monday, defense counsel asked for a portion of Ms. Parrott's statement to come in. The court ruled that based on the residual hearsay, it could come in. There's guarantees of trustworthiness within that statement. At that point, the state decided, based on the court's ruling, that we would move forward in playing the statement given the court's ruling. However, given the rule of completeness, that both the statement that defense counsel asked to put in and the entirety of the statement would be appropriate to put in based on the rule of completeness, Your Honor.
Okay. So part of the conversation that Mr. McDermott asserted at the bench was that the rule of completeness is not a waiver. Generally speaking, I mean, I agree with him that, just because one party wants to offer one thing, the other party is allowed to say, but for context, you have to have this, this, and this. That doesn't necessarily mean the whole thing has to be played, but if that's your choice, you can. So now that means I need to entertain Mr. McDermott's objections to particular portions of that statement.
Sure. So we asked the court the statement regarding, did she ever see any bruises or marks on Melissa's body? And she says no, and that she would have been looking if, in fact, so she would have seen it. The state is wanting to play this, I assume, because at another portion of that interview, Ms. Parrott talks about the story that Tina Patton told regarding the time Christopher was in the Waffle House, allegedly had said something about he knows how to hide a body. And so I think they're wanting to play that so that they can corroborate Tina's story. That is completely unrelated to the other issue we brought up. It is not needed to complete any alleged mischaracterization or context of the other issue we brought up. And so I'm asserting the confrontation right still in that portion of the interview.
So a couple of questions. One, is that the purpose? I mean, what in her statement is relevant that the state wishes to use it for?
So we believe that the statement in its entirety talks about the relationship between Mr. Wolfenbarger and Melissa back in the late 90s, 2000s. They asked specifically about bruising, but it also talks about their relationship, which I think understanding her statement about bruising in context with the dynamics of their relationship is what is important.
Okay, but
so it's a 5-minute interview
Beloved,
that's held.
take care of yourself.
But
Be
because of
easy on your
what-
body.
It's not just the physical seeing it. She also talks about other parts of their relationship, which I
See,
think
this is
puts that
YouTube, not me.
part in context.
Okay. Regarding Mr. McDermott's objection, at least in part, as to statements by Ms. Parrott about, is it something that Ms. Parrott says she was a part of, or that she is relating that she was told that by Tina Patton?
No, she was a part of. So she was a part of the conversation about Mr. Wolfenbarger. So she was there and present. If that's the question.
No. So my understanding, Mr. McDermott at least has characterized that part of what Ms. Parrott is recounting is this thing that Tina Patton testified to about Mr. Wolfenbarger saying, I know where to hide a body.
Okay.
And my question is Ms. Parrott relating that Tina told her that, or is she saying that she was a part of the conversation with Mr. Wolfenbarger and heard Mr. Wolfenbarger say that?
She's saying she heard him say it.
Okay.
But it's still unrelated. The confrontation right, when it's used, does not give you a blanket open door to the entire statement.
It's still non-testimonial though. I mean, at least I understand she's providing the statement that she's relating.
Of course it's testimonial. It's a statement of the police.
I know, I just realized that. I'm sorry. I was thinking about her relating it to Ms. Patton.
And she's unavailable too, Your Honor. Ms. Parrott is deceased.
I'm aware of that.
So if I can have a few moments, because I didn't know this was an issue. We brought it up to defense counsel but anyway, I get why he objected at this point in time, but if I could just have a brief moment to research the issue, so that I can see if there's any case law, one way or the other.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
She's going to take a minute to look at the issue further.
So do you want to take a 30-minute recess?
No, I told the jury that I was going to give them until 11:05 or 11:10. So conduct yourselves accordingly. I do have a search warrant to take up though, so I'm going to step off the bench for a minute and deal with that. Officer, if you'll come around, my
Okay, so they're going to be in a break for a minute. So while they're in the break for a minute, we're going to go ahead and continue with my Donna Adelson dive. Wanted to let you know that we are still outside they are outside the jury presence at the moment in the Donna Adelson. Nothing is up on the screen yet but a clock. So back to the Wendy Adelson. For those of you who are in the Wolfenbarger trial, Wendy Adelson did a writing for a class, and it sucks big time. I'll go ahead and restart. We're only in paragraph 3. They're very short paragraphs. So, yeah, him hiding from law enforcement didn't help. Would like to hear from him on that one. Yeah, definitely. Hi, it's not real. So, her writing started 10 months ago. Someone killed the father of my children. First, we got divorced. Then he got red room. In casual conversations, I don't know whether to call him my ex-late spouse or my late ex-spouse, except for late ex-spouse sounds like latex spouse. What? Oh, you are so full of yourself. We're calling him Waffle Burger now. Last July, someone, and I still don't know who, shot my ex-husband point blank in the back of the head as he pulled into our garage after driving our then 3- and 4-year-old son to preschool. We married when I was in my mid-20s, when I thought I could cheat the system and marry a man I lacked passion, love for, because, hey, it didn't that die anyway during marriage? I saw his intellect and big heart and thought he'd make a wonderful father for my children. Y'all, first of all, let's break this down real quick again. The first paragraph, 10 months ago, someone killed my father of my children, and talking about the ex-late spouse or the latex spouse, that humor doesn't fly here, boo. Poor, horrible beginning paragraph, by the way. Then the second paragraph where she talks about, hey, I thought I could cheat the system and marry a man I lacked passionate love for. Because, hey, didn't that die anyway during marriage? I think that gives a really good view of her mentality. And if I read this and she was my attorney, I would be going, boo, honey, boo, this is a no bueno. That's such a stupid thing to think. But then in the next paragraph, our marriage dissolved after the children arrived. Of course it would, because the only thing you wanted him for was to be a baby daddy. You had no love or passion for the man. So of course things are going to start going south as soon as you get what you wanted, which were kids. You might as well have done the test tube thing, my dear. As the loneliness began being married to someone that didn't view me as an equal crept in, I do believe he loved me the best he knew how. I mean, he didn't like fiction, so why read my novel? It was logic, not the lack of love. Self-centered much? I'm sure he was head over heels in love with you. You just weren't equally or actually in love with him at all, and therefore you felt it was an unequal relationship. And he didn't jump and turn cartwheels and flips and somersaults over your novel, so it was logic and not a lack of love. Please, y'all, I need your comments on this. Is this asinine? Is this just 3 little paragraphs into this, and that's what we're getting? Okay, let's go on, because I have no idea what she wrote. So let's go on. It feels sacrilegious these days to even it feels sacrilegious these days even to suggest something less than a heroic about my late ex-husband because he was red rum. He died violently and young and likely at the hands of a professional red rummer. Yeah, she learned it from her mom, case one. That right there, that whole paragraph right there really gets me. And if I heard that as a juror, I'd be going, she knew about it. And the media had a field day in response. I turned on the news to find photos of my children with Nancy Grace, George Stephanopoulos saying my name in reference to our acrimonious divorce. That's what it said. And a picture of my friend took when I was her maid of honor showed as evidence as to why I should be treated like a red rumor suspect and not the mother of two fatherless boys. Well, first of all, Boo, my ex-husband's case was on Nancy Grace. Do you see me being a bitch about it? Just saying. I sat on a bench last week to watch the boys play. An older woman sitting next to me commented on how adorable my boys are and asked, "What does your husband do?" I hate this question. I haven't yet said he doesn't do much because he's dead, but I think it sometimes. Look, my husband didn't die. He went to prison. And I hate it sometimes when people assume that I'm married and I just tell them, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not married. Thank you for asking." Move on. Get over it, boo. I find it when I tell people that my children's father died, they feel sad. But when they ask the follow-up question to find out we weren't married, then they seem better. I don't. Well, yeah, that is true. I've kind of been there. I mean, not me personally, but I've talked to people that were divorced and the spouse dies, and people think, well, since you were divorced, it's not as bad. It really depends on the terms of the divorce, but I get both sides of that coin. So here's what Wendy wrote in response to prompt lies. My childhood friend Lisa told me this weekend that she would never even knew I was unhappy in my marriage. I had no idea I hid it so well. I always thought that I had expressive face, the kind that's easy to register happiness and disappointment. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that most people think I was very happy all the time because I smile consistently trying to engage with people and to make them smile too. You guys, this woman is an attorney and she's writing like a high school or junior high. I'm struggling with. Just saying. I think this face is a kind of mask that I wear out of life of endless practice. Like the kind of muscle memory for the face. I can even remember one time learning that friend's father had died, and upon hearing the news, I smiled. It was a bizarre reaction since I loved my friend and her dad very much. We were 13, and I remember him making pancakes for us many Sundays mornings after a few days of us having a sleepover. More than 20 years later, I feel like a freak show thinking back on that moment. You are a freak show, boo. If I'm not a person that likes to be funny and to use humor and levity to engage with people, then it's an authentic and inauthentic response to smile at the news of something tragic. I am deluding others or myself when I smile or laugh through the pain of that terrible time. Am I avoiding actually breathing in the grief I need to feel? So when time passes, I will have missed my chance to mourn. Y'all, this is what I think about her. Yep, that's what I think. Danny used to tell me that everyone thought I was such a nice person and such a good person, but he was the only one that knew the truth about what bad person I was. He was convinced I had deluded everyone but him. Prompt, your last intimate moment. That was a question that was asked in an interview. It should be intimate when a man cries in front of you while you hold each other. And it was. But I wasn't crying. Sometimes I feel like I'm all cried out. This year I told my small children that their father was dead and wasn't even ever coming back. Kind of did the same thing, but mine was prison. A few nights ago, when a beautiful man teared up in my arms. I wonder if I could ever cry at something so beautiful again. What? I got to read this again. This year I told my very small children that their father was dead and wasn't ever coming back. A few nights ago, a couple of nights before, when a beautiful man teared up in his arms. So why was he crying? Why were you embracing and crying? Why aren't you giving us a little bit of information? I wondered if I could ever cry at something beautiful again. I shared a piece of writing with him. I was crying out for class. Okay, so she had shared something that she wrote for class. It describes a scene where I am immensely sad. What do y'all think about her writing so far? I think her writing is crap. I think she needs to go back to writing school. I think she needs a lot of help in this department. Pancakes. I know that's all we're thinking about is breakfast, right? He tells me he was initially impressed with all that I have accomplished, but now he's more taken with what I've endured. I appreciate his words and wonder, why can't I be that woman on the spot? So this is a boyfriend. This is not the husband. Yes, this is the boyfriend. My bad. I just clicked. The husband, okay, she's talking about the boyfriend crying in her arms over something she wrote so immensely personal and touching. Why do I reserve the written words for a place where I can accurately and painfully express myself? And the in-person real-life version of the Wendy show, jazz hands and all. I wish I could merge us so we could be less of a weirdo. More of her words and comments. I believe that this is very narcissistic writing, very disparaging to Dan. But one of the things that stands out is I only found out the information when the police picked me up from lunch date I was having with two girlfriends, and that was in the reading above. Only. What a weird and unnecessary word. Why does she feel that she needs to include it? Why is she trying so hard to convince us that she didn't know before then? Is it because she did know before the police came? Why not just say, I found out when the police picked me up from a lunch date with two girlfriends. And then in the beginning of one of the two writings, we first got divorced, then he got married. First, we got divorced, then he got red drummed. I'm sorry. The inclusion of the word got insinuates that Dan was somehow responsible for his own red drum. Why not say, first we got divorced, then he was murdered? I agree 100%. Something else that kind of caught me is chilling. Why consider a new career path in my humble? Yeah, she should. The comment, I sat on the bench last week to watch the boards play. An older woman sitting next to me commented on how adorable my boys are and asked, what does your husband do? I hate the question. I haven't yet said. He doesn't do much because he's dead, but I think it sometimes. That's a callous little biatch who would say something like that about the father of her children, especially in that situation. Very, very bone chilling. Then here's another prompt. What is the story you tell about your relationship with your mom? Here's her comments on her mom. My mom and I have lived together for almost a year. She's selfless, generous, loving, and beautiful. She thinks she is fat. Once she got turned down for Weight Watchers because she didn't have enough excess weight to be admitted into the program. She thinks she's stupid. My mom, who won the New York spelling bee for middle schoolers when she was only in 6th grade. Oh my gosh, you think she's so brilliant because she can spell the word red like R-E-D in the color or R-E-A-D, depending on how you use it in a sentence. Spell the word red. I read it in a book. I mean, come on. And she is fat now because she's eating prison food. And yeah, that's an interesting take. If I'm describing my mother, I don't know why she would go there. This is just odd. I would be describing a mother in a totally different way. I'm so many of the things I am because of who my mom is and who she wants me to be. Obviously, the apple didn't fall far from that tree. I was valedictorian of my high school. And where are you now? She seemed proudest that I graduated high school, still a virgin. Oh my God, did we just go there? Oh my God, did we just go there? Okay, so you're a virgin when you graduated high school. Congratulations, really? How far did you go? Because virgin is relative to a point. Some people think a kiss is breaking virginity. Some people think oral is breaking virginity. Some people, I mean, come on now. I mean, if you're going to be this stupid and talk like this, you might as well spill the beans and give us something more juicy because I got to tell you. Did you mute me? Don't mute me, state of confusion. I'm getting tacky over here. I'm still. Can y'all hear me now? How did you lose sound? I didn't touch anything. Oh, okay. I don't know what's happened. I was getting tacky over here about that virginity comment. Why is it important that you're talking about your mom? Why is it important? Oh, yeah, because you're a narcissistic bitch. Why is it important that you're talking about your virginity and your mom being proud of that? I mean, this is not when somebody asks about your relationship with your mom. In your age, why would you? Oh my God. She thinks she's fat. That's interesting. In the first, okay, I won't go back there. I try to draw boundaries with my mom because lately there aren't any. Oh, okay. So, dang it. Do you know why there are no boundaries with your mom? Because you guys talk about things that you probably ought not be talking about. I can't say that. You can talk to your mom about anything. You should be able to, but it doesn't sound like there's been many boundaries to begin with. Okay, I try to draw boundaries with my mom because lately there aren't any. Oh, I'm sorry. She's caring for my children right now so I can be here in class. Why are you taking class when you're a lawyer? And why is your writing so pathetic when you're a lawyer? Maybe I should go to law school because if this is how lawyers write, then maybe I ought to be a lawyer because I can write better than this and I'm dyslexic as hell. I had the talk with my son, but it never went there. I know. I mean, at her age, anyway. But I accept it because as a former kindergarten teacher, she is so adept at that role. Treating you like a kindergartner? Oh, okay. So that means tell me you've not moved and matured in your relationship as an adult, because if she's able to sit there and treat you like a kindergartner, are you referring to your kids? It's not clear. Your writing sucks. She taught my boys how to recite the 44 presidents just like she taught me when I was 4. Oh, good. You taught them to regurgitate. I see myself in them reciting, receiving praise. She has completely changed her life because mine fell apart. because you had your ex red-roomed. I write letters to her in my head every day. What? I write letters to her in my head every day, ones of immense gratitude for facilitating my return from the bottom. Oh my God. Y'all, help me here. It's just, it's so bad. But when we speak in the few fleeting moments when the kids or my dad don't need something, it comes out like this. Is the dishwasher clean? And if not, should I run it? Or something else inconsequential about laundry or groceries or the aspect of daily life. Well, I do believe that it's true that her mother and her do not have healthy boundaries. The thought that I write letters to her in my head every day, ones of immense gratitude for facilitating my return from the bottom. Yeah, she facilitated the red room so you can come home to Tallahassee. So are you calling Tallahassee the bottom? Someone, SB Plinked or something like that wrote, wow, this is chilling to think that Donna needed attention and post purpose that bad kind of tracks. Wendy, as a younger and more accomplished and beautiful woman, Donna always wished she could have been Harvey as a boring adult who ignored all of her antics and drama for all those years. Rob, as a smarter son who knew right away he was the only family member who could even hope for getting away unscratched. And of course, Charlie, her least favorite, but the only one dumb enough to go along with such an asinine plan. I bet she smokes weed. Oh, Donna definitely. I mean, Wendy loves being the victim. She is a narcissistic biatch. I'm going down. View more. Oh. This is crazy. Looks like they're getting ready to come back into court, and we've gotten to the bottom of that. Y'all, that is crazy. I'm trying to wrap my head around that writing. That is stupid. I'm checking on my lives. So what are your thoughts on that? That to me is just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Why on earth would you write that? It sounds like she's writing it while under the influence. Oh, Boone level of stupid? I think she's worse than Boone level of stupid. At least Sarah Boone was trying to pretend to be a lawyer. Wendy is a lawyer. One thing to try to pretend to be something you're not because you're sick in the head or you see yourself better than you are. But when you
yes,
are a
Your
lawyer
Honor.
and
I
you're
did not
acting like
find
a
anything
third
directly
grader,
on
oh my
point.
God.
However, in looking at Carlson's on evidence, specifically under the
I'm going
best
to take a
evidence
comfort break. Be
rule,
right back.
within it, they discuss a case out of the Arizona Supreme Court, which is persuasive authority, in which the Arizona Supreme Court, and this is in case State v. Now spell it, I think it's Prasert Fong, PRASERT PHONG 210 Arizona 496, that the Arizona Supreme Court held that a criminal defendant waived his Sixth Amendment right to the introduction of the remainder of a co-defendant's testimonial statement where he himself introduced portions thereof. Condemning the defendant's entreaty to hold otherwise, the court remarked, such a position transforms the confrontation clause from a shield to a sword. So in looking at that, what defense counsel has asked to do is to play a portion of her statement, which would be a foul of, for them, the confrontation clause, because they want half
Forgive me
of
for
it.
interrupting you, but I follow your argument, but they've said they want to offer it, but they haven't actually offered it.
Correct. And what we were doing was trying to avoid that. Now, the state can wait and see if defense counsel offers the statement themselves and whether they play it on redirect or if they play it within their own case in chief and then ask for the rest of the portion to be played at that point in time.
Mr. McDermott?
So what was the date on that court case?
This is a 2005 case.
2005. And that was effectively the issue that was taken up in Hemphill v. New York by the United States Supreme Court in 2021. A defendant wanted to make reference to statements that were made, I believe it was at a plea hearing, and they were favorable to him. And then when the state moved to bring in the rest of the transcript or whatever other statements from the plea hearing, he said, no, I have a confrontation right now. And the United States Supreme Court upheld it. So whatever the Arizona Supreme Court thought about swords versus shields is irrelevant in light of what the United States Supreme Court said. And it goes a little deeper than that when you start talking about, well, no, I guess it really doesn't. It's the rule of completeness was discussed in that case. The court didn't decide on that issue, and there was some discussion of that issue in the concurrences and dissents. And so it is an undecided issue, but as the law stands currently, you can quote part and still reserve your confrontation right in the remaining parts of the statement. And the only exceptions I would think that there would be to that is if you're quoting part and leaving out a part that creates a mischaracterization. And that would have to be on the same issue, and that's not what's in play here.
And if I may, I also note that according to Carson's, and this was his 8th edition, that it appears the 11th Circuit, according to Carlson, is moving in the direction of the more inclusive line of cases that hold that Rule 106 authorizes the admission of otherwise objectionable evidence if doing so serves the purposes of the rule. So again, kind of in line with this Arizona case, it appears that the 11th Circuit is attempting to move in that direction, being more inclusive. If the defendant wants to play part of a statement that would otherwise be inadmissible, then allowing all of it to come in based upon the rule of completeness.
Thinking. I'm trying to get to a couple of cases.
It was real slow for me this morning.
And inaccurate for me in the search.
Healthy with a touch of naughty. I ate so bad yesterday. I had a lot of Oreos and all that kind of stuff. So I was trying to be healthier today. Sorry. My chair is giving me hell. So I'm trying to be a little better. Thanks for sharing. Healthy. I even got pickles. Cheese, pickles, a little bit of meat. I didn't have much left. I was a really bad girl yesterday. Woo, that was a juicy pickle. I won't touch what I thought of something real nasty. Wendy Adelson's got me grossed out. I can't stand the woman. But at least she was a virgin when she graduated high school. Y'all. I'll zoom.
We have a law enforcement officer who's going to testify to having discussed this, and it's an audio recording of that individual speaking to law enforcement. So I don't think there's any dispute that Mr. Wolfenbarger would have a confrontation right. That person is unavailable. But the request by the defense and the ruling by the court that her statements would potentially be admissible as to residual hearsay based on what she observed, I don't think changes the outcome here in terms of the ruling in favor of the defense that this is confrontation.
And thank you for that, Your Honor, but it is the same statement to the same law enforcement officer describing her observations. Nothing changed. So if it's admissible under the residual hearsay for the defendant, we would ask that the same confrontation clause issue is still there. And if the defense is allowed to bring in their portion for their particular purposes, we would ask that the court reconsider allowing any of the statement in, because
I may very well not allow any of the statement in because, as I said, I have read Hemphill, but I still have real concerns about the ability of a defendant to cherry pick his confrontation rights. And so to be clear, if Mr. Wolfenbarger chooses to offer that evidence affirmatively in some manner, the court may find that that constitutes an express waiver of his confrontation rights. But right now, Mr. Wolfenbarger hasn't offered that testimony. The state doesn't have a confrontation right. So the only thing that I was asked to rule on previously was whether or not that statement would constitute residual hearsay. And I think it would, and that's why I said it could be offered. But at the time, the defense was attempting to offer it and no one was invoking confrontation because the defense wanted to offer it affirmatively.
Okay.
Is that clear?
yes, Your Honor, very
As clear as it can be anyway?
it's as clear as it can.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So does that mean, what do we need to do with this witness, practically speaking? Do you need to have her back on the stand to conclude your examination?
I do need to complete my examination, and then I believe I admitted it. I don't think I can.
Actually, you
recall it.
offered it, but Mr. McDermott objected, and the court hasn't ruled on that objection. That's where we stopped to have this conversation.
All right, so I'm assuming the court is going to sustain their objection and not allow the state to.
That's correct.
Okay,
I'm not going to allow its admission.
thank you.
So we're ready for that witness then and the jury?
Yes.
Mr. McDermott?
Your Honor, if I get on cross in just a couple of minutes
Mhm.
and then attempt to elicit the statement that was previously allowed, are we going to have this discussion all over again?
We might. I mean, I think I've just said out loud, I've read Hemphill. I understand what it says, but I have very real concerns about the ability of a defendant to cherry pick their confrontation rights and to offer a part of a statement without invoking confrontation and then seeking to invoke confrontation to prevent the state from offering the full context of that statement. And I mean, we might need to make a further record of it, but I'm just trying to guide you that if you offer that statement, the state, I believe, I expect, is going to seek, based on Ms. Hilton's representations a moment ago, to play the remainder of it. And I very well might find that Mr. Wolfenbarger has waived his confrontation rights as to that statement by affirmatively offering that witness's statement and evidence. And again, I think it would be different if we were talking about an hours-long statement by a witness who was talking about lots of things that might or might not be relevant. but we're talking about a 5-minute statement that could probably be even pared down further, that are about that particular now deceased, through no fault of anyone else's, unavailable witness, testimony about what she personally observed and what statement she personally heard the defendant make. That's my understanding of the characterization of that statement. That Ms. Parrott, what the state wants and what you want.
Understanding.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the
I
witness
do
back,
like this
please?
judge.
And deputy, we're ready for the jury.
Peanut butter and apples. Yep, I agree, Tinka, too. By the way, I was going to say, Wendy Adelson, were you able to keep your virginity through high school because you loved a lot of pickle? That's bad. I know. I know it's bad. Were you able to keep your virginity because you ate a lot of pickle? I like the judge too. I know, right? That's what happens when you go to sleep between 1:30 and 2 and you wake up on the 5 o'clock on the dot. 3.5 hours sleep. That's all I've had last night. I fell asleep listening to testimony. Well, hold on. They say that's the average size of a is a pickle. Yeah, I said it.
Thank you all. Please be seated.
I had a woman. Okay, let me tell you where this comes from.
Thank you.
I had a woman once told me, an old woman once told me, the way the girls used to keep their virginity way back in the day was to eat a lot of pickle. I didn't understand it until I was much older. Now I understand what it means to eat a lot of pickle in that context.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay. Ms. Hilton, when we adjourned, the state had offered Exhibit 74 to evidence, to which Mr. Wolfenbarger had objected, and the court is going to sustain that objection. 74 will not be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You were very kind. One, it's called makeup. Two, it's called enhancement. There I am without the enhancement. My forehead wrinkles. I forgot the enhancement was on. I usually turn it
After
off.
speaking with Diane, did you speak with anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you speak with?
Christina Wolfenbarger,
And how did you speak with her?
by phone.
And was she able to provide you information regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after speaking with Christine and Diane, did you do anything else as relates to this?
These pickles are super juicy, guys.
Yes, ma'am. I put together a
Perfect.
synopsis and submitted it to the district attorney's office.
Okay, you put together a
Oh,
synopsis.
finish that.
Of the case, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, I won't finish
And
that.
At that time, did the district attorney's office move forward with any charges?
No, ma'am.
Oh my gosh, I almost went
And did
somewhere I
you inform
shouldn't
Ms.
have.
Patton of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my God. That's when you open your mouth, insert foot.
Once you informed her that at that time, the district attorney wasn't going to move forward with any charges, did she ask for you to interview anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did she ask for you to interview?
I'm so
Rachel Karen Nelson Tucker and Kimberly Cameron.
that's what happens when you have 3 hours sleep. Nothing better than a juicy pickle. That with every bite it drips.
And did you interview those people?
Could not locate Ms. Cameron.
Oh my
I
God.
talked to Ms. Nelson.
And in late December 2016, did you receive a call from an investigator, St. John?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection. Privileged information.
Your Honor, we can approach. I can just let the court know where I'm going.
Overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Go back and watch, Brooklyn. I'm not
Did you speak with an investigator, St. John?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was he an investigator?
You sure the hell don't. Oh my God, y'all are all. Oh my gosh. Yesterday was crying. Now I'm laughing. Oh my God. Brooklyn, you got to go back. I can't. Hey, mods can have fun too. This is appropriate. Well, where's June? She's missing the fun. Where's June? Oh my God, June, you're missing it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all are horrible. Y'all are corrupting me.
Suwannee County, Florida.
And
June,
did he
where have you
provide the
been?
information for you to follow up on?
Yes, ma'am.
And then yes or no, did you speak with a Pastor Mike Carson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak with that person in January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
After
okay.
January 2017,
You just
did
staying out of
conduct
it.
any additional investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
Unintentionally. I couldn't
Did I
resist.
understand you correctly to testify that you were part of the cadaver dog search team that was at the house?
I really,
No,
guys,
I was at the house, but I wasn't.
I really prefer not to hear about cadaver dogs because with what's happened in Kerrville and everything I've seen, it's like I
part of that
can't.
team. Cadaver dog
Okay.
search team.
The cadaver dog search team.
I'm going to my
performed
apples
jurisdiction.
now with
Correct.
peanut butter. No more pickle.
And you said
No
they
more
did
pickle.
perform a search
I ate them all.
Yes,
of the property and they found nothing.
correct.
And were you there when they performed the search?
I do not recall.
Okay. You said you put together a synopsis of the case.
Yes, sir.
Did that include a review of the crime lab reports?
The ones that I had at that time, yes.
Okay. And you said you did not file any charges at that time.
That's correct.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
Nothing from the state.
Okay, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls investigator Richard Stein.
Okay.
Y'all. Who says we don't have fun here? I have a funny story about banana in sign language. I do.
Thank you, sir. You'll come up to the witness stand, and when you get there, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear I find you the testimony that you're about to give, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, says God.
I'll tell you later.
Please state and spell the full name for the court, please.
Richard Stein, and my last name is Stein.
I hope I didn't embarrass my mods. I apologize if I did.
Mr. Stein, can you tell the court
I
how you
just
are
went
currently
there.
employed? I'm currently a captain with the Chattahoochee Hills Police Department
How long have you been employed with Chattahoochee Hills?
for 2 years now.
Okay. What do you do as a captain there?
I oversee
You say that word with a straight face. I can't.
patrol and investigative functions.
All right. Prior to
Sorry,
that,
June, you may have be in trouble now.
where were you employed?
I was employed by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. I was an assistant chief for, I want to say, probably about 2 years.
Okay.
And then I first started at the DA's office. I was an investigator, and
Now
I
I'm
was
going
just
to the
a
bad
standard
stuff.
investigator. I came in under Paul Howard back in.
I needed the laugh.
2019. Okay. Are you familiar with when Paul Howard came into office? You familiar with that?
I know that he was in office for, I want to say, I believe it was like close to 30 years.
Okay.
If you would, sir, I apologize. Just get a little closer to that microphone.
Sure.
Thank you.
I believe Paul Howard at that time, I want to say was in for approximately 30 years or so
Okay. All right.
that he's been.
All right. And could you describe some of your duties at the Fulton County DA's office during your tenure?
Sure. When I first started, I was at the investigator for the crimes against women and children. Basically worked up child molestation cases, rape cases, aggravated assaults, anything that basically dealt with domestic violence, I would say was my forte at that time.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you came into the Fulton County DA's office under the Paul Howard administration around
Correct.
2019?
Correct.
All right. When you left the Fulton County DA's office, were you assigned to any particular unit?
Yeah. When Madam DA came in.
Madam DA.
At that point, everybody that was here, we all had to basically submit applications, resumes, and they gave us out like a list of jobs or positions that were open. So everybody that was here before had to reapply. At that time, I reapplied and I saw that there was a capital and cold case division that I was interested in, and that's what I went out for.
Okay. Prior to that, had there been a capital and cold case division at the Fulton County DA's office?
There was, I want to say, towards maybe the beginning. I'm not overly sure of Paul Howard's, but I do know that for whatever reason, it was disbanded.
Okay. And when did that, to the best of your recollection, when was that unit recreated in the DA's office?
It was recreated. I tested for it. I ended up getting it, and it was basically January 1st of 2021, I believe. When she took office, I was immediately transferred from my current assignment to capital and cold case. We had 2 attorneys and 2 investigators.
Okay. And when you came to that cold case unit, did it already have a caseload itself?
It had a caseload as far as they were putting it together. So we had a lot of cases, and we were getting basically buy-ins from the other police departments. So we were talking a lot with Atlanta Police Department, Roswell, all the agencies within Fulton, letting them know that this is what we had now, and this is what we were looking on doing. And we were basically setting up a full cold case unit, and we were going over the cases, and we asked them if they had cases, could they please forward to them, since they would have the best recollection of cases too.
Okay. And did at any point did the Fulton County DA's office start to receive, referrals of cases to investigate?
Yes. Okay. A list was put together. I want to say it was off the top of my head, I can't remember, but it was a large list.
All right. And is that the point when you started looking into conducting internal investigations into the cold cases?
Correct. What we would do is go down. We would see what witnesses were still available, which witnesses may have passed away, and where witnesses were. We were also looking at the evidence of what cases had physical evidence, and just solvability factors, basically.
Okay. When you say solvability factors, what do you mean by that?
Of which cases would have the greatest, per se, solvability factors if we still had, I hate to say it, a lot of living witnesses, then those were the cases that were more prone to go. Or if some of the witnesses we're getting to the age, then you would almost have to triage and put which ones, could go first.
Is it safe to say you need evidence that you can bring into court? Is that safe to say?
Yes.
All right. At any point, did you and your team, and specifically referring you to the initiation of the cold case unit in Fulton County DA's office, did you begin to investigate the disappearance of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
How did you come to begin to investigate that case?
Originally, our two investigators was Adam Abate and, I'm sorry, not investigators, attorneys were Adam Abate and Adrian Love. The parents of Melissa Wolfenbarger came in, and then we ended up going out, and I want to say we went out to the scene location with a dog, and it just started from there. And then once we did that, then we started digging more and more into the case. We also contacted and met with APD, also Detective Shepard.
Okay. And what year, if you can orient us, you said the administration came in 2021. What year are you talking about this is happening?
I would say that this all would have been back in probably 2021.
Okay. And at any point, did you and your team come up with, say, a complete list or checklist of things that needed to be done on this case?
Yes.
And just ballpark, how many tasks did you come up with that you decided needed to be completed?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember basically of like a number of tasks, but I could probably give more examples of what some of the tasks were.
Well, and if you could speak to that, what types of things were you looking to complete during that period?
We were looking at evidence. So what we wanted to do was see what physical evidence we had, and we checked with APD for them to get their hands on a lot of the evidence. A lot of people at that time kind of forget that APD went through that system of, I want to say it was around 2016. It was the late teens of where they had a hack. And a lot of their evidence, even though it was in the evidence room, was irretrievable. And I've had a couple of cases where we tried to go in there and find it, and we weren't able to find it.
And so when you talk about some of the evidence is irretrievable, what types of issues did you, and you're talking about 2016 hack, what is that?
Well, I had a case.
I would object to relevance unless it's about this case.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm just responding to that. There's the Atlanta Police Department, and we've heard evidence of at least one videotape that the police department had, and this is after this occurred after that evidence would have been in the property of the Atlanta Police Department. So I think this is part of the explanation of evidence that's come in during the course of this trial.
Okay, I'm going to allow it, but let's not go too far down that road.
Thank you.
Overruled, sir.
Okay.
You were testifying.
Tiptoe, my dear.
What we had
Tiptoe.
was every now and then they had difficult locating it. So we would put in, so they may have, for example, I can't remember this case off the top of my head if there was anything that we weren't able to locate, but a phone. The phone was in their evidence room, but their evidence room is absolutely enormous. This was a separate case, and we were never able to get it. They wrote a letter saying that the phone, they had it, but it was irretrievable.
Okay. Now, you were referring to this list of items that needed to be completed. Was there an intent to present your investigation or the unit of investigations to the DA for an indictment decision at some point?
Yes, yes. But basically, we all worked together on it, and we would go down the checklist. We would see what witnesses were still around. We would also go and see, like I said, what evidence and the possible testing methods to test the evidence in which we did find.
Okay. And did you look at conducting any types of tests in particular on evidence related to this case?
Yes.
And walk us through what were you attempting to test in particular?
Well, we ended up having select funds for testing and for DNA testing. There was a cutting edge DNA testing that Francis Bardot from Cold Case Solutions was doing with some success. It dealt with the MVAC system. So we were trying to go through and see what evidence we had that we could use this testing and send it off. And that's basically what we did, is we identified several pieces that we could send off to her.
Well, and so when you say pieces, what types of pieces are you referring to?
The evidence was basically where the severed head was found in a trash bag. So the trash bag had a knot to it. The knot was believed to be untampered with and not opened up or closed. So on her method is what she would do is hopefully take the knot and she would test the knot, slowly unravel it, trying to pull out whatever DNA may have been in the knot, if there was any. And she's had some success. And that's basically of what we were doing at that time.
Okay, and would that have also been, what year would that have taken place?
That it probably would have been around I want to say the following year, maybe 2020. It's got to be 2022, I would imagine. I would have to see. I don't know if I have.
Okay.
Yeah, 2022 is probably when it was sent off, and I don't think we got the reports back until about 2023.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, did that result in information that allowed the office to proceed with an indictment?
To my knowledge, I don't know. The indictment part came after I ended up going to Chattahoochee Hills.
Okay. But to the best of your knowledge, the results of that didn't automatically trigger an indictment. As far
It didn't automatic. No, the results came back and everything. To the best of my knowledge, was inconclusive. It didn't really hold, unfortunately, any evidentiary type value.
And in addition to the bags themselves, was there anything else that was submitted for testing or comparison purposes?
I would need to see the list that we sent them, but it was basically just everything. I want to say it was several bags that were all sent out to Francine Bardol to test. I think some items were also some clothing.
Okay.
But again, I'm doing this off of memory.
All right. If you were to see a copy of the front part of the report, would that refresh your recollection as to some
Yes,
of the items that were tested?
it's because I know we sent buccal swabs as well with it.
And what is a buccal swab in
A
particular?
buccal swab is an oral swab for comparison.
Okay. And who would that, a buccal swab, would that have corresponded with a particular individual?
Yes,
And who would that have been?
Mm-hmm.
it would have been with Mr. Wolfenbarger.
All right. And the testing that you're talking about this morning, is that part of the task at yourself and the unit at the DA's office? Is that part of the task that were, I guess, picked to complete before you presented that information to the DA?
Yes,
And your testimony is that once you left the DA's office, that this case was still under investigation?
yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, it was an active investigation when you left. Is also correct?
that is correct.
All right. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
Sorry.
Mr. McDermott,
Excuse me,
I'm sorry? Do you have questions for this witness?
oh, yes, ma'am, I'm ready. I do have questions. You stated that you went out to the scene where the body had been found,
Correct.
or the remains had been found, and you were with a team of people?
Yes,
Who all was with you? Do you remember?
I was. I believe the first name I was sometimes butchered the name. I'm not great with names, but I believe it was Cheryl McCullum. She was a CSI, or she was a crime scene tech for Hapeville.
Is that what she does now?
I'm not sure if she's still with them or not.
Is she a popular podcaster on true crime?
I believe she does have a podcast. Yes.
Was Karen Greer present at the news station?
Oh, the news station. Yes, there was it ended up being a news clip about it. Yes.
Okay.
And there was a canine from, it's been a while. I can't
Some kind of
remember.
canine unit.
Another type of canine unit.
And were any of the ADAs there?
Yes. At that time, it was Deputy District Attorney Adrian Love.
Okay. And that was what year? 2020, 2021?
It's got to be 2021, I would believe.
And, okay. You said that one of the items you sent in for DNA testing was the bag that the head had been in.
I believe so. I'd really like to see the list if possible.
I'll show it to you.
Okay, thank you.
But you described there being knots
Right,
tied in these bags, and
correct.
that would have hopefully left, whoever tied those knots may have left trace DNA evidence there.
Correct.
And that's what you would have been looking for in these tests,
Yes.
was trace DNA. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this.
All right.
Okay, so I think what you're asking for is going to be beginning here,
Okay.
beginning here. But I want you to take note of the date as well.
November 23rd. Yep. That sounds about.
And I will also ask you about this document as well.
Sure. Let me just take one more look at this. Is this the same? No, this is the final.
Right.
Okay.
We'll come back to that.
That's fine. All right.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what do those documents appear to be?
They are, well, it's a report from where it was sent to Francine Bardol, and it looks like this is where she used the MFAC filter, and it's explaining each item, what the filter was bag containing.
So is it fair to say that those reports are reports from the DNA testing agency or company?
Yes. So there were two separate companies involved.
Who are these reports from?
All right. This one, this one's all from Pure Gold.
And you've referenced the Francine Bardol, is her name on that?
Right. So Francine Bardol is, here she is, but her company's listed underneath Cold Case Solutions and Resources.
So it appears she was subcontracting out the work.
Correct. What she would do is that she would process the evidence, and then there was only very limited places that was able to do the DNA in a short time frame, and that's where we used the other company. I want to say that it was Susan Ryan was the one that worked the evidence.
Okay. And in the list, I'll ask you here in a minute.
Sure.
And does that list reflect an item 8.1?
Yes.
And what was item 8.1?
It says a bag containing a mixture of DNA. Or do you want me to read it?
Sure, go ahead and read the results, if you will.
Okay. A mixture of DNA consists with originating from at least 5 contributors, with at least 2 male contributors, was obtained from item number 5.
Thank you. And now if you would please,
Yes.
would you please read the results on that second report that was sent?
Yes. On this one, it says Christopher Wolfenbarger is excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture obtained from item 8.1.
Your Honor, the state is stipulated to the admissibilities.
What are the exhibit numbers?
And I would like to move to interstate our defendants 8 and 9, please.
And because there's a stipulation, Mr. Fawcett, I assume there's no objection?
No objection.
Okay, defendants 8 and 9 are admitted. Go ahead.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fawcett, additional follow-up for this witness?
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
All right. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, just because we just had a recent break, I was planning to take a little bit, to keep going and take a little bit later lunch, just, okay, getting nods. So Mr. Fawcett, the state may call its next witness.
Now she has her robe on. By the way, I did just do some adjustment of my monitor and camera and my light. I'm trying to put the light a little higher up. As you can tell, it's going to cast more shadows, but it won't give me a migraine. And I've been kind of fighting headaches for the last couple of days due to wonderful allergies and other things. So as far as we have in the Donald Edelson jury selection, we have had no response since about for a couple of hours this morning. It's been a hot minute, probably about 2.5 hours. So I'm expecting something back soon. But my head, it bounces on a swivel. Don't get offended. I do have 3 monitors in front of me and 1 up here. And I got another monitor down here. So iPad that I use as a monitor. So don't be offended. I am reading captioning up here. So if I'm struggling to hear and you see me glued up here, it's because I'm reading captioning.
Shepherd.
Jerry Shepard.
Detective Shepard, where are you currently employed?
The Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
And in what capacity?
I currently work within the homicide unit, our cold case and complex squad that we have within the unit.
And did that appear to be her home?
Yes.
When you met with her, did you tell her why you were present?
Yes.
What did you tell her about why you were present?
That I was investigating missing persons involving Melissa.
What was her demeanor? Did you notate anything about her demeanor when you told her why you were present?
I noted that she was reluctant to talk to me about it initially, but as we spoke, she was able to overcome that and talk to me and provide some information.
Did she provide the information willingly or reluctantly?
Well, it was, like I said, noted originally that she was reluctant to talk to me about it, but then, of course, I'm going to try to overcome that and tell her that, her assistance is going to help with the investigation. So that's what I was trying to relay to her. And then eventually she did provide information about the family.
Okay. Did you notate in your report that she provided that information reluctantly?
Yes.
And
Yours is a lot
what
different
type
since
of
the flood.
information was she able to provide for you?
This sounds like we're getting into hearsay now, Your Honor.
Not specifically, but what generally, was she able to give you phone numbers? Was she able to give you other people you need to talk to? Generally, what information was she able to provide?
Based on that, I'm going to let her continue. Go ahead.
She gave some general information about the family members. Didn't provide that I can recall or obtain from the notes any type of phone numbers or anything specifically on someone to contact.
Did you ask her specifically about information on Christopher Wolfenbarger?
I did speak to her about Christopher. Obviously wanting to speak with him and get his information.
And was she able to provide you any contact information for Christopher?
No.
You notated in your report that she was reluctant. Why was it important for you to notate that she was reluctant in your report?
There could be a number of reasons that somebody's reluctant to talk to us. So I just made a note of that. It could have some bearing on the information she provides or the circumstances that she might be involved with a particular case, something like that. It's just, it is relevant to us. It could have some bearing on it, but that's why it would be noted.
Okay. Taking you to February of 2001, did you have the occasion to speak with Mr. and Mrs. Patton?
Yes, it did.
And when did you speak with Mr. and Mrs. Patton?
February 22nd, 2001.
Excuse me. And did you speak with both Carl and Norma Patton at that time?
Yes, it did.
What, if anything, did you tell them about where you were in your investigation?
Speaking with them, I had not been able to speak to Christopher at that point, and that after talking to them, I informed them I would do a few things, see if I could generate some additional leads in the case. And that is when, in fact, we spoke to one of the representatives from the Georgia Department of Labor and obtained some work history for Christopher and Melissa.
Okay. And at this point, we're February of 2001. So is this about a year and 1 month after you initially spoke with Ms. Patton?
Yes.
And at that time, were they still concerned about their child's whereabouts?
Yes.
In February 2001, did you also speak with a Richard and Virginia Autry?
Yes.
Okay. And what date did you speak with them?
February 26, 2001.
And what was your understanding of who Richard and Virginia Autry were?
I understood them to be the grandparents of Christopher Wolfenbarger.
And did you speak with them in person or over the phone?
In person.
And where did you speak with them? Not necessarily the address, but was it their home or?
Their residence.
And did they provide you any information that assisted you in your investigation?
Yes, they did.
Were they able to provide you any contact information for Christopher?
They did provide some historical information that's about him and Melissa.
Okay. Did they provide you any, a contact phone number, address, a location where to find Christopher?
No.
And at this point in time, had Christopher reached out to you in this now year period to talk to you about Melissa and this missing person investigation?
No.
Taking you to September of 2001, what happened or what occurred in September 2001?
September, I did have a chance to interview Christopher Wolfenbarger at the Henry County Police Department.
Even he's struggling with the name.
And what date did you interview him?
September 12th, 2001.
And is this now approximately 18 months after the initial missing persons report?
Yes.
And at this time, when you met with Christopher, were you aware if any remains were found as related to Melissa Wolfenbarger?
No.
At this time, were you aware of any investigation or any body parts being found in Atlanta in 1999?
No.
Now, was this interview videotaped?
It was.
Okay. And at this point in time, was Mr. Wolfenbarger under arrest at all?
No.
Okay. And did he speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Now, have you had the opportunity to view this videotape in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Now, tell the jury about the sound quality on this particular video.
So I did view the video, and the sound, at least on the device that I was listening to, is very difficult to hear for myself. I have a report, so I was reviewing the notes of it. It seems to correspond, but again, the audio is difficult for me to comprehend.
Okay. And have you had opportunity to listen to it and watch it in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm going to approach what's been marked as State Exhibit 72. Tell me if you recognize this as the 72.
This is, yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I initialed and dated it.
Is that the 2001 video that we were just referencing?
Yes, I do.
And does that video appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the interview you conducted with Mr. Wolfenbarger in September 2001?
Yes, I do.
Do it appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to please give the 76.
Mr. McDermott, Mr. Samuel,
No objection.
72 is admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Permission granted.
Battery 70%. Connected to QATBR 5410-2682.
Is this the interview? Is this pretty much the sound quality throughout the most of the video? Okay. Did you take notes about your conversation with Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you met with him, was he able to give you kind of a history of when they first met?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you about when they first met?
He said that he first met Melissa when she was 15.
And did he tell you how he had met her?
He said that she had run away from home, but I don't recall any, details much beyond that.
And was he able to tell you whether or not they were married or not?
Yes.
Were they married?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And when did they get married?
And he said 1992 or 95.
Okay. He said 92 or 95.
And I noted 95, I believe, in my report. So I don't know if we clarified that.
Was he able to tell you if they had children?
Yes.
And how many children did he tell you that they had?
2.
Now, did he tell you about where they lived?
He did.
Okay. And where did he tell you that they lived?
I believe they were living with his mother at that time.
Did there ever come a time where they moved from his family's home?
I don't see a notation for that, and I don't recall that.
Do you recall him telling that they lived at 824 Brookline Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. Is that contained within your report?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you about where he worked?
I think he did discuss some of his employment. Let me check the notes for clarification. Yes, he was working for a glass company.
And did he tell you where the glass company was?
I don't have a notation for that.
Okay. You're on permission to approach?
Permission granted.
Angela, it will be very interesting to see where that case goes.
This-
Have you noticed we've not had a whole lot of objections and sidebars? I can appreciate this case.
Mr. Wolfenbarger.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to this line right here.
Yeah, I know.
Yes,
I'm
I did see that. He provided that the glass company was on Avon Street, but I don't have a city or any other location for it.
Okay. And did he tell you about where Melissa worked?
Yes,
Where did he tell you Melissa worked?
a Waffle House in Doraville.
Or to Waffle House.
Now, did he
Waffles,
discuss
anybody?
to you about his relationship with Melissa around November, December of 1990?
Yes.
What do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Melissa around that time?
That they were together around the November, December timeframe of 98.
Did he tell you anything about being separated but then getting back together? God bless.
He stated that they were together for about a month in that time, and so I don't want to misstate your question. I don't know that we discussed so much being separate. He just indicated they were together for about a month, which might imply that, but.
I'm gonna approach you again.
You don't have to ask every time for the same witness. Thank you.
I'm gonna direct you to.
Okay. Like I say, that he did indicate they were separate and they gotten together for about a month at that time.
Okay.
Ms.
But
Hilton, I'm sorry for interrupting. Will you take down the screen share, please?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I love the judge, but her voice
did you
sounds
notate
like
that-
she's in,
He told you they got separated,
I like the judge, but to me, her voice sounds like she's inhaled some helium.
but got back together around Thanksgiving 1998.
Yes.
All right. And then according to him, did he tell you when Melissa moved out?
I want Waffle House. They have one in San Antonio.
When did he tell you that she moved out?
Around Christmas of 1998.
All right. Now, after she moved out, did he tell you if he ever saw Melissa again?
He did.
Okay. What did he tell you about when he saw Melissa again?
He stated that he saw Melissa walking on Lee Street in Atlanta several months after that she had left, so sometime in 1999.
Okay. Do you recall him telling you approximate month about when he saw her in 1999?
I don't recall it. I'll review the report.
Do you recall him telling you it was between either March or April of 1999?
I don't recall that, and I don't know that I notated the specific month.
What did he tell you about when he saw her in 1999?
That she was walking on Lee Street, that she didn't look particularly well, that had indications of possible drug use.
Was he able to tell you if she was with someone, dating someone?
She said he didn't say that she was with someone walking, but he did say that she may have been involved with someone named Mike, whom she worked with at the Waffle House in Dover.
Now I want a waffle with 2 eggs on the side.
In
And
2001, regarding the last time he saw her, did he only tell you that he saw her walking down the street?
Yes.
Did he tell you about anything about where she was going?
No.
Did he tell you, if you can recall, about what their conversation was?
No.
Did he tell you why he never made a report as to why she was missing?
No.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not he contacted her family to let them know that she was missing?
He stated that he didn't contact her family or wasn't in contact with her family.
And did he give you a reason why he didn't contact her family?
He stated that they did not get along or they didn't like him.
This juncture, when you interviewed him, do you know where he was living?
Indication I have is he was stated he lived at 824 Brookline.
Did you have an address that you notated in your report for him at the bottom of your report?
507 King Drive, Hinesville.
So at the time, do you know if he was still living on Brookline or if he was living on
I
Hinesville?
don't know. The report may be referencing that he stated that, or they lived at Brookline. So maybe when they're together, they were Brookline. Maybe he was at this other address.
I couldn't,
Sorry, you're actually getting in front of the microphone.
sorry.
That's okay.
Apparently, in the report, I indicated that he and Melissa both lived on Brookline, and at the end, I have a different address, so that the Brookline address may have been referenced to when they were together.
thank you.
And is it safe to say that what you have in your report is a summary of parts of that interview?
These are bullet points.
And would the interview contain everything that you all actually discussed?
That's right.
After speaking with Mr. Wolfenbarger, did you speak with any of his family?
Yes.
And who did you speak with?
His sister, Kimberly.
And did she provide you information regarding Melissa at that time?
Yes.
Now, I want to take you to December of 2001.
2009.
Did you meet with anyone in December of 2001?
December.
With the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Okay, yes, December 27th.
Okay. And who did you meet with?
Mary Beth Hoptall or Heptall.
And do you recall why in December you met with her?
To document dental records for Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Now, are these dental records that you received?
Yes.
In December 2001, did you do anything else with the dental records?
So once they were entered into this document to where they could be placed in the national database, I gave that to one of our communications and records personnel at the police department so it could be entered.
And you said it was put into a national database. What type of national
I
database?
think it's like NCIC is what a program that we have for missing persons or stolen cars or anything like stolen property, all of that. So it's a database where a road officer or any officer can call in a person's ID and they'll note that if they're reported missing or a stolen object or whatever it may be. My understanding of this was that the pathologists or the doctors were able to chart or make some type of notation regarding dental records that could be entered in this. So if another agency had remains that were unidentified, they could cross-reference this and it might help them to pull the cases together to further seek identification.
And did you do that? Did you put her dental records on NCIC?
Yes.
After December of 2001, excuse me, Is it in December of 2001 when you put her dental records on NCIC?
Yes, December 31st was when the document that Ms. Hepdahl helped produce was provided to our communications people, who are the persons that would enter it into that system.
After December 30th, 2001, and the dental records are placed into NCIC, when is the next part of your investigation in this case?
March 13th of 2003.
So almost 18 months later, again, after the records go into NCIC.
Yes.
What occurred in March of 2003?
Dr. Carol Terry contacted me regarding the records, and I ended up meeting with her and bringing the records so that she could review them.
Okay. And what date is that in March of 2003?
March 13th.
And Dr. Terry, was she a medical examiner?
Yes.
Where did she work?
Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
You said here in Atlanta?
In Atlanta.
Okay. And when you met with Dr. Terry, did you meet with her at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's
Yes,
Office?
I did.
Was there anyone else present with the two of you when you all met?
Mainly the two of us, we were in their office, so there were other people around, but I believe I only recall speaking with primarily her, and if there was somebody else there, they weren't involved in it, and I didn't make any notation of it.
And during that meeting, was she able to provide you with information regarding unidentified human remains?
Yes.
After that meeting on March 13th, did you send anything to Dr. Terry?
Yes, I did.
What did you send to her?
A written copy of the dental records pertaining to Melissa Wolfenbarger
And how did you send that information to her?
by fax.
And after you sent those dental records, did you receive information on the identity of the skull that they were trying to identify?
Yes.
Once the skull was identified, what day was it identified?
March 14th, 2003.
So the same day you sent over the dental records, the same day it was identified?
Yes.
Did you discuss any investigative tools or testing that could be done on the skull?
We talked about DNA testing.
Now, once the remains were identified, just answer yes or no. Did you attempt to locate Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And did you locate him?
Yes.
All right. I want to take you to March of 2003. Did you have an opportunity to interview Chris Wolfenbarger again?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What day was that?
I don't have a report on that. I don't have a summary for that one, but it was it was at the Gwinnett County Jail. I'm sorry.
Was it close in time to when the head was identified?
Again, I don't have the date, so
Did anyone go with you to interview Chris?
Detective Calhoun,
And where did Detective Calhoun work at the time?
I believe Atlanta Police.
And during that interview, were you the primary person leading that interview?
Yes, I was.
At that time, like that. Tell the jury briefly about your kind of interview style when you interview individuals.
I mean, every interview that I do, I'm trying to obtain truthful information. So I try to speak to everyone respectfully for one thing. and take what they're providing as factual information until it can be proven otherwise. So I just sit down with a person like I would sit down with anybody in any circumstance and ask them questions and stuff. If it gets to a point where there's some contradictory information or something that appears to be a problem in there, we definitely might confront them about that or go further into detail about it. But for the most part, I try to be, have a good rapport with them and just sit down and ask logical questions and take what they provide as factual information.
Now, when you interviewed him, did you allow him to kind of lock him into a version before telling him whether or not Melissa was found or not?
Well, it was just reviewing and obtaining the history that he provided again, which we did. And then later at the end or near the end of the interview, he was informed that Melissa had been identified.
And was he able to give you a history again of their relationship?
Yes.
Leading up to the last time he saw her?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, do you recall him talking about her father?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Chris tell you about Melissa's relationship with her father?
I think that that they didn't have a really good relationship, that they didn't communicate, I think.
Do you recall him telling you that she loved her father?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall him telling you that?
I'm going to object to the leading.
Rephrase.
Do you remember asking him whether or not her father could do something like this?
I don't. No.
Do you remember him in this interview, again, discussing about them trying to work on their relationship in the end or December of 1998?
I don't specifically recall it, and I did review that interview, but I don't recall his exact statements.
Do you remember him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
Yes.
What do you recall about him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
He stated that he saw her walking from around the train station, and that he didn't initially recognize her, I believe.
Do you remember him telling you when he saw her?
No, I don't.
Do you remember if he told you that this was again in March or April of 19?
This is leading. He doesn't remember. Now she's answering the question for him.
But I'm asking,
Y'all come here for a second.
Keep your distance.
If you'll please rephrase your question. Miss Hilton.
Do you recall an interview?
No!
If it was.
No! Damn it! Damn it! I was reading and I couldn't see the screen. Okay, real quick. So they have gone through half of the jury. They had one potential juror who taking a break. So let's see, my count, they struck half of them. But if he puts in good footing, they can get 20 finalists per group of 50 panelists. Will still put them over 100 plus people by Thursday. Sorry guys. I had to have a full screen to read this. My bad. So potential juror number 30. Do you have an opinion at all? Said the judge. Nope. Any hardship? Said the judge. Nope. Juror 30 will advance. Donna Adelson is taking very detailed notes and is very active in her selection. The judge asked another potential juror, or PJ, are you biased? Well, yes. As I spoke to a retired detective about the case, and I regularly read the newspaper and TV stations. Any concerns? I'm in physical therapy. Prosecutor, can you do the PT time after hours? Nope, said the PJ. Defense, we agree he can be excused for medical reason, and so he's excused. So that's where they are. I apologize for the mute. Oh, I'm loud. Okay. Is that better? I'm sorry. My bad. I saw all the X's, y'all. I'm sorry. I had to have the big. Usually I can break it into a small window and I can catch it. But this one was such tiny, tiny print. I had to expand it. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Any months after the last time he had. Do you recall when it was?
I don't specifically recall when it might have been.
You got my.
And have you had the opportunity to view that interview in its entirety? Or listen to that interview, excuse me?
I did listen to it.
Okay. And in listening to that interview, did that appear to be a complete
They have no sound. I have sound. They do not. Are we not going to sound?
Not discussing this case with anyone else, not watching any news reports. That is going to apply to you again until you are excused in this matter. Does anyone have any questions concerning this before you leave my presence? Please raise your hands. There are no bad questions, the teacher might say. Yes, ma'am. For that, once we go through the group jury selection process, I cannot tell you participating on that day, finishing the jury selection process.
I can't make it any louder.
Jurors who are selected being sworn, and we go through the opening statements. After that, we'll be discharged for the evening. As much as possible, we're going to try to stick to an 8:30, 5 o'clock day if you are selected as a juror. We may have to make exceptions on certain days, but that is the goal. Any other questions before you are dismissed? Yes, sir.
If we were currently here, we expect to return Thursday.
That is correct. Thursday at 11 a.m. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So I cannot tell you how long this is going to run, but we're anticipating finishing the jury selection process, I guess, by Thursday. The jurors are selected or being sworn, and we'll go through the opening statements. After that, you will be discharged as fast as possible. We are going to try to stick to the 8:30 to 5 day. Oh, that's going to be so much fun. So that's 7:30 our time to 4. As the jury is selected, you may have to make exceptions on certain days, but that is the goal. Any other questions before you're dismissed? This is the first group. Yes, sir. Are we currently here expected to return on Thursday? That's correct. Thursday at 11 a.m. Any other questions? They mute the juror's voice. Give us the judge.
Defense on Thursday.
Okay.
You are not a juror right now. You are still a prospective juror. You've just gone through the first round of screening.
Okay.
Don't read anything. Don't watch anything. Anything else?
How many
Have a
of
lunch
you are going-
break. See you Thursday.
So this group is gone. They're going to take a lunch break. Another group is going to come up. I know sound up. I can't turn the sound up anymore, but thank you. Wonderful use of the emojis, by the way. Glad you're liking them. But this is maxed up. He's not on a microphone. So that's why I'm reading back to you, because I have my captioning and I'm reading back to you what he has said. So that is correct. 11 a.m. Any other questions? And so this group will be back on Thursday at 11 a.m. Well, it's like if I turn I can't win. I can't win. Because if I put it where it's supposed to be for you guys, and you can't, different court, different volumes. So anyway, my apologies. So basically he's telling them the return on Thursday, and if need be, they will be called sooner. But they can expect a return Thursday morning. It's 8:30 to 5 work day. They are going to be on a lunch break, and I think they're going to come back and do the second set of 50. Case 1, yes, you do. Are you a member? If you are a member of my channel, you have the special emojis. What you can do is click on the little emoji smiley thing in the chat, and it is our custom emojis. I don't know why everything is going crazy with one court. You can hear, one court you can't. I apologize, but I'm doing the best I can. So everybody's going to lunch. We're back into this. Back
The
into
picture
this
of the
trial.
interview, as you recall it back from 2003.
It does.
There we go. Sound is back to the way it should be for this case. Let me know if you cannot hear me. So sometimes when the court is too low, I will, yeah, that's a 99-cent minimum or maximum of $9.99. I think it's $99, $4.99, $6.99, and $9.99 a month. Different perks. I'm getting ready to start really working on those perks. So I am reading captioning to you when the court is very quiet, but not this quiet. I think we were right about here. Let me get back to where we were. My apologies. Did we do all that?
Yeah, Stacey, you see request for dismissal.
Let me know if I need to
Are
go
you, at
forward.
this point, are you disregarding the possibility of there being ongoing domestic violence?
No, I'm not disregarding that at all.
Now,
Let me know if I need to zoom. Thank you. Hey, it's not real. Thank you for that.
turn your attention to States
HINR?
Exhibit 28. To the best of your knowledge, did that case involving this defendant for the July 1998 attack against Melissa Wolfenbarger, did that ever make its way to court?
Y'all have
No, it
fun.
did not.
And do you know why?
She never showed up for court.
Okay. And referring you to States Exhibit 28, do you see what's on that board?
Yes.
And can you read what is depicted in writing under the motion to get document?
It said unable to locate victim, warrant case, violation and probation for non-reporting.
Okay. And what date is
Lean a
that,
little bit, Tank.
that document was signed?
March 15th, 1999.
Okay. Do you recall the date that,
Love you.
based on your investigation, that the head of Melissa Wolfenbarger was across the Avon Avenue location?
I believe it's in April 99.
Okay, so that's after, roughly about a month after that.
Correct.
All right. A month after they had dismissed the case because they couldn't find her, essentially.
Correct.
Thank you. I created it.
Did you look into
Customized.
whether or not Melissa and the defendant had any children?
I did.
And what did your investigation reveal?
He had a boy. They had a boy together and a young female.
And what about living conditions? Where were the children living at the time of the death?
With Christopher's mother.
Did you actually make your way to the Avon Avenue location?
I did.
And did you go to the Brookline Street location?
I did.
All right. How many times have you gone out to that location?
Multiple times.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 76. Tell the court if you recognize that location.
Yes, it's an overall bird's eye view of the location where her head and extremities were found.
Okay. And specifically, is that an overall view of the Avon Avenue location?
Correct.
And is that an overall view of the location where Action Glass, the business, is located?
Correct.
And did you also, had you been to those locations, observing with your own eyes?
Yes.
Had you also actually gone and visited the residence at 824 Brookline Street, where the Wolfenbargers lived at during that period?
Yes.
And is that location depicted on that States Exhibit 76 as well?
Yes, it's all contained in this photo.
All right. And the depiction listed on States Exhibit 76, is it a fair and accurate representation of that area that contains the Avon Avenue location, Action Glass, and the 824 Brookline Street location?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state move to tender in evidence, States Exhibit 76.
No objection. Go ahead, submitted,
Permission to publish?
permission granted.
Okay. Now, with the court permission, Detective Shepard, if you could point to the location where Action Glass is.
It's here.
All right. And significant of that.
Up in the Brookline.
All right. And Brookline area, did you actually see the Brookline Street?
Correct.
All right. Now, did you actually yourself go to locations where the head was located,
Yes, I did.
as well as the extremities?
Yes.
All right. In relationship to the job where Wolfenbarger worked and the residence, you show the jury on the map where the head and extremities were located.
So Action Glass 858 Avon is here. The head was roughly here, and the extremities was located in this area.
And did you actually walk that location between where the head was located, the extremities, and Action Glass?
Yes.
Generally, can you talk as to how many feet, if you can recall that distance would be?
Maybe 30 feet.
All right. And did you drive that location from Action Glass to the 824 Brookline Street?
Yes.
And roughly how long of a drive is that?
Less than a minute.
Okay. Is that the geography, the location of the residence, the job, was that significant at all in your investigation?
Absolutely, it was significant.
And why is that?
It's all in close proximity to Christopher Wolfenbarger's work address, home address, and a location where we found everything.
Now, as far as the actual remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger that were located, do you aware of all of her remains were located?
Melissa's torso has never been found.
And did that, was there anything about that caused you to look into anything else in terms of this investigation?
It did. It raised a lot of suspicion because she was under the belief that she was pregnant.
Okay. And why was that significant in your investigation?
I thought it was significant because that's the only portion of her body that was never found.
Did you have evidence or did you uncover in your investigation that Melissa Wolfenbarger was involved with another male at that time?
I did.
Did you know that person to be Thomas Dixon?
It is him, correct.
And did you receive any information during the course of your investigation that Christopher Wolfenbarger was aware of Thomas Dixon?
I did.
And what information did you receive?
Of course, Thomas Dixon stated, but also Christopher admitted that she was possibly involved with the male.
Okay. Did he have any other information about that male that she may have been involved with other than a male?
That they worked in the same Waffle House?
Okay. Was that the information that led you to believe that it was Thomas Dixon?
Correct.
Was that impactful to you, the fact that the defendant was aware of who Melissa Wolfenbarger was seeing?
Yes, it was.
And why is that?
Because that, again, when I spoke about jealousy being a main component of domestic violence, that raised a red flag for me immediately.
There's a place in San Antonio that's kind of like the Waffle House, but a whole hell of a lot classier. And they serve mimosas with them. Oh my God, that is great. Waffle House and mimosas. Yum.
Now you mentioned, let me ask you this. Is it significant at all for a homicide investigator to try to determine the cause of death?
It is significant.
Did you make an attempt to determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And in doing that, did you observe the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
Was there anything significant about the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger that led you to look in any other directions during the course of your investigation?
No, her head was removed with a saw.
Okay. You mentioned a saw.
Correct.
All right. Is it your testimony that at some point a saw became important in your investigation?
It's very important in my investigation.
All right. Did you observe remains and what appeared to be marks on the remains?
Yes.
And at any point in your investigation, did you make an attempt to see if the defendant had been in possession of a saw at some point?
I did.
What efforts did you make to determine that?
I interviewed his former employers.
Okay. Who was that?
That's Mr. Brock at the Action Glass at 858 Avon
All right. Where did you interview them at?
in their residence.
Now, was that the only time that they had been interviewed by law enforcement?
No, during the early part of the investigation, they were interviewed by Detective Calhoun.
Okay. And you interviewed them again?
Correct.
Ronald Brock?
Yes.
Cindy Brock?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you interviewing them?
We always like to follow up and
Oh, no, what happened? I'm getting it. Don't know what happened. Go figure.
As it relates to Cindy Brock's statement, her statement in particular has been the foundation was laid, it was impeached, and that statement was played
Don't
in
know
front
what
of the
happened.
jury. So at this point, it's substantive evidence. It would be admissible.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Singh.
And what did the Brock say?
Christopher was terminated because it was believed that he stole a saw, a reciprocal saw.
Okay. So they recalled the saw.
Correct.
They recalled him, I guess, a belief at that time that he took it.
Correct.
And they also recalled never receiving the saw back. Is that also correct?
Correct.
All right. And was that consistent with the remains that you observed of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, her limbs and her head were removed by saw because there were saw tool markings on those bones.
Now, you referenced an interview with this defendant. Well, a statement that he made.
Correct.
Where did that take place?
At his home.
Do you recall the time period of that interview?
It was early on when I got the case. I want to say it's back in 2021. It took place at his residence in Griffin, Georgia.
Okay. And would that have been roughly the same year you got assigned this case?
Correct.
All right. Who was present when the interview took place?
My supervisor at the time, Sergeant Layton.
So just yourself and Sergeant Layton?
Correct.
All right. Who was present at the residence, Christopher Wolfenbarger, when you arrived?
It was a young lady who answered the door. I don't recall her name, but he described her as his wife and just her and Christopher. I'm sorry.
All right. How long did that take place? The interview itself? Yes.
Approximately maybe an hour, a little bit over.
All right. And was this outside, inside? Where in the residence did this take place?
It was inside of his living room.
Okay. All right. So it's yourself, Sergeant Layton, and the defendant.
Correct.
All right. Was he willing to speak with you at that time?
Yes, he was.
All right. At any point, did you tell the defendant he was under arrest?
No point.
Did you have your cuffs out? Did you point a gun at him?
No, it was non-custodial.
Okay. And then so you never told the defendant that he wasn't free to leave?
Never.
Did you give him the impression that it wasn't voluntary what he was speaking to you? He didn't have a choice to voluntarily make a statement to you?
No, I did not give him that.
All right. And did you make an attempt to find out information about his wife's disappearance at the time you interviewed him?
Yes.
In particular, did you make an attempt to inquire as to why he didn't report his wife missing?
I did.
Was that when you were able to, I guess, get confirmation that he was aware of Thomas Dixon as well?
Correct.
And did you make an attempt to get information about whether the defendant was in possession of a saw at any point?
I did.
And did he speak to you about all those items?
Yes, he spoke to me about all of them.
Right hand, you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 30 and 38. Have you had an opportunity to look at these exhibits?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And specifically as to 30A, you looked at that exhibit?
Correct.
And what is that exhibit?
It's the interview, recorded interview with Christopher.
All right, on the date that you've been testifying to?
Yes, sir.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the interview that took place on that day?
Yes.
All right. That's exhibit 30. I have
Yeah, just don't tell them about the pickle.
exhibit 38. Have you had a chance to review and sign back this document as well?
Yes.
All right. And is this also an interview that you conducted with the defendant on the day?
I don't know, boo.
Correct.
All right. And is this also a fair and accurate representation of that interview that you conducted?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will continue to evidence State Exhibit 30, which is an interview conducted by Detective Shepard, and State's Exhibit 30A, which is a redacted interview by Detective Shepard.
Samuel?
We need to confirm the redaction, but no objection assuming that.
Okay, Exhibit 30 is admitted. Exhibit 30A is admitted subject to confirmed redactions.
Well, so 30 is not in evidence. 30A is.
He's offered it into evidence.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Sidebar. We got a sidebar. Da, 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 sidebar. I know that sucks. It's okay. Oh, yes, y'all missed the pickle in the song. What is that? Is that a pickle motorcycle song? Oh,
And for the
not the pickle again. No, we're not doing the pickle
Maybe
again.
about 12 minutes, just for timing purposes.
Okay.
12 minutes. Where in the hell do you get 12 minutes from? 10, 15, but 12? Where the hell do you get 12 minutes from, dude? Are you that good? We're timing you 12 minutes now. It's 12:15. So add 10 is 25, 26, 7. So 12:27.
Okay.
We're
I
gonna
just
see if
wanted to
your
make sure
12
because I
minutes
need to
is
give the jury just a
accurate.
little bit of instruction. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, the state's going to play an audio recording that they've offered into evidence. You will likely notice, I think you've heard me and the lawyers mention some redactions. You'll likely notice as you watch it that things have been removed. I want to instruct you that the fact that things have been removed is not any concern of yours, and that you shouldn't speculate about what was removed or why it was removed or what might have been there that the court instructed. Understand that it's been done at my direction.
Y'all, for the new people, we do bingo on some trials, and there is a prize
And
at the
again,
end.
concern yourself with what's being demonstrated to you, not what might have also been there. Okay? Thank you all. Mr. Fawcett, the state may demonstrate the evidence if they choose.
I know, 9, 10, 11, or 12. 12 is a lucky number. Oh my gosh. I won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Ooh.
I mean, before that, I mean, where was she working?
That's not on me, y'all. Captain's on.
She worked that one, and the other one, she wanted was there. Where was she working? At the glass company, around the corner. All right, so when was the last time you saw Melissa? And that's the thing, I don't quite remember the last time was, because I remember like she would come and go, okay?
Right.
And would say that it wasn't like, we're happy-go-lucky. She said right here one day and then she was up and gone. And I don't know if that's the way.
So you kind of, would you describe your relationship as tumultuous or like on again, off again? You know,
It was rocky there towards the end, mainly I think because it was her family so far trying to get back in her head and trying to make her think things and do things. And
like what?
man, she never had a relationship with her sister at all. You know, and then there towards the end, you know, I guess everybody has a need to want, you know, family and want their love and want that type of thing.
Okay, gonna look. And she said to me right here, I'm reading the captioning, and she was up and held, and I don't know. That's the way. So you kind of, would you describe your relationship as emotional or like the end and in and off, on and off again? You know, it was rocky there towards the end. Mainly, I think, because, you know, with their families so far, they're trying to get back at her and trying to make something. You haven't seen, never had a relationship with her sister at all. You know, the national, I guess everybody doesn't need to wait, you know, family worth more than I can say.
You know, and I think there towards the end, maybe she tried a little to try to get her to do what, but I don't think it was near what they made it seem like, that she was there all the time, or she leaving cards and pictures. And I know that did happen sometimes. She did,
It said something about her living there all the time, living in her car.
you know, but the struggle that we had,
Leaving the car in pictures.
what we were trying to accomplish. You know, we had several bumps in the road,
Which was to go to California.
just to get away from the kids that and all this. She was like, I don't know, with my mom. She didn't want no one to have. She didn't want her didn't to be raised like she was in there. There was no, you know, we knew that her name was bad and that anybody could do it out there in the.
Okay, so when was the last time you saw her?
But the last actual time I remember was like, I woke up and she was gone. Like we were in the middle of the night and she left. And I don't know if that was the last time or the last time when I dropped her off at the train station to go to work. If it was an exact.
I agree, Jim.
You remember telling Detective Calhoun that the last time you saw her, you were driving up to your house on Brookline and saw her walking down the street. And that was the last time you saw her.
When was the last time you saw her driving the car?
Okay. You said that, basically you said that was the last time you saw her, that she said she was going to a train station. But something that, like, I'm not saying verbatim, that's what you said, but it was something along those lines. But does that sound like it's accurate?
Again, it could be.
Okay, I don't know. But do you remember that incident, or can you recall that happened almost about the home, driving up or walking down the road? Does that ring any bells?
I mean, that's usually the way it happens because we only had one car.
Okay.
You know, if there
So
was.
she was walking to the train station to try to go to work or something?
You know, or I give her a ride, or she, you know, sometimes she just wanted to walk.
Okay.
You know, the train station, we're not talking about the train station far away. We're talking about the like the end of the road.
Right, I got you. Yeah, no, within the state, so I understand. But talking about that specifically, do you remember that day specifically? Did you have? Well, I would like to ask you, what was she wearing? Do you remember? Did she have a purse with her? You know? So you don't, when the last time you saw her, when you came back home, and she wasn't there, where was her stuff? She didn't have a car, she couldn't move it, so it was still there in the house?
I mean, if she left it just like that, it was only like just a small. I mean, kind of the same thing I did. I mean, when I lost my job in the movie, my grandma actually was going to sell the house, everything. You know, when I left, I didn't take hard enough. I don't go live in my office. So whatever little.
After the last time you saw her, or back when she left, did you tell her family? Did you tell your family?
I had that.
You didn't tell her that your wife left?
me she had left many times before that. When she was leaving, I never knew that was the last time I was going to see her. If I did, I would have, freaking kept her.
After like a month or two, you could think that was.
After a while, I was thinking that she had split and moved on. I mean, there was, she was maybe seeing the guy and everything that was up there, or I know that she was living with in Buford or Joe.
Brooklyn.
I can't remember the last one.
Waffle House Cowboy. Equal crime.
Somebody?
I don't know if she was seeing somebody else, but there was this dude, and I want to say his girlfriend, that sometimes that she would stay with him in like an econo lodge out that way.
And how did she know this new people?
She worked with him.
Work with the girl or the guy?
I want to say the guy and the girl both worked there, but I could be wrong. I knew the guy worked there, but I knew that it was a couple. Because then there was one time that they had called me and said that they were moving and she had to go do something, and then she had to do something else.
And this was before the last time you saw her, right?
Well,
That's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering. I'm not misunderstanding.
Right.
I'm not trying to trick you or confuse you.
No.
I just want you to know that's all right.
I'm trying to figure it all out.
If you were there, I was. So that's why. But if I was there, I don't know. Just want you to be accurate. All right, so a year goes by, you still don't tell anybody that she's gone.
I'm figuring that she's already done. I mean, we were always talking about changing her name and doing all that. She had the stuff there.
Right.
When she got to the point where she was unhappy with me. I'm not trying to push myself in anybody's life that doesn't want me there. I mean, look at my daughter. Everything that's going on there, I'm gonna try to push. And looking back in now, I was wrong. All the way around with both of them. Maybe I should try to push for what I'm trying to do, but.
You said you lost your job, but then look for a job at the last company. Why did you lose your job?
Man, this guy, now, there was a lot of things going on right there with that. But, and I do now the same thing pretty much I did then. I mean, I work on a little player and things on the side. And there was a guy that, I don't know who stole things, there was a saw that was missing. And I can tell you the exact guy that I borrowed this tool from, everything, I didn't steal their saw, period.
What did they lie?
Because until I stole the saw, because the saw was missing, I lived around the corner and it drove past my house and you see the back of the Volkswagen right there, the top was cut off.
Amen.
You got something off your car.
And I flat out, look, I don't know anything about it. And then
I wonder how many waffles were harmed in their intimate moments.
there was that, and then there was something where I drove through the toll plaza thing on 400. There was just a bunch of little things, and that was just the last straw.
Maybe you drove to the toll plaza.
There used to be a thing where you could go.
Just saying.
And I was under the understanding, I was under the understanding that, there were things there were just a bunch of little things. And that was just the last straw. There was other things, there was no.
They just let you go.
Right.
They didn't file any charges.
Well, I didn't do it, and it comes there where I borrowed stuff, I tried to tell whatever, but like I said, the last straw was the last straw.
Did you ever go up to the Waffle House and get an altercation with the manager?
Okay, guys, it's such garbled. Even the captioning is struggling, but I'll leave what I got. But there was something where I drove through the whole plastic thing on 4, there was just a bunch of little things that happened just last year. I think maybe you can go over this. There used to be things that you can go and go through it, but your hours, you're not understanding that. They're saying something when there's a bunch of little things, and that's just like, it's just like you go, right? Did you ever go up to the Waffle House and get in an altercation? I'm all like, y'all, this is almost like Texas secret language talk, like,
I don't remember. I saw that on the internet. I don't remember that.
You guys said you came up there and beat you up.
And it seems like I would remember that, but I don't, you know.
You think I'd remember that?
I never had that. What?
You never yelled at him?
Never, no, I've never had, I have a thing this year with hard times.
Yeah, send me some.
What do you think happened?
Man, every which way I think about it, it has to go back. If her parents didn't do it directly, it had to be something indirectly around. I would read my brain.
So when you found out that a body was found just around the corner from where you were, and that the body had been dismembered with a saw.
Okay, so it's just let you go, right? Did you ever go up to the Waffle House and get in an altercation? I didn't. I didn't remember that you guys said you came up there to beat you up. Was that something? And everyone, I think it has to go back to her parents didn't do it directly. It has been something interesting around here. Racking my brain. So when you found out the body was found just around the corner from where you were parked, and if the body had been dismembered with us all.
I didn't know that the body was dismembered with saw at all.
I didn't know the body was dismembered at all.
I heard that. Nobody ever said a saw. I didn't hear about autopsy. Nobody ever gave me an autopsy. Nobody said that to me. I didn't know that until it was on the internet.
I didn't know until the internet.
So what motive would her family have to kill?
I mean, it sounds strange that they got away with this stuff for all these years, and then
Apprehension, he
I love you guys. I'm not going to keep doing it.
Get the answers
can't.
that
It's
you were,
nothing
or
but
that
waste
you were
of
looking
time.
for, or the information that you were looking for related to the saw in question.
I did.
And what about information you inquired as to whether or not he actually looked for his wife?
I did.
Overnight me some, Frankie Leroy.
And as you were investigating the case, was that just looking at what you would expect? Was that what you expected Christopher Wolfenbarger to do? Did you expect him to look for Miss Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Absolutely, it's a red flag.
Wolfenbarger?
Giant red flag for me. I would expect for
Did he just call her Wolfenbarger? That's what the captioning put, Wolfenbarger.
a husband to look for their missing wife, and that's what he did not do.
All right. And now that interview is in 2021. And do you continue your investigation after that?
Yes.
And in the course of continuing your investigation, do you attempt to continue to interview witnesses?
Yes.
At this point, had you located Thomas Dixon?
Yes.
All right. And what year did you locate Thomas Dixon?
I just recently was able to sit down with Thomas Dixon.
Okay. Well, specifically in 2021, were you able to locate Thomas Dixon?
No, he had a lot of different addresses, and every address that I checked, he was not there anymore.
Okay. So you looked in multiple places. Is that your testimony?
All over North Georgia, yes.
And that was at the beginning in 2021 when you started?
Correct.
And your testimony is that very recently you spoke to Thomas Dixon. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And when did you actually speak with Thomas Dixon?
I would say maybe a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. Did that impact your ability to proceed with the investigation, being able to locate certain witnesses, in particular, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, it's always a good impact when I can actually get a hands on a witness and talk to him face to face.
Did you make any attempts to locate Miss Diane Perot?
I did.
And were you successful in that?
I believe Mrs. Perot is deceased.
Okay. Is that what your investigation revealed?
Correct.
And is that one of the common issues the police department faces when investigating cold cases?
Yes, every year that the case gets cold, it's potential to lose witnesses and involved parties.
Okay. At any point, do you present your investigation to the DA's office for an indictment decision?
Yes.
And what year do you do that?
Just recently, last.
Dang.
Okay, the 2024.
Correct.
And after an indictment, what happens after an indictment?
So once a warrant has been obtained and it's been indicted, of course, we assign all of our outstanding warrants to our fugitive unit.
Okay. And you familiar with Sergeant O'Hare?
Correct.
And who was Sergeant O'Hare in relationship to this case?
He was the investigator in charge of apprehending Christopher.
Okay. Do you look to see how a person responds when they're confronted or confronted by law enforcement, in particular with an arrest warrant?
Yes.
Do you look to see if that person is cooperative or if they attempt to get away or do something else?
Yes.
Because they finally ID'd the body and finally got the evidence they needed to prosecute. That's why, Brooklyn, it's a cold case, but I'm glad they finally are able to bring it to prosecution.
And did you have an impression in this case as whether or
Thank
not the
you.
defendant was cooperative?
Go to member
the defendant
chat.
was not cooperative in this case.
What do you mean by that?
I understand at the time of his apprehension, he hid in a makeshift cupboard behind an appliance inside of his home. It took him maybe 30 minutes to find him.
And why was that significant?
Well, it's significant because he's obviously made an attempt to evade arrest. And I thought that was kind of odd because it's almost like it was anticipation that it was coming.
One moment, Judge.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Samuel, can you open the register?
25 of the 50 jurors for the Donna Adelson have been dismissed. This afternoon, another 50 will come in after they have their lunch. Bye-bye.
We're going to break for lunch. So it's 12:56. We're going to call that 1 o'clock and then try and get you back in here as close to 2 p.m. as we can. Thank you all very much. We are on break for lunch.
2 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're back until 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 o'clock our time. Yay! That means we got 35 minutes. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What you going to do? Y'all, we're having fun in member chat over here in Discord. Y'all need to go to Discord and see the craziness that Mandy has started. Where did my comment go? Who deleted it? No, you didn't. Who deleted my thing? Who deleted it? I'm putting it back just in case. Who deleted it? Who took down my thing? It's so bad. Y'all, it is so. Maybe June, did you take it down? Are we being, Mama June, are we being too inappropriate? Let me know. We got to have some levity in this. It is what it is, but yeah, we're having fun over here in our Discord. So he thought he was scot-free. You know, there's a lot of cold cases out there, but with the advancement of DNA and all the technology, sometimes it comes back and bites you in the butt. And yeah, I haven't. June's been real quiet today. I've been a really. June, I'm sorry. I'll hang my hat down low. I can't look at you because I'm embarrassed of my behavior. Not. We had a good laugh earlier. If you don't know what it is, go back about an hour and a half ago and find the part where we're all laughing and snorting. And some people got real quiet and some people really got not so quiet. I was losing my lunch. It got pretty bad. He thought he was off scot-free all the time. Well, no, he ain't scot-free yet. So we are waiting for everybody to come back from their lunches. Oh, Angela. Oh, thank you, June. See, June's the only one being serious here today. Angela. Oh, the story about the bananas. Well, you know, I just had my son, 29 years old, 29 years old, and I decided, well, I'm going to go take some classes in photography. I had been a professional photographer for like 15 years. Seemed like it. No, it was about 10 years. I know she's so good. Anyway, for about 9-10 years, I'd been a photographer. I had a very successful business, got married, moved out of town, had a child. I thought, well, I tell everybody, oh, Mandy, I tell everybody that I told my kids, I tell them, look, I'm not going to tell my kids how important it is to go to college if I don't. So I thought, well, I'll get a degree in photography. So I took my first photography class. And it was photography 101, which it was very, very obvious I could have taught the class. And the very first day of class, they sent me an interpreter. Now, I was losing my hearing. I had in-the-ear hearing aids, very minor. I mean, it was minor. Not minor, but minor, medium, moderate, minor. Anyway, I didn't know a lick of sign language. And this woman comes in, she sits down, and so I said, whoa, I don't know a lick of sign. She goes, please don't tell anybody. This is my last semester before I retire. It's this or calculus, and I really don't want to do calculus. And I looked at her and I said, well, this is a requirement class for my degree. Although I've been a photographer for 10 years, I can teach the class. I know how to do all this. I know how to develop my own film. I know how to do it all. So we agreed that she would teach me sign language while I kind of skated through the class. So she told me to go get a book, an ASL book or dictionary from Barnes and Noble. So I went. And my job was to sign in American Sign Language what I ate for breakfast. Now, mind you, I looked up the banana sign and it showed this. A finger pointed and you're pinching your fingers and it showed an arrow coming down. So I go in the class and I ate this. I hooked it because that's what it looked like. She rolled on the floor. I mean, she literally ended up off the chair. She fell off her chair laughing so hard. And the teacher said, okay, it's all inclusive. You got to share with us what's going on here because, what's good for the geese is good for the gander. And she said that she ate a condom for breakfast. So this is condom. This is a banana. You peel the banana. This is condom. So that's a story I use all the time when I teach on the importance of making sure you know what you're signing before you sign it because the slightest bit of differences the slightest bit of differences can mean that something like this is rhetoric that's retarded. I mean, yeah. So, yeah. Okay. I think they're coming back in court. So, yeah, I told him I ate a condom for breakfast. So I use it all the time in as example so my students know what not to do. But I was really I was so humiliated. I was like, if I had a hat, it would have been down. And of course, everybody laughed. For the rest of the semester, my sign name. Now it's AB, Ada Brown. Yeah, it was not good. That was a no bueno. Oh, wow. My first camera? I tell you how old my first camera was, but my medium format camera, which the film is like this long versus that long, like a 35, was a Mamiya 645 AF and a Hasselblad. Now Hasselblad and that Mamiya, I had another Mamiya before the AF. It was a regular film and it was manual focus. Everything I had was film and manual. Nothing that I have was ever digital. Digital was buku years later, and I'm still not fond of digital. It's great for point and shoot experiences, but if I'm really wanting to do something that I want to blow up and make like a portrait on the wall, I would prefer to do film. Yep. And that camera was heavy. Then you had that big light with the power, the batteries in the handle, and then it mounted to an L bracket. Then you wore this thing on your shoulder or around your waist, and it was a big power battery. Oh my God, I had to have shoulder surgery because of all the damage it did carrying all that equipment. Oh yeah, mine too. I remember those, June, as a kid. Yeah, I was talking professionally, but yes. K10. Oh gosh, y'all, we getting up in there. Kodak 110. That was one of my first. I think it belonged to my parents. And the Polaroid, I remember the original Polaroids. Actually, I had a huge camera collection at one time. Yeah, worth a ton of money. And I had the very first Polaroid camera ever produced. I mean, multiple. They had multiple, I'm sure, but I had that one. All right, he had his lunch.
At 1:45 at this point. Are there any matters that we need to address before we continue?
He must have been a football player, y'all.
Yes.
Uh-oh, they're approaching. That ain't good. That's one big boy. Judge. One big judge. Yeah, I miss having all my old cameras. He didn't want nothing for lunch. Let me tell you, he had a good lunch. So they're talking so the court reporter can hear them. Oh my God, case one, yep. Yep. Doom 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 Mama turned 84 today. Yep, she sure did. I know that's where everybody uses their iPhone. I think you can get medium format film, but it's going to be expensive, boo. I used to have medium format film in my freezer, and then always kept my film in the freezer, but then I lost power and I threw it away. I was worried it wouldn't be good anymore. Okay, they're going to be bringing in the next 50, so that'll make it 100. Our volume is up. Everything is up. I'm turning me down a little bit. Up. Well, okay, the jury's coming. I mean, the potential jurors. The jury pool is coming in. I know. 84 today. 30 years older than. I only hope to make it that long. You will, boo. You will, boo. Use it where you're sitting. Play with it while you can. He looks like he would be fun to hug, but after I look at his face in the series, I'm like, oh no, boo, we ain't going near you. We gonna do this kind of hug. Looks like be a good hugger. I'm sorry to hear that, weird Debbie M. I know that sucks. I am so sorry. You are so right, although he's got a bigger face. Yes, we saw that. Was it last night? We saw that last night. Yeah, last night. Y'all didn't know we had a movie night. We watched The Green Mile. I hope they hurry up. I can't zoom it. Tinker thank you for the pickle. I got your pickle right here. I'm still waiting. Someone told me they were going to send me the screaming pickle, yodeling pickle, whatever, and I never got it. And someone told me they were going to send me a new goat, the screaming goat, because mine died. Never got it. It was good viewing last night. We had a nice group. We had a good time. My back hurts, so I got the heating pad, but it makes me hot, so I got to have a fan. Come on. Oh, is that, yay! Yay! Sorry, guys. I've been trying to do something for the afternoon, and I don't want y'all to get mad at me, so I'm not showing you what I'm doing. Oh, we got her. Angela. Angela. Okay, I'm going to show y'all something real quick. Okay, so my sister and I play Animal Crossing, and I kicked off one of my villagers. So I have been going to, now when I look way up high like this, I'm playing the game, but when I look here, I'm not. So I went to this island like 32 times trying to find a villager to replace her with. So to replace the one I kicked off, and I have all of the octopi except for Marina. Now I used to have Marina, but Marina accidentally went bye-bye. And Marina was my sister and my favorite character of this entire game. And it has been a year and a half. I've been trying to get Marina on this island to invite her. So she is coming to my island. She's going to be a villager. And I know she's Marina, but I will call her Tracy. That's who I will call her. I love, love, love Marina. Yay! I'm so excited. Woohoo! Look at me. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Yay! I got Marina. My mom was 56. I found her on the toilet. Yeah, you know, a lot of people die on the toilet, just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Yep. That happens a lot, and I'm so sorry, Frankie Leroy. That's horrible. So sorry for your loss. Yeah, I am too. All right, so here's the thing. We've got court here, and we got the other one coming back. We're going to stick with the Donna Adelson for a moment, and then we'll get into the other trial. Because we can zoom through the other trial. We cannot zoom through that one. I'm all excited. I finally got Marina. Or Tracy. I'm excited. I got to go fix up her spot. I'm going to make it all pink for my sister. And decorate it like my sister would have. There you go, Miss June. Yay, I'm excited. I got the Marina. Okay, anybody else here play Animal Crossing? So I'm letting it do its thing up there. I even got the pink and blue. Pink and green. My father died just a few years ago. My adopted father, my bio mother died about 5 years ago. 7 years ago. My bio father died 5 years ago. Oh, that's awesome, SP Mom 444. Oh, that's awesome. I don't play video games. This is the only one I have. This is the only one I will play. Tracy got me hooked on it because she'd come over to my island. I go over to her island. We would build things and decorate and re-landscape and do all this fun kind of stuff because she was a decorating kind of queen. And she always did a great job. And I'm not as good as her. I do have a second Nintendo Switch that is the older version that she took with her on her last vacay, and she created an entire island. It's not super decorated, but it is her island that she created. And we have two characters on it. One's her, one is me. And yeah, I haven't been able to play that one. I'm adopted. So my birth parents are both deceased. My adoptive dad is deceased. Both my foster parents are deceased. So my adopted mother is still alive, who I just saw last week. And my spiritual parents, who I call mom and dad, are still alive. She's 84. Today's her birthday. And my spiritual dad will be 91 in December. Was Pong? I know. Yeah, I got it. Yes. Yes, I remember those. Atari. What was all those? Yeah, we had them. And I remember when they came out with what was the one where the little snake came? Centipede. And I thought that was the bomb. I was like, Centipede. Yay, Marina's coming. Where is her house going to be? That's where her house is going to be.
One can be seated at this time.
So I have all 4 octopi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
All 4.
Take 2. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Ah, he's one of those kind of judges.
Stephen Everett, one of your judges in the Felony Criminal Division here in Leon County. You have been summoned here this afternoon as prospective jurors in the case of the state of Florida versus Donna Adelson. This is case number 2023 CF 3226. This is a criminal case. The state has charged Mrs. Adelson with the crimes of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You will notice at times during this jury selection process today that I will be reading to you. It is not that I do not wish to have a free-flowing conversation, but rather any explanations on the law that you will receive throughout this process must be uniform and must be specific
Take a Genesis
to the Florida Supreme Court. Is the state ready to select a jury this afternoon? Yes, Your Honor. Is the defense ready to proceed as well? Yes, Your Honor. And for the record, I'm noting that the defendant is present in the courtroom with
I don't play that much.
her counsel. I believe earlier this afternoon, Judge Riggins qualified everyone. However, I am going to confirm with the qualification if there is anyone that needs to be excused on a statutory basis. That will happen before we move on through our process this afternoon. When I ask the following questions, please raise your hands if you are responding yes to the questions. Is everyone here that is a prospective juror at least 18 years of age or older?
Yet.
Please raise your hands if you're over 18. For the record, I will find that the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Is everyone here a citizen of the United States of America? Once again, for the record, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Is everyone here that is a prospective juror a resident of Leon County?
Nope.
Again, the
Bueno.
prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Do each of the prospective jurors possess a driver's license or identification card that's been issued by the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle, or have you executed an affidavit as to your eligibility to serve as a juror? Once again, the prospective jurors have answered in the affirmative. Once again, please raise your hand if your answer is yes to any of the questions that now follow. Has anyone been convicted in a state or federal court of a felony crime or a crime involving dishonesty, and your rights, your civil rights, have not been restored to you? None of the prospective jurors have raised their hands in the affirmative. At this time, is anyone under prosecution for any crime, either in a state or a federal court? No hands have been raised for the record. The next grouping of items that I'm going to go over are people that may be excused by statute for falling into a specific grouping or class. If you can go ahead and silence your cell phones at this time. After I ask the question, if you are responding to this particular basis to be excused, please raise your hand and I will address you separately in just a few moments. Is anyone a full-time sworn federal, state, or local law enforcement officer or investigative personnel? Please raise your hand if this applies to you.
No hands have been raised in response to the question. Is anyone an expecting mother or a parent responsible for the full-time care of a child that is under 6 years of age?
Not
And there
anymore.
is no one else to take care of the child. No hands have been raised in response to the question. Is anyone present 70 years of age or older? No response has been given to the question. Has anyone performed state jury service within the last year? The last year meaning August 19th, 2024 to today. No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone responsible for the full-time care of a person with a physical or mental incapacity who is incapable of caring for themselves, and you being here today will create a hardship for them? No hands have been raised in response. Is anyone a full-time student between the ages of 18 and 21 who is attending high school, any state, university, post-secondary educational institution, Florida college system institution, or career center? Please raise your hand. All right. I will address you in just a moment. Are there anyone else in the back? One hand was raised in response. Lastly, has anyone given birth within the 6 months before your reporting date on the summons, which would be today? Please raise your hands. No response has been given. Right, the one hand that was raised.
Yes, you may go have a comfort break, my dear. You may have a comfort break, my dear. Yes, you may. They'll be right back. Wow. Okay, we're going to go over here for the time being.
Testimony of the domestic violence expert.
That's correct, Your Honor. I assume she's the next witness, is that right? Or no?
Maybe, no, it'll be Hopdol, I believe. It might be the next episode.
Is Hopdol the medical examiner?
No, Hopdol is the
she's
the
the
forensic dentist.
Okay, but presumably that will be.
You don't know your witnesses?
It is quick, Judge, but just so the court's aware, it is.
You don't know your witnesses? Okay, we're back over here. Another sidebar. We'll go back over here.
It's quick, but the defense agreed to allow us to present her via Zoom. There was some issues with her travel.
Okay.
So I want to send her the Zoom link now.
Okay.
And then we just need to let the court know to let her on when she's ready.
Sure.
James will be today.
That's what we expect.
We believe so, yes.
I'll assume we are making good use of our time then.
Okay.
While they go through all that rigmarole.
The first thing that we're going to do this afternoon is discuss what some of you may know about this case. This case has received some publicity in the past, and there has also been a related case that was tried nearly 2 years ago. This process is going to be handled individually because you all don't need to know what the others may know about this case. However, before we start the questioning, I'm going to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, and other electronic devices that you have brought with you. Even though you have not yet been selected as a juror in this trial, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, and computers from this point moving forward. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet or to find out any information that is related to this case. Between now and when you have been discharged from jury duty in this matter, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including your friends, coworkers, and family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked for this jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in this case. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or to write to you about your jury service or the case. This includes face-to-face communications, phone or computer communications as well. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. This includes tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email and text messages about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about this case or your jury service, or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you must not read nor listen to any news accounts about this case until you have been excused by the court. Avoid the newspaper and television broadcasts, particularly the local news stations. Also, avoid social media or any internet news sites. I am now going to provide to you a statement of the case that has been agreed upon by the parties. On July 18, 2014, FSU College of Law professor Dan Markell was shot while seated in his car. This happened in the driveway of Markell's home on Trescott Drive in the Benton Hills neighborhood. The killers traveled to Tallahassee from Miami to commit the murder in a rented silver green color Prius. The defendant and alleged conspirator in this murder was the former mother-in-law of Dan Markell and has entered a plea of not guilty. I will also now read to you the material part of the indictment that has been filed against the defendant.
My feet up. Oh.
Count 1. It is alleged that on or about July 18 of 2014, Donna S. Adelson in the county Leon and state of Florida did unlawfully kill a human being, Daniel Markell, by shooting with a firearm, and the killing was perpetrated from or with a premeditated design or intent to effect the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 2. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanowa and or other persons to commit first-degree murder contrary to the Florida statutes. Count 3. It is alleged that beginning in 2013 until October 1st, 2016, Donna S. Adelson in the county of Leon and state of Florida did solicit another to commit first-degree murder, and in the course of such solicitation, commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested the person, Charles Adelson and or Catherine McBanowa, and or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute first-degree murder, which resulted in the death of Daniel Markell, contrary to the Florida statutes. The statement of the case and the indictment I have just read to you are not evidence and are not to be considered as evidence or any proof of guilt. You must not be influenced by the fact that an indictment has been filed in this case. It is merely a formal method by which the state makes an accusation against the defendant. We are now going to talk to each of you individually and privately about this case. Some of you may be excused. The rest of you will remain to participate in the next phase of the jury selection process. Individual voir dire is time-consuming, but will go a lot smoother if you are prepared to tell us the information that we need to know. These that you will be asked, or some variation thereof. What do you know about this case? What sources have you obtained this knowledge from? Based on what you know, do you have an opinion about Mrs. Adelson's guilt or innocence?
Yep.
Can you set aside your present
Hey,
knowledge
Joe
with your
Schmo.
and render a verdict solely on the evidence presented?
What do you know?
Can you be a fair and impartial juror?
Nope, I cannot.
Do you have any reason that you cannot serve on the jury for
Many.
potentially up to 3 weeks?
Many.
It will save us all a lot of time if you think about these questions and be prepared to give us a prompt answer when you are called back. The last question that we will discuss with each of you individually deals with hardship. We expect the jury selection process to take until Thursday of this week. After that process is complete, we expect the trial to start on Friday and last for 2 weeks. All in total, we expect the proceedings from today.
How you doing, Joe Schmo?
To 3 weeks.
Hey, Joe Schmo, we got to get together. How you doing? No, seriously, missed you, bro. Hope you're doing okay. Thanks for joining us.
Understand that is a burden.
You missed the
for anyone to
pickles.
serve for that length of time. However, we cannot make our system of justice work unless we have good people that are willing to do their civic duty and serve as jurors. Similar to military service, we do have to call on our citizens to make sacrifices, and jury duty is one of those times. You will probably never be called on again to serve in a trial of this length and nature. However, I understand for some of you, service in this matter may not be possible under the circumstances. To give you a little more information about what this will involve, you will not be sequestered during this trial. What that means is you will be able to go home as you normally would and return the next day. For the most part, we will work a regular business day, but on occasion, it may become necessary for us to work a little bit longer based on the witness schedule. I will do my best to adhere to a regular schedule each day. So please give some thought to whether any of you may have a major problem, including a physical issue that would prevent you from giving this case your full attention for the time period in which we are discussing. Please be patient with us. We will be working as efficiently as we possibly can. The bailiffs, clerks, and court administration will be assisting in the courtroom. Please follow the bailiff's or clerk's instructions. Do not discuss this case while you're waiting here or anywhere else until you've actually been excused. Do not read or listen to any media accounts on your phone or anywhere else until you've been excused. Also, you are not to speak to each other while you are waiting to be examined by the court and the attorneys. You may read your phones. There are some magazines here available, provided as reading material, but ultimately you are not to speak to your fellow prospective jurors. Again, you are not to seek out any information about this case, but you may silently either read your phones, read the reading material that has been provided, or even if you want to, get some shut-eye, but don't start snoring. But you're not to speak to each other. Are there any questions about this before we get started? Very well. If the parties can come to the jury room at this time, we will get set up and then we will start summoning back each of the jurors.
So I guess they're going into a side room is what I understand. Okay, so I think that's it for the moment. So we're going to switch back over here.
We talked about this last Monday, I think, in our pretrial motions hearing. The issue is whether Dr. James, Dr. Rosa James, kind of what the scope of her testimony is going to be. She doesn't know any of the facts of this case. I think we all agree with that. She hasn't seen any police reports. She hasn't interviewed any witnesses. You know, she is I've heard different phrases used, but a witness who has no knowledge of the facts and instead is simply going to educate the jury about, I don't know what, but in general, the behavior of perpetrators and victims of domestic violence. It is my fear that is going to involve
may have picked something up. Being in that
hypothetical questions, which will, in effect, serve to educate her about the facts of this case, many of which will be contested, probably, and that it will be, under 403, an improper way of introducing expert testimony. But more importantly, even if it is limited to hypothetical questions, and I don't understand, let me just get to the point, what the bottom line is. What is the final conclusion that the expert's gonna say? If she's going to say, it is not uncommon for people to ask for TPOs and then withdraw them. And here's how the cycle of violence, often works. I'm not saying it's true in this case, but this is in fact a phenomenon known to doctors, sociologists, psychologists, whatever. First of all, we've already had the testimony. We just had that from the detective who said, oh, it's not uncommon at all for people to withdraw their TPOs. But fine, if they want to do that one more time, I'm less concerned. I'm not going to say I'm not concerned, but I'm less concerned. What really concerns me is what we got a taste of last Monday when she started talking about the threat of leaving increases the lethality rate by whatever the percentage was. And even more importantly, any suggestion that there is a history of abuse here other than what's in evidence is completely inappropriate. Right? I mean, we can't be having this witness either answering hypothetical questions or talking about the cycle of violence. I mean, if you just look at her chart, it's over and over and over again. You get beaten up, you complain, then you make love. Then you get beaten up again, and you make love, and you...
Oh, do not go there. This lawyer is going to get a big stink bug for me. He's already pissing me off.
Complain. There's no evidence of that in this case. And I can't understand why the prosecution should be allowed to put up an expert to pretend it is the evidence in this case, and then to get an opinion that this is common in the field. My basic argument is that under 404B, that's essentially propensity evidence. Anyways, you're essentially saying he did it in the past, and therefore he's guilty of this case. And as we talked about last week, the law on this subject has become crystal clear that the prosecution has to be specific and precise about the reason that the evidence is being offered of prior acts of violence. If it's a self-defense case, it can be offered to prove it's unlikely self-defense because he used the same defense last time. If it's a lack of knowledge case, it wouldn't really be applicable here. If it is a...
Sir, sorry, sir, if you could step outside. Thank you, that's okay. That was the record will reflect that was the witness who's on the stand. I've asked him to step outside.
That's fine. Or even lack of intent. None of those are issues. This is a whodunit. This is strictly who committed the crime.
Joe Schmo. These are kangaroo, very soft, custom-made boot. I can't buy boots off the thing because my instep, the space between here and here, I can't get my foot in. Usually they're cut more sharp like that, but I get a more versus that. I can't get my foot in. And so these are hand custom made by Mr. Letty. And they are very well worn. They are perfectly well worn. And great about them is they are super soft and comfy. I'd rather have these on than anything else. Rather have my Lettys on than anything else.
And even if they have,
Great
by
memory.
preponderance of the evidence or something that would satisfy, the court that it's at least admissible evidence that there were some prior episodes of, oh, no, that's okay.
We just didn't know where the noise was coming from. We're all like,
What's he screaming for?
go ahead.
I lost track, of course, but and that was intentional on the DA's part. I'm
Sure, he's absolutely messing with you.
No, it was not.
The point is, in a case in which the defendant denies doing it at all, the threshold for similarity and for the admissibility of 404B evidence is far higher. As I said the other day, it has to literally be the mark of zero. You can't say that he denied doing it, but by golly, we're going to prove it wasn't self-defense. Nobody's ever said it was self-defense. They can't, they can't say, he denies doing it, but by golly, we're going to prove whatever he did with intent. Or, course of conduct, which isn't even an accepted one under the Georgia rules anymore. So they just need to be precise now, ahead of time, instead of making me jump up and down with the jury.
What is that?
Your Honor, I apologize. In preparation to get ready, we were setting up the Bluetooth, but we're done.
Okay, thank you.
I think you understand my point. If you're going to use it for identity, you have to show only this person could have perpetrated the crime because of his MO. This is the way he operates. He kills people and then he dismembers them. If they have prior incidents of that, then they can certainly put in evidence of prior dismemberments he's committed in order to prove that he is the most likely candidate for being the perpetrator in this case. But other than that, the fact that he allegedly, and I stress that because I don't even know where the evidence is going to come from at this point, that he allegedly scratched her arm, dragged her down the sidewalk on one occasion, and I mean, there's been inconsistent evidence of there's no other arrests, no other contact with police, no hospitalizations, no doctor's reports, no pictures. There's nothing else other than the one TPO in July of 1998. So I think the DA should be obligated to preview what she plans to do and make sure that it's acceptable to the court.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samuel. Ms. Hilton.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. As we discussed last Monday with the testimony of Ms. James, we advised the court that we would be bringing Ms. James up towards the conclusion of the case, or not the conclusion, but towards the end of the case after we believe evidence of violence would be admitted. At this time, Your Honor, the court has not just heard about a July 1998 incident, but the court has heard through the witness Tina Mae Patton about an instance in which she saw her sister come to their job at the Waffle House, that she saw bruises on her sister's neck, that when she asked her sister, either one remembrance is either her sister said it was Chris, or when she asked it was Chris, her sister kind of indicated in some way to confirm that that's who perpetrated that injury on her. We also know that there was a secondary time in which Tina Mae wanted to confront Chris about the abuse he was perpetrating on her sister, and her sister asked her not to approach him in fear of.
I will do a full recap of this after today. I'll do a rundown after today.
Of what that may do to him. We also know that there is testimony, and this is the state's position, that this defendant moved her to a community in which she had no familiarity, did not know anyone, which we believe would be a form of isolation. That when they moved to that community, She never spoke to any family. She never spoke to any neighbors. She never spoke to anyone there. So she was pretty much just in the house. I believe Miss Dorothy Jones or Dorothy Cooley, testified herself that she never didn't even know her name, never spoke to her, even though Mr. Wolfenbarger had a relationship or a friendship of such with Miss Cooley, and we believe that is evidence of isolation. We
Or it
know,
could be evidence of her not being there.
and I think that's an argument that they can have. Additionally, we have evidence that Miss Dorothy Cooley heard arguments in their home, that even though she tried to change her testimony on the stand, what she said at one point in time in her testimony is that she would hear her screaming. She also noticed or saw Miss Wolfenbarger with a black eye under her eye. She was wearing glasses, but she did see markings of black eye. So there is evidence of physical abuse. We know that she also told her mother about the 1998 incident, about the dragging of her. So we know that there is indications of physical abuse. We believe that that information in and of itself shows that there was a pattern of abuse such that Ms. Rosa James could testify as to the domestic violence dynamics. What are certain signs in that pattern and control? And the jury can make a decision whether or not they believe that this is a domestic violence relationship. It is the state's position that this was a domestic violence relationship. We believe that there's evidence to present, whether that is in hypotheticals, to Ms. James about some of the events that occurred in Ms. Wolfenbarger's life leading up to her death. We do believe that she'll be able to testify as an expert in domestic violence that the most dangerous time for a woman is when she attempts to leave that relationship. I believe that there is evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger, in his own words, will say that in December of 1998, that the two of them were trying to work it out, but I believe her mother testified that she wanted to leave him. I think that testimony came in, I believe so. So there is evidence that she did want to leave him, and such that we think that there is enough information to make Miss James's testimony relevant before this jury, and it is not excluded by Rule 403, that it is more probative, and that the prejudicial effect is not substantially outweighed in this potential case. And so that is the state's intention at this time. We do believe that, again, that there is evidence. Whether or not the defense counsel, crosses her on it and talks about isolated incidents and things of that nature, I think they very well can. But we believe that there's enough at this juncture, Your Honor. And that would be the state's intention. I think we discussed last Monday, the state would never ask the ultimate conclusion.
No, that's all good, boo. Enjoy the day. And
based on all this, did he kill his wife? That would never be a question that the state would ask. But we definitely intend to ask questions about statistics, regarding the most lethal time for a victim in an abusive relationship. And so that's the state's position.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton.
I would point out, we've not been given any statistics. We've not been given any evidence.
We asked for it a week ago. Sorry.
I mean, if she's going to start talking about 85% of all people who want to leave their family get murdered.
I didn't hear Ms. Hilton say that. What I heard Ms. Hilton say was the very broad, generic statement that I've heard from, I think, every DV expert ever, which is that the most dangerous time, that there are particular times in a domestic violence cycle that are particularly dangerous, one of them being when someone has attempted to leave.
Wow.
I'm not saying that I'm saying it's admissible right now. I'm just saying I didn't hear her talk about statistics.
She used the word statistics. I didn't make it up. She said that she's going to cite statistics. So I don't know if that meant, in general, it's the most common time, or if she's actually going to testify to 87% or whatever.
The general research, I should say, maybe not statistics, but the general research that the most dangerous time for a victim in an abusive relationship is when they're trying to leave.
Okay.
It sounds like, almost kind of like profile evidence, and it's just
You're fighting
not the
too
way
hard,
someone gets convicted of being the perpetrator. It may be a good, as one lawyer described it recently, a good sword for proving, this is the perpetrator. If this is, it was intentional as opposed to accidental, or a way to defeat a claim of self-defense. Say, you've beaten her up 30 times and you're claiming this is self-defense this time, or it was, suicide, you were trying to take the gun away from her. But he's saying he had nothing to do with it. He had nothing to do with the crime. And yet they're going to use this profile evidence of what other people, based on some similarity, I guess. I mean, I know what she's going to do because she did it the other day with me. You go through the wheel and you say, oh, you don't have to have all these things. You have to have a couple or a few or some number of them. And, we get into this argument where everybody's a domestic abuser, under her theory. If you take the wheel out, wherever I did with it, and start going through it, everybody satisfies. You can go through it and say, there was no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of this, no evidence of that. She says, it doesn't matter.
And that goes to the weight and credibility that a finder of fact should afford to her testimony,
It is
assuming that
unfair.
she's allowed to testify.
It is unfair. It is 403. It is the jury's going to hear she's the most qualified person on the planet to be offering these opinions. And, we're apparently nitpicking over, things that she has studied and the statistics and all that.
Understood, Mr. Samuel. So what I heard from the state is the identification of at least, I think, three instances from which either there is actual testimony of an event like the matter in July that I think led to the TPO, or there are facts from which a reasonable inference for purposes of a preponderance might be drawn that there was some abuse. And so as a result of that, I do believe that the state has made, there are facts that they can ask the expert about. I do want to put one issue to bed, and Mr. Samuel and I discussed it at the pretrial conference last Monday as well, and that is that 404B has been thrown around a little bit, and I think I understand your argument currently to be that it's 403 prejudicial, but the argument that you're making, I still stand by that it is intrinsic to the nature of this relationship, and that is what distinguishes it from this sort of argument that might not fly, that, if Mr. Wolfenbarger, if there was evidence that Mr. Wolfenbarger had abused someone else before, that would exponentially increase the likelihood that he had abused Melissa Wolfenbarger. That's not what we have here. I'm specifically looking at Hughes versus State, which is a 2021 decision of the Supreme Court, talks about similar evidence in terms of an incident where the defendant was alleged to have slashed the tires of the victim, and the defendant ultimately argued that was inadmissible 404, that it was prejudicial, and that it was error to allow it in. And Justice Boggs said it was both intrinsic and evidence of prior difficulties. And so I think it's relevant. I think it's admissible.
Sorry.
And under 403, I don't believe that it is overly prejudicial. Now, having said that, I think we talked about this on Monday as well. I don't think that the state intends to go out on that limb, right, and ask the witness questions like, the ultimate issue and other things. But I did hear a concerning willingness by that victim to walk out onto that ledge all by herself. And so I just want to make sure that you have cautioned your witness to understand the parameters of what's allowable for her to testify to.
I have, but I will again prior to her testimony when she gets into the building.
Understood. The remainder, Mr. Samuel, as I said, your other concerns about the scope of her testimony, the veracity, reliability, et cetera, I think goes to, again, the weight and credibility to be given to her testimony. And so that's going to be my ruling regarding the ability of that witness to testify and to base hypothetical questions on facts that are actually in evidence regarding 2 to 3 either specific instances or facts from which a jury could infer, or a fact finder could infer an abuse.
Can I just ask
Instance.
let's assume you asked the hypothetical questions. Assume 3 incidents and describe them with specificity and accuracy. What is your conclusion? What are we inviting her to conclude? You are dealing with an abuser. And once we've made that finding, Katie barred the door. At that point, we can do anything we want to do once we've identified him as an abuser. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's assume he did it. What is she going to conclude? Is it anything you could do? It wouldn't make a difference if it was 3 or 30. At that point, everything I want to offer as an expert, I can offer.
Ms. Hilton? So I think my understanding and Mr. Samuel's understanding clearly is that this expert would be offered to testify about what an abusive relationship looks like, and how people behave in that relationship. Is that fair?
Yes.
To educate the jury about those issues.
Yes.
Beyond that, Mr. Samuel's question about what actual opinions or conclusions do you expect that this expert will draw regarding this case? Or is she just educating the jury generally about what an abuse relationship looks like?
Generally as to what an abuse relationship looks like, and if there are certain hypothetical facts be consistent with coercion or power and control. So
hypothetical facts for which there's a reasonable factual basis in the trial.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so that is the assent, but she's not coming, we're not asking her any.
Luca, I played the crying baby because that's what the defense sounds like to me. I mean, like, expert witnesses are allowed to give their opinions. I mean, he's fighting this too hard. It was a crying baby because he was acting like a baby. He's acting like a baby. Which is going to be over soon. It was loud. I couldn't hear it. My bad. My apologies. Let me do something. I want to play it right now and you'll tell me what's so comfortable.
Is this domestic violence? It's more if a person brings someone to a neighborhood and they don't have any family there, could that be considered isolation? So things of that nature, factors that one could maybe conclude at some point in time or that we'll be able to discuss, but that's the state's intention.
Mr. Samuel, I understand and imagine that you would not be satisfied with that response.
Well, this is, a few minutes ago is the first time I ever heard of this. There's some theory that part of the whole, maybe as you're describing, intrinsic conduct was moving to Atlanta, to get away from her family, which is what, the other evidence was. But now we're going to have this witness say, oh, if you've moved to Atlanta, to a home that family owns, right?
Right.
I mean, they own this apartment complex, the duplex.
Which are all facts that you can cross-examine the witness about.
But that's the whole point, is she doesn't know any facts. So I got to take her hypotheticals and say, let me pull a few threads on these hypotheticals. How about if you found out that the home to which she moved, was actually a home owned by the family? And she says, no, it doesn't make any difference.
I understand. My ruling still stands, Mr. Samuel. I'm going to let the witness testify. I think that your concerns relate to the weight and credibility that a fact finder should afford to her testimony, beyond the fact that, as I've said a couple of times now on the record, and Ms. Hilton has assured me, is that, we're going to make sure that our hypothetical questions are tied to the facts in this record, even if they're conflicted facts, as long as they've been established by somebody, in this case, number one, and number two, that we're going to make sure that this witness is not expounding in a way that would be problematic in terms of the ultimate issue or offering opinions that there are no facts to back up, even if they're conflicted facts. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, that's my ruling, Mr. Samuel. Anything else that we need to take up before we have the jury back in to conclude the detective's testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, you ready?
I think Mr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fawcett, are you ready? No, I understand. I just was making sure both sides are ready.
I find it interesting how she takes off her robe and she's fanning herself with a big hand fan. I love it. I love that she gets comfortable. Thank you, Joe Schmo. The witnesses only have opinions. There's no absolute ever in an expert witness testimony. Everyone has a degree of uncertainty, and it's I can't say that word when they pretend, infuriating when they pretend that theirs is absolute. I wish I had a good whip noise. That's dead on.
Deputy, can you get our witness back, please? And then we're ready for the jury.
Unintended. What's going on? Why are you saying loud, no sound? Yeah, I know. I wouldn't mind having a good whip. Oh, ignore those? Okay, so is my voice too loud? Is it too soft? You need to tell me court with the ear up, court with the ear down, meaning ear up means it's too loud in the court. Ear down means it's too soft in court. No. Court up means loud needs to be higher, down means lower. Same with me. Ada, then ear thumbs up, ear up, I'm too loud. Whatever. Oh, thank you so much, June. My bad. Yes, we do have these wonderful ear emoji sounds that I created so you guys could know. Let me know when there's a problem with the sound. So if I'm too loud, arrow is up. If I'm too soft, the arrow is good. I love the guy with the ponytail. Nice, clean ponytail, like that one lawyer we saw about a month ago. Wow.
Thank you.
Joe, I don't know what's going on. This is just a today thing. I also know that YouTube has been fluctuating as well. It's not just me. I don't know. So how is the sound now, Joe?
You all please be seated. Detective, I'll just remind you that before we took our lunch break, you were sworn in and that you continue to be under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel, questions for this witness?
Detective Shepard, my name is Don Samuel. I don't believe we've ever met before.
I've met you in passing before.
Second one to say that. You joined the cold case squad in 2020. Did I get that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And when did you pick up Calhoun's reports and start looking at this case?
2021.
Okay. So in 2021, we are essentially 23 years after for example, the first thing you testified about, I think, was the July TPO, right?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously you weren't there then. You didn't have, contemporaneous evidence of what happened on that day, right? You didn't interview any of the witnesses.
That's correct.
That led to the TPO, correct?
Correct.
And when I say TPO, I'm talking about a temporary protective order.
That's correct.
And you introduced some exhibits this morning. Yes, this morning, dealing with that TPO, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what you learned from reading Calhoun's reports and what led you to think the TPO was important was that there was an argument.
Joe, I didn't touch the court volume. I just lowered me a smidge. Just a smidge. I lowered me. I did not bump or touch the court volume at all. See, that's the problem we've been having. And I think it's on their end because this is the crappiest court. And then I used that app that you told me to use, that effect sound, to bring it up. Is it good or bad? I mean, I'm barely, Joe, on my board, I'm moving my only that much and it makes a huge difference. So I have no idea what to do with this because if I don't use the FX sound to bump the court feed, it is so soft you can't hear it. I have my computer, my soundboard, and the FX at maximum volume for y'all to hear this court feed. It is that bad. And then I had to remove certain decibels so y'all could hear it without a bunch of static and air conditioning. And then my volume, it's just not doing well. So I think I'm going to leave it here. But if you're hearing me fine, I'm leaving it here. Bad court feed.
Correct. There was a dispute?
Yes, there was a physical dispute that resulted in Melissa Wolfenbarger's injuries.
That resulted in?
Her injuries.
Okay. Did you interview someone named Perone who was involved in that?
No, I never got a chance to interview Mr. Perone.
Okay. And did you talk to the law enforcement officer who went to the scene, whose name is Sutton, I believe?
No, every officer during that time, by the time I received the case, pretty much retired. But I was referring to his actual police reports that were documented.
Well, he came here. It wasn't that hard to find him. He came here and testified. Did you ever talk to him?
No, sir, I never was able.
I'm not touching anything, I promise. It's on them.
Able to talk to officers.
Were you aware that he said he never saw any bruises on her back?
Only thing I had to refer to is it wasn't the actual police report that he documented when the incident occurred.
Right. Well, he didn't document what he saw. And when he testified, he said, I didn't lift up her shirt or look at anything on her back. I didn't see any. In fact, he said she had some bruises on her legs.
To counsel testifying.
I'm cross-examining him.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the objection.
I have no direct knowledge to his testimony when he testified in here.
So if in fact his testimony is different than what you said this morning, obviously you don't question his credibility when he came here and testified under oath.
I think Officer Sutton will have to be the one to speak on that. As far as his credibility, I can refer to the documents that were documented in the official police report.
Okay. And do you know from the official police report whether the officer or anybody interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger that night?
Not sure. I don't have any reports that stating that either.
Or Mr. Perone that night?
There are no police reports that's documenting that.
Okay. So you have Sutton's police report, which is inconsistent with the testimony he gave to the jury, and that's it as far as what led to the temporary protective order.
Again, I can't testify to Officer Sutton's testimony that he testified in here. Only thing I have to go by is what he documented in his police report.
Okay. All right. Now, as a result of whatever happened that day in July something like 22nd, right, 1998, Ms. Wolfenbarger was encouraged to take out a TPO, correct?
Yes, after she was assaulted and dragged by Christopher Wolfenbarger and received the injuries. Usually when there's a domestic dispute, we always refer to the victim in that domestic. That's an option that they can go and seek as a temporary protective order for further protection.
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes,
when
sir.
I ask you a question, you can answer yes or no. Okay?
Cool. Okay.
All right?
Yes, sir.
If you think it's a deceptive answer and you need to explain it, that's fine. But you don't know what happened that night. You just know what's in the police report, right?
Correct. The only thing I know is what's documented in the police
That
report.
was a yes or no.
By the way, did you even try to find Officer Sutton?
I have the official police reports that I can refer to, and that's usually what happens. A lot of cold cases, we don't reach out to those the officers that officially responded to the first scene. We go by the police reports.
Okay. So at any rate, it was customary to refer Ms. Wolfenbarger to get a TPO, correct? A temporary protective order.
Yes, sir. Anytime there's a domestic dispute and the victim of that domestic dispute.
Sir, I just asked you a yes/no question. She was referred to get a TPO, correct?
Yes, she was correct.
You want to make a speech every time I ask you a question, or just say yes or no if you can, all right?
Objection, argument.
Are you asking me, sir?
Not really. So she takes out a TPO on what day?
We have to refer to the actual document again if we want to get the exact date.
Sidebar. No evidence. I do not like the way he's badgering this guy.
Thank you.
He's always an ass.
Some of those are not in evidence in full, you may remember, but you have the date that the TPO is taken out.
As soon as I find a TPO, I can give you the exact date.
No, he did not, Joe. He did not. And why the other attorneys are not objecting to his behavior is beyond me.
It looks like it was July 2nd, 1998. July 22nd, I'm sorry.
22nd, okay.
Correct.
And then what a TPO does is, that's just ask the court to set down a hearing, correct?
But TPO is, again,
So, Joe, just so you know, because you weren't here before, the other attorneys, all other attorneys have said, may we approach, Your Honor? They approached. One lady went up 4 or 5 times. And so she goes, you only have to ask once per witness. But this guy never asked. He's a pompous ass.
another form of documentation along with the police report where they documented through the court that this person that's filing the TPO needs protection from the person that they're trying to get protection from.
Right. But it has to be followed very quickly by a court hearing, correct?
Well, that depends on the court.
Okay.
But once it's filed and it's enacted, we have a court hearing, they're served, and at that point they're served with that temporary protective order. They have strict orders not to violate that temporary protective order.
How long did the TPO in this case exist before they went to court for the first time?
Do you have the documents? Okay. Was dismissed on July 29th, 1998.
So about 1 week later. Correct?
According to the documents, that's correct.
You have the rule nisi there?
Down.
I do.
Okay. Rule nisi is just a Latin term that lawyers use to say, come to court, right? Show cause, come to court.
Okay.
Right?
I don't speak Latin, but I'm assuming if you're saying that, that's correct.
I appreciate your confidence in me. So they go to court and the TPO is dismissed, correct?
That is correct.
And that doesn't happen without a judge sitting on the bench, correct?
Correct. And usually when it's dismissed, one of the parties are not showing up. Just like when any court case, when the party doesn't show up, it's dismissed.
But every party's here for this. For the TPO dismissal, everybody's in court.
Okay.
And in fact, were you aware from talking to people that the judge encouraged them to talk to each other? They talked to each other, and then the judge dismissed the TPO.
I'm not surprised in court hearings.
I didn't ask if you were surprised. I asked, are you aware that that's what happened?
I'm not aware.
I agree, Joe.
Well, did you ever interview anybody about what happened in that court proceeding?
It's pertaining to the TPO?
Yes.
No, sir. The TPO is not related. It's not part of my murder investigation. It documents of first form of interaction that documents the domestic violence between Christopher Wolfenbarger and Melissa. As far as a homicide investigation, it's not relevant going to the homicide. So there was no reason for you to follow up for it pertaining to this domestic.
Well,
Or his Vienna
are
sausage.
you saying that all the domestic things involved in July 1998 has nothing to do with the investigation of the homicide? I
The
mean,
July 1998 incident is very critical, and it documents and it landmarks a tumultuous relationship between Christopher and Melissa. So it is very important.
you just said it's not relevant. I'm confused between your last two answers. You said you didn't follow up anything about the background of it, anything about what happened in court, anything about any of that, because it's not relevant to the homicide. But then you say it's the landmark most important thing.
That is correct. So when you document an incident domestic, it's documented. It's a homicide investigation. We continue with our homicide investigation. We have reliability when we refer to the police reports, which is official documents. That's documented in time. There's no need for me to follow up on the domestic side because we have it clearly documented in the police reports. My investigation continues from the homicide on.
You don't disagree, though, that even the document shows that the judge approved the dismissal of the TPO. The judge signs it.
And these are legal documents, and I definitely approve of it.
Okay.
We think it works.
You then talked about having interviewed Mr. Wolfenbarger in, the first time was in 2021. So now we're 23 years later after the TPO. 23 years after the TPO, you interview him on May 5th. And I think we listened to that tape, correct?
Correct.
2021.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have anything else at this point between then and 2021, right?
As far as that pertains to what?
Your direct contact.
No, that's the first time I came in contact with Chris.
Okay.
That's correct.
And you meet with him and you talked to him and you said it was a voluntary meeting, correct?
Yes, it was in his home, in his living room.
Right. So there was no coercion, no handcuffs. You didn't threaten him, but he voluntarily welcomed you in, gave you a seat at the table, sat down and talked with you.
Correct.
Totally
custodial.
Totally voluntary.
Correct.
Totally cooperative.
Correct.
Okay. And when you were done with that interview, you packed up your tape recorder and you left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you're continuing to review Calhoun's reports during this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We're letting it go. Let it go.
In that
Go.
tape that we heard this morning,
Wanna touch it anymore?
Mr. Wolfenbarger told you about a rocky relationship that he had. In part, he attributes it, or perhaps in large part, he attributes it to Melissa Wolfenbarger's parents, correct?
I don't know if he attributes the rockiness to the parents, but he did admit to having a rocky relationship. I don't know how he would attribute it to his parents.
Not his parents.
Her parents. Correct.
Her parents.
Correct.
You don't think he was attributing it to that?
No, I'm pretty sure he was not attributing to that. I did not interpret that as his parents being, or her parents being a reason why they have a rocky relationship. That's solely between those two.
But clearly he didn't get along with her parents.
He stated that. That's correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, that wouldn't come as a surprise, would it?
I'm not surprised if anybody's in a tumultuous, rocky, violent relationship. I haven't seen a couple that's had a good relationship with any parents involved in that.
Well, but that's not what I'm talking about here. Here I'm talking about the fact that his in-laws had murdered 5 people. Do you have in-laws? Are you married? Can you imagine your wife's parents killed 5 people, threw them in a river?
Hang on.
To the form of the question, it's improper, Judge. I would ask that the jury instructed disregard the form of the question.
I'll withdraw it. But it doesn't, can I withdraw it?
You can withdraw it.
Does it shock you that someone would say they have a rocky relationship with their in-laws, given what you know are the facts of this case?
I've been doing this job almost a quarter century. I talk to murderers and deal with murders on a daily basis. People from murderers' families. That has nothing to do with what they have to do in their relationship. People can't help who they're related to. Their relationship was their relationship, had nothing to do with their parents.
Okay. So you don't find it surprising that he had a difficult time relating to the family, to the parents who had committed 5 murders, thrown them in a river. There was a baby who died in their home and convicted of concealing the death. None of those things.
Objection to none of that came out in the form of evidence during the course of this trial. The counsels have interjected things that are not in evidence and asking questions based on things that aren't in fact. I'd ask that the court instruct counsel not to do that.
Good
Mr. Chairman?
objection.
I don't think that's accurate.
Very good objection.
I think I've heard the 2 things that you specifically referred to. I've heard testimony about them in this trial, so I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead.
But your position is, it's like Tolstoy said, every unhappy family is unhappy in their own way, right?
So
It's just another unhappy family.
Not every family
So
is.
because Melissa was from this type of family, that gave her permission to be victim of a domestic violence? I don't think so.
That rhetorical question doesn't answer my question.
Again, because she was a victim of her family and their wrongdoings does not give Christopher or anybody a right to place her in an abusive relationship. So
I'm going to ask you to stop the answer because my question had nothing to do with whether Mr. Wolfenbarger had the right.
Your question was an asinine question, and he's trying to give an answer that is going to salvage your dumb ass question.
To do anything. And he denies doing anything. So your answer to that, you can give a closing argument if you want, tell the lawyers to go home. Otherwise, I'd ask you to answer my questions.
Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yes. His in-laws were serial killers, right? And were throwing family members they were killing, throwing their bodies in the river. Melissa's sister had a baby who died at birth and was thrown in the hamper. And your only answer to me is that doesn't give Chris a right to do something?
Absolutely. Christopher does not have a right to abuse Melissa based off of her family history. That is correct.
What makes you think that he was using that as a right?
I'm just basing this off your argument that you're making right now, sir.
I have never said he had a right to do anything. And as I just said, he denies doing anything.
Are you asking me a question?
You're arguing with him. You're not asking him questions. You are arguing.
When was the next time you interviewed Chris?
I have it documented
Objection, Your Honor. The lawyer is testifying.
in my reports.
When's the next time you interviewed him?
Can we refer to my reports, the exact date?
You have your reports up there?
No, sir. These are the exhibits that you left.
Okay. Did you interview him again in February of 2023?
Is that documented in my report?
It's documented in my notes.
As soon as I can confirm it's documented in my report, then.
Yeah, those reports.
Yes.
Do you know exactly what page this documentation is going to be in my reports?
Detective Shepard, you testified this morning about the different interviews you have. You didn't require counsel to give you page numbers.
Well, if we were going to refer to dates, then I would like that the notes that you took from my case file, if you can give me the exact date so I can refer to it.
I just told you the date was February 2023.
Okay, on my page in my notes, can you give me the page?
Forget it.
Okay.
We'll move to a different topic. Are you familiar with the circumstances of Melissa and Chris Wolfenbarger moving to
Hey, Joe, you want to come on this live with me? I'll invite you in. Let's have some fun.
To Atlanta.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Do you know when they moved to Atlanta?
No, sir, I do
Do
not.
you know where they lived when they moved to Atlanta?
They stayed off of Brookline.
Okay. Do you know who owned that property?
I believe Christopher's mother owned that property.
Okay. And had they been to Atlanta before or in the Atlanta area before that?
I'm not sure.
And did Melissa end up having a series of jobs working at Waffle House when she was in Atlanta?
Correct.
And had friends, correct?
Correct.
Come join me, Joe.
And you know that from talking to some of the friends, correct? And talking to people at the Waffle House, correct?
Correct. Then also Christopher's statement was that she worked
I'm going to have to go to the San Antonio Waffle House now.
at the Waffle House and had friends at the Waffle House.
Right. And she wasn't isolated in Atlanta, was she?
I'm not going to say isolated, but there was some, according to the reports that documented that they didn't always see her, but they always saw Christopher. She was always.
Who's the they in that sentence?
Some of the witnesses that was interviewed and that's documented in the case file.
Didn't Miss Cooley talk about how they would play all the time? She'd see Chris all the time?
I'm sorry, you say Miss Cooley?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with a Miss Cooley.
Okay. Did you read Calhoun's reports?
I did.
Did you read them before you came into court here?
Yes, sir, but I'm not familiar with a Miss Cooley.
Okay. How many times did you talk to the folks at the glass company?
In person, I was able to interview them one time.
Okay. And did you determine from talking to Mr. Brock that ultimately Chris was let go because of a car accident involving one of the company's trucks?
Yes, also the saw that he borrowed.
Is that a yes or a no?
Yes, he also borrowed a saw that he never returned.
He borrowed a saw that he never returned.
Those were their words, correct, that he never returned the saw.
Okay. Those weren't your words this morning. Are you aware of that?
Correct. The Brooks, Mr. Brooks, they said that Mr. Brock, thank you, that he borrowed the saw along with some type of violation that he did with the vehicle. They couldn't prove that he stole the saw, but they let him go as a result.
You talked about talking with Thomas Dixon, right?
That is correct.
Okay. He'd spent, 10 years in prison between the time of 99, 2000 and the time you met with him, right?
Yes, he was in and out of prison. At that time, he was currently getting his life together. So that is correct.
And then you talked about the time of Chris's arrest, right?
Correct. Yes.
And you said that he was not cooperative at the time of his arrest, correct?
That is correct. He hid in the cupboard that he built inside of his home, and it took, I believe, fugitive about 30 minutes or plus to find him.
Yeah. He had met with Calhoun how many times? Voluntarily meeting with Calhoun?
It's more than one time.
How many times did he meet with Detective Stott, who was here this morning, voluntarily, either went to his police department or met with him and was fully cooperative with him?
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay. You haven't read his reports?
I have no direct knowledge of Detective Stott or his interactions with Christopher.
Okay, but my question was, have you read his reports?
No, and I don't have any firsthand knowledge of his interactions with Christopher.
Okay. What about Calhoun's reports?
Correct. Yes, I have.
And Mr. Wolfenbarger's cooperation with him?
Yes, yes. Spoke with him multiple times. There is one time that he met with Detective Calhoun, and Detective Calhoun advised that he stole a search warrant that he had. He had to go back and get it from Christopher. That was one interaction that he had with Christopher. So I wouldn't categorize or describe his whole interactions as cooperative.
At the time of his arrest, how many law enforcement officers went to his house?
You have to refer to the fugitive report, and they should have a list of every law enforcement officer that was assisted in that arrest.
Do you know how many people went to the house?
Offhand, I do not know, but usually when you're trying to apprehend a fugitive for murder, there's going to be a great number of law enforcement.
So if Detective O'Hare was in here yesterday or 2 days ago and said there were 30 officers who went to the house, you wouldn't question that, would you?
That sounds about right. And it's always a tactical safe play or a way to apprehend a fugitive that's wanted for murder.
Said most of them were armed with assault weapons.
That sounds about right, correct.
And helmets and gear and flak jackets and all of that, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And used a battering ram to get into the. Well, I'm going to ask you, did they use a battering ram to
I
get
have
in?
no direct knowledge on how they made entry into the house. From what I do believe, I do understand that his wife, or at the time what was described as wife, answered the door and she lied and said he wasn't there. And then they was able to make entry and find him. I don't have any knowledge of a ram being used.
Okay. But that is inconsistent with all the cooperation he showed you and Calhoun and Stott over the course of 20 years of answering all your questions, meeting with you, coming to your office, correct?
Incorrect. Whenever you're trying to apprehend a fugitive wanted for a violent crime, which is murder, then you're going to go in the most tactical force used, and that's to ensure the safety on both sides of law enforcement and the civilians that we're trying to obtain.
Yeah, I wasn't meaning to say that the officers were doing anything wrong. I was going to say, if he was uncooperative at that time, it was inconsistent with all the cooperation he had shown you and Stott and Calhoun and Kelly, anybody else who he'd been interviewed by with over the years.
So based on the way you framed your question, inconsistent mean that he hid in the cupboard, and he did not hide when we went to go talk to him, but he did hide when they arrived for his arrest. That's correct. He did hide, and when that arrest happened, and he did speak with us in person.
Yeah, and he had voluntarily given pubic hair to Calhoun.
Ew.
Correct.
He had voluntarily given other hair samples at other times he was requested, correct?
Correct, and also.
My question was just a yes or no. He also gave DNA evidence when requested, correct? Buccal swabs.
That is correct.
He also, there was the luminol was used in his house, correct?
Correct. 3 years after the incident, though, and the house had been remodeled. So
and all those were done in a cooperative manner. Some you had to get a search warrant for, but others he did in a cooperative manner.
So the last incident that you're referring to is the luminol. A search warrant had to be obtained. So I don't know. I don't have any direct knowledge of interaction at that time that Christopher had with the detectives performing that search warrant.
Well, he wasn't even living there when the luminol was given out.
Okay, so that answers the question. He did.
And also during the course of the questioning by Mr. Fawcett here, you repeatedly talked about things that you found important, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find it important that the pubic hair that he gave to the officers and that was tested was not shown to be consistent with what was found in the bags?
All DNA is important, but also I had to keep in mind that this case was older. Also, I got to keep in mind that the condition of the body parts that were found, and also over time, those things fade. So we're going to do it just to check the boxes and make sure we're going to cross our T's and dot our I's. But also in the back of my mind, I do know that the DNA was going to be compromised because it was compromised.
But the pubic hair was analyzed and was found to be not consistent with what was found in the bag.
So the way I remember the report saying it was dissimilar, and also pubic hairs and hairs degrade over time, and that's the way the report read. By the time this particular item was tested, years had passed it. So over time, DNA does degrade, and pubic hairs and DNA items such as that will degrade.
And you know from the other officer who was with you earlier today and sitting outside that he had done DNA from what was found on the bag, and all of that came back negative.
Are you referring to Detective Stein?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Detective Stein and myself, we did work on this case earlier, and he was definitely a big part of collecting that DNA for.
Matt, is that thunder? Holy smack. It must be loud if I'm hearing it. Did y'all hear that? Wow. Oh my gosh, y'all, look what just popped up here. Look what just popped up here for us. Oh my gosh, that wasn't here earlier. Look. Watch. Wow. We gonna get rain. Hey guys, every time it rains, the Lewis Hayes Park, Joe, the bridge at Lewis Hayes Park floods halfway, like a football field length over. Every time it rains now, the water, everything is so different. It's weird where it's flooding. We're trying to, it's weird.
Further tested.
And it came back as not being consistent with Mr. Wolfenbarger's DNA.
That's correct.
Okay. And you know about the paint chips that were found inside the bag that didn't match anything in the house.
That's correct. But also at the time when they did serve the search warrant at the house had been remodeled. That particular area had been remodeled. So it was not gonna be uncommon that those paint chips were gonna be dissimilar to one another.
Right. So do I gather that all the evidence that exonerates him, that shows that he's not the person who perpetrated the crime, you consider to be insignificant?
That's incorrect. If you're referring to just physical evidence in that manner, no, but you still have other evidence that goes in line and testimonies that go in line with this case.
I'm just asking about the physical evidence. You downplay the significance of all of that, don't you?
Can never downplay physical evidence. Physical evidence is important, but what you have to keep in mind that over time, physical evidence degrades. And this case is a prime example of that.
You know that cadaver dogs were sent out to the house, correct?
Okay, I heard of an incident. I don't have any direct knowledge of cadaver dogs or APD using any cadaver dogs.
Okay. There's no evidence of, first of all, there was no saw found in the house or in the house where he was arrested years later, correct?
No, the only reference to a saw is when Christopher admitted that he was in possession of, or he was accused of being in possession of while he was let go from his job.
Right.
Can y'all hear it? Jeez, I could feel the vibration on my ears.
There's no evidence where the dismemberment occurred.
Absolutely. There's no evidence where it could have occurred anywhere.
If we're in that red, wow.
When you were questioning Chris in the 2021 that we listened to, you asked him to say who he thought had killed his wife, correct?
I believe we asked him what did he think happened.
Right. And he responded, of course, he initially said the family, correct? Her family, her parents.
Correct. He wanted.
And then he said, he then said, but listen, I'm just speculating.
Where do you live? And Angela, I forgot.
Correct.
Well, we have to go in order. If to answer the question, he pointed all the blame to the father and the family. And what he's referring to when he's saying speculating, he's speculating on different parts of the interview and different parts of the statement that he made.
Yeah. 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
It's bad, y'all. Real bad. I'm feeling it in my ears and I don't hear rain and stuff. It's strong.
Detective Shepard, you were testifying as to the
We're gonna flood.
collection of DNA and the degradation of DNA over time. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you have an opportunity to view the conditions of that the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger were located in,
Yes, I did.
and photographs and the actual scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive any indication in your reports of any weather conditions that would have existed during around the time that her remains were discovered?
Yes, it was a heavy downpour, a lot of rain in the area.
And is there, in your investigation, have you worked cases where you've been able to successfully collect the presence of DNA?
It's a crap shot. Sometimes I may not. In this particular case, when the particular items that we're referring to that get the DNA when it's compromised, like her body parts was in, like you might as well say, like a soup in those bags, definitely know they're going to be compromised.
You say like a soup. What do you mean by that?
So when it's in a plastic bag, there's a lot of rain. It was in a junkyard. It's a lot of areas, so it's a lot of other things that can come into contact with her remains of compromise, along with a natural weather event like rain.
And we're talking about the time period of April through June. Is that a period of time you would consider to be a particularly hot or particularly cold period of time?
That's a time of the year that when the seasons are changing, we usually get a lot of rain. In Georgia and Atlanta, that's the time when the weather started changing, the trees started blooming. So yes, we're going to get a lot of rain during that time.
All right. And also heat, does that have an impact on the ability to collect DNA samples?
It does, but that's not going to stop us from trying to collect them.
All right. Now, you testified as to information you received specifically as it relates to any FBI determinations as to the quality or degradation of hair that you would have that would have been in connection with this case. Do you recall when those reports would have been created?
Yes, I have it documented in the report. I believe her name was Dr. Cornsberry.
Okay. And did you have a copy of Dr. Cornsberg's report in your in discovery?
Yes.
Do you recall that date offhand?
Not offhand, no, I do not.
If you were to review a copy of her report, would that refresh your recollection as to that report?
Yes, it will.
You can do that to yourself.
Yes.
All right. After having reviewed that, is your recollection refreshes to the date of the report?
Sorry. Yes, the date of the report is October 30th, 2007.
And is that when the police department received information about the quality of samples that you were going to either make a decision about further testing?
Correct.
And based on the information about the quality of the hair sample, was it either Calhoun's decision or your decision to send off for additional testing based off that information that you received?
Detective Calhoun's.
Okay. But ultimately, when you reviewed the case, you decided your decision was the same as Calhoun. Is that safe to say?
Correct.
And in connection with your interview of the defendant in 2021, had you previously either spoken to Detective Calhoun and or viewed any statements that the defendant made with Calhoun?
Yes.
And were those statements important for comparing and contrasting any similarities and differences between those two statements?
Yes.
And if you found, I guess, things that you viewed as being dissimilar, would that have been significant in your investigation?
Yes.
In particular, questions related to when the last time would have been that Christopher Wolfenbarger would have observed Melissa alive. Specifically that question. You recall asking the defendant that question in 21?
Yes, it gave conflicting answers. One answer was that he dropped her off and she just walked away. The next time he said that they went to Taco Bell and then he dropped her at a train station.
Okay. And I want to refer you to a previously admitted exhibit. I believe it's 73. Okay, Your Honor, with the court's permission, this exhibit 73, which has been tendered into evidence, I'd ask the court's permission to play portions 24-20 through 29. Can you tell me what 73 is? It is the interview with Detective Scott.
Connected to DHCPL 540039F10.
Hang on just one second. Can y'all come here?
I'm not liking this guy at all. Yes, I saw that. We were going to talk about that, Angela. Yes, Sarah Grace Patrick has been denied her bond. The teen was charged with the regime of her mother and stepfather. Both were found with lead shooter wounds in the head. She is in custody since the arrest. We always look at it. Our problem is timing between other cases, so we have to sometimes pick and choose. But it doesn't mean I can't do a deep dive into it sometimes.
I can't even say the year she disappeared. I've been sitting there, I don't know if it's 98, 99. I 2000, I was listening to that, so give me 2000. But whatever year that they're saying that they seen her, I know I seen her like in early March or April of the next year. That was the last time I've seen her. That's November of 98 is what they're saying. That's the Thanksgiving. Right. And then so end of the next year, 99, early 99, March, April, somewhere near what you think you ran into her. And he's probably more familiar with the area than I am, but said it was already. She was walking from like the Martin train station, up from Brookline. Is that right? Right there on the Lee Street. And y'all went to a Taco Bell in the area, there and talked a little bit, and what happened? Walk off runway, and I dropped off at the train station. Yes, so you were driving. What kind of music you had? I had I want to say it's a tan color Chevy Capri, like a brown color. I mean, I can't be certain of that because I had got off of many cars, but I believe that's what I dropped at the time. You drove off the train station. Shortly there, I went to live with my cousin, Union City. The house over on Woodline, is that a rental property? I mean, y'all rented that, or you doing that? My girlfriend sold that one, the one across the street. They only the entire time that you were there.
I can't walk in
You know, when you moved out.
You had as to
There's nothing.
an obstruction of a search warrant, is that correct?
Correct. Regarding to Detective Calhoun?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall what the nature of what law enforcement or Detective Calhoun was attempting to retrieve with that search warrant?
Some DNA.
Okay. And your testimony is that there was an obstruction charge related to destroying that search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, he stole a search warrant and then destroyed it.
You also testified as to the level of cooperation when you arrived at the defendant's residence when law enforcement arrived to effect the arrest warrant. I believe you testified that the female was dishonest about his whereabouts when law enforcement arrived. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
And did you ultimately find the defendant at the residence where that female was dishonest?
Yes, they found him in a makeshift hole in the wall that he had behind an appliance.
And you were also testifying as to the protective order and the request for dismissal. Did it come up in your investigation that on that July 29th date, Melissa Wolfenbarger's children went back with the defendant's mother, Kathy Wolfenbarger?
Yes, and around that same time frame, correct.
Did you factor in, during your course of investigation, did you also know that Kathy Wolfenbarger had custody of Melissa Wolfenbarger's children?
Yes.
And did that factor into any consideration you had as to Melissa's ability to leave the relationship?
It did, and it factored in a great deal.
What do you mean by that?
So it's pretty odd that a mother would give up her children, but it also makes it really hard in the domestic situation, a violent, tumultuous domestic situation, for them to leave when the person that's responsible for that domestic abuse parent is in charge of your children.
It's quiet.
Okay.
The rain's passing.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Seamer.
Something when you just began the redirect examination here about the weather when the skull was found.
Correct.
What was the weather that you think it was?
There were reports of the weather inside the case file during that time frame when she went missing. In the time frame, the first body part was discovered, which is her head. There was rain.
How did you just describe that rain to Mr. Fawcett?
Well, there was a downpour multiple times during that time period.
Okay, can I show you Mr. Calhoun's report?
Sure. Intermittent mist.
Intermittent mist?
Overcast, correct.
Intermittent mist is the same as a downpour?
So as we know, when it rains, it's not constantly raining as a downpour constantly, unless it's some type of hurricane or something like that in the area. I don't recall a hurricane or anything like that type of weather event at the time that report was made. So it's not unusual for it to be misting at that time, especially after a rain.
But you weren't there. You're just going by Calhoun's reports, right?
Correct.
So you're answering Mr. Fawcett's question saying it was a downpour, but all you have is Calhoun's report that said it was misting.
Correct. As homicide detectives, that's why reports are very important. They document the incident. That's all we have to go on. Like a police report is a legal document, and we refer to those documents.
Can I approach?
Yes.
You
don't have to ask again.
The National Climate Center reports about rainfall.
Okay.
How much rain was there in April of that year?
I'm not a meteorologist, and I don't feel comfortable interpreting this weather report.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender this as evidence.
Mr. Fawcett,
No objection.
what is going to be the exhibit designation?
What number are we up to?
10.
D10. D10 is admitted.
Thank you. The right-hand column is the total rainfall for the month. The For the month, what was the total rate on April?
Can you point to okay, the item that you have circled,
Is the total
that's what you're saying? Okay, the item that you have,
For that day.
that day? Sorry.
okay, item that you have circled is 0.27. What type of measurement is this though? Is this in inches, millimeters? Well, that's why I don't feel comfortable trying to interpret this.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what made you tell ADA Fawcett that it was a downpour, when in fact you have no evidence to support that? The scientific evidence doesn't support it, and Calhoun's report doesn't support it.
Based off the documentation from the reports and interviewing and talking to Detective Calhoun, that's the information that I gathered.
Well, we just showed you the report. It said it was misting. Didn't say anything about it downpour.
The report is missed, and that's what Detective Calhoun documented in his report, with actually being present on the scene. For those 3 months, there's not a documentation of that. So in those 3 months, I don't think there was a drought during those 3 months. So it definitely rained, but he documented a misting on the crime scene.
So if we bring Calhoun back, he's going to reaffirm what he told you, that it was downpours that month?
If you bring Detective Calhoun back, I can't speak on what he's gonna say. We can only go off the reports and things that are documented.
The difference in time between these inconsistent statements by Mr. Wolfenbarger about the last time he saw Melissa was how many years?
Which incident are you referring to?
What you just answered, Mr. Fawcett, on redirect.
Can you be specific, please?
There were 2 different interviews he gave. You said it was significant that they were inconsistent about the last time he saw Ms. Wolfenbarger.
Okay, so the first interview was when Detective Calhoun came in contact with the case in 2003. I interviewed Christopher in 2021.
So over the course of 18 years, the first time he said it was the end of 99, correct? The end of 98. And when he talked to you, he said it's the other way around. When he talked the first time, he said it was March or April of 98. And with you, he said, let me start over. He said it was March or April of 99 when he talked to the first officer. And he said it was the end of 98 when he talked to you, correct?
Correct, but truth is going to be consistent. It doesn't matter how much time passed. If you're telling the truth, that's going to be consistent.
Okay.
So when we hear inconsistencies, that's a red flag. Only lies become inconsistent. Truth stays consistent no matter when it's told.
Okay. Even with an 18-year memory lapse between the two.
Absolutely.
You remember where you were 18 years ago?
I do.
On this date 18 years ago?
Not on this specific day, but this specific year and this month, I do. I can't tell you exactly where I was.
Okay. All right. And were the same questions asked of him about location on those 2 different events, 2 different times?
Yeah, I'm not liking this guy.
The first time when it was Stott who was interviewing him, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And did he say what street he remembered last seeing her?
Can we?
He was asked about the last time you saw him on.
Are you referring
Lee
to the
Street?
statement that he made to Detective Stott?
Yes.
All right, we replay it? I'm not familiar with the
I'm not
interview
gonna
with
replay it.
Detective Stott.
Do you know today, sitting here, whether the 2 statements asked him the last time he saw her at the same location as opposed to at different locations?
I have no direct knowledge to Detective Stott. I haven't spoken with Detective Stott. The detective that was primary had this case before me is Detective Calhoun.
Okay, but just a minute ago, for ADF Rosette, you said the 2 inconsistencies were dramatically important to you.
Yes, every inconsistency is important, especially during a homicide investigation.
But if the 2 questions are different, then they're not inconsistent, right?
That's incorrect. You can ask a question in many different ways and the truth is going to stay the same. We find consistency. That's what we do as detectives, as homicide detectives. We talk to all type of people that lies all the time. There's one thing that's going to be consistent is the truth. So we look for consistency. When there's inconsistency, there's lies.
So if the first time he's asked, when's the last time you saw her, on Lee Street? And the second time, when's the last time you saw her on a different street? If it's different times, you'd say that's an inconsistency.
I would say if it's the truth, it will be consistent.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Fassett, anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. You are
Yes, ma'am.
excused.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Hallelujah.
Statement calls next witness.
Your Honor, we'd asked to call Dr. Hopple, but I think we need to have her patch into the Zoom.
Has she already done so? No, we have to let her in, but has she already attempted?
Okay, I think we told her to stay. All right, so.
Well, she wouldn't be able to because we won't let her in, but that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some technical stuff we have to take care of for just a minute, so I'm going to excuse you to just grab a quick cup of coffee or whatever, just hopefully for about 5 minutes or so. We'll get you back in here as quick as we can.
Oh, dear Lord. Nope. It has to be so bad that, I mean, it has to be extreme. The other side has to object. Your Honor, can you instruct the attorney not to badger the witness? Not their
The
job.
jury's clear. I apologize. I didn't realize that she was the immediate next witness. I would have been more clear to tell her to go ahead and log into the Zoom because she would have just stayed in the waiting room until my staff let her in.
If I'm more than the witness.
But now we know.
I hear about these things, but I don't want to follow those. I'm trying to balance. I'll follow a couple kitty cases a year, but there's just getting to be too many. He's got a nice wheelchair for a man who's in jail. No, maybe not. Compared to mine, it's not.
Mr. Wolfenbarger,
Yes,
say
absolutely.
step out, but I
Yeah,
think you
if
know
he
what I
needs to
mean.
take a comfort.
We're on a short break on both courts. The court for, this is what we got for the Donna Adelson court. Oh, it poured down rain, y'all. We had some rain. Had a lot of rain. Our parking lot's flooded. Yeah, the statement is suspicious. Usually some remember things differently with more details as time goes on. I would be worried if someone had the exact story every time. With no inconsistency fake. Well, it depends on how big the story is, and it depends on, like if someone asked me back in 2007, what did you do that morning? I can tell you very well what I did that morning and what time. That has not changed over the years at all. But that's the day my husband, we had our house served with a search warrant and all that. So that was a real traumatic thing. And I still remember it like clockwork. I wish I didn't, but I do. But some people can remember things a long time. I can. But it just depends on what it is. I think I'm on the fence with you on that, SP Mama 444. Yeah, there are too many kids doing the unthinkable, and at this point, I'm really just kind of like, yeah. Nicholas Casotis, yeah, AKM Jim McIntyre. Uh-huh. That was my son, if you heard that. He's joshing with somebody. And somebody asked, what am I drinking? I drink two things. I drink the Paradise Punch Beauty Boost from Bellamy. It's got collagen and it's hydrating and it's really good. Has a little appetite suppressant in it. Or I drink liquid IV. Sometimes I mix the two. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, that was bad. I understand. We all good, Joe Schmo. This is what I'm looking at. It's just now passing us. There's my. So the worst is passing us, but this is concerning me here. There's a nice pocket of hail, kind of between Bandera and Medina. Yeah, kind of a nice squall line look of Bandera. They got a really nice. Thank God there's not a hook to that, or I'd be worried about this one. I'd be worried about that right there. That right there. I would be worried about that if there was a hook in it, but there's no hook in it. Let me do velocity play. Well, maybe there is a little hook. It's not fully circling, but that there, no, that's not going to be anything. No, we're good. So we're all good. The river will definitely be flooded. Jury selection has been very quiet. They have 50 people that they're seeing one after another, after another, after another. I don't have any updates. Let me go here. Let me refresh and see what I can find. Hold on a minute. Seems I'm getting an interesting call. Sorry about that. They're a little eager to confirm my eye appointment on the 2nd. I'm like, what? On the 2nd? Are you kidding me? You're calling me already? Why is my mom? Oh yeah, here it is, June. Yeah. Someone from Corpus Christi called me.
Everybody's calling me, and I don't want to talk to them. Don't want to talkie. No talkie.
Sal Mercogliano, welcome to this episode. Motor vessel Dolly accident. We had the motor vessel Everfolk 640 is there. Marine One is right after her. And then she has a phalanx of tugs with her. George, you have several other boats. Coast Guard 45640 is there. Marine One is right after her. And then she has a phalanx of tugs with her. George James Moran with her. The Bridget McAllister, the Vicky McAllister, the John R. Fraser, Isabella McAllister, and the Classy Lady. So she is with a phalanx of ships, making sure that nothing can go wrong at the time. Images show the fire is out. It was a very quick fire. It was a flash. And what we think it is potentially one of two things. On a bulk carrier like this, it is probably either a gas explosion, a vapor gas explosion, or a dust explosion. If we go back and look at her track, she came out of the port of Baltimore, specifically out of Curtis Bay. You'll see here at the berth at Curtis Bay, this is the CSX coal terminal right here. Now, this is not actually W Sapphire in here. This is just a Google snapshot, but this is the coal pier right here. See the coal pile and then the elevators that bring the coal out and then load. So you load coal down into each of these hatches on the vessel. This is why she's called a bulk carrier, because she carries ore and other material in bulk. Here's the information from Marine Traffic on the vessel. W Sapphire is a bulk carrier built back in 2012, 13 years ago, sailing under the flag of Liberia, 81,681 tons. Current draft is reported to be 14 meters. That is equal to 45 feet. Her overall length is 229 meters. That is 751 feet. The Port of Baltimore is dredged down to 50 feet. So these are very deeply laden vessels that are coming out. The ship was sailing from Baltimore for Port Louis in Mauritius. Mauritius is an island located out in the southern Indian Ocean. Here's our port calls going back since June. American ports up until roughly around July, and then made a run over to Morocco, then a stop over at Las Palmas, and now here in the Port of Baltimore. Her beneficial owner is showing as W Marine out of Greece. The registered owner is Linville out of Liberia. The manager, the commercial manager, the technical manager, W Marine also.
Okay, well, we're back in court. I will keep an eye on that. That happened yesterday. We'll keep everybody in your prayers. Oh, it just did. I am so sorry. We'll keep everybody in prayers, and I'll be watching.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Mr. Wilson, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. State would call Dr. Mary Beth Hopthel.
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen on the screen as you were coming in that Dr. Hopthel she's testifying by Zoom. She's on the screen. The parties have agreed for her to testify by Zoom, and I'm just going to instruct you that you should evaluate her testimony the same as you would a witness who was physically here in person. Deputy, sorry, will you please come back and swear Dr. Hopthel? Thank you. If you stand at the podium, she can.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your full name for the court, please.
My name is Dr. Mary Beth Hopthel, HauPtle.
Thank you, ma'am. You may lower your hand. Mr.
And what do you do?
To the scene and evaluates the circumstances, evaluates the decedent, and takes pictures for the purpose of serving as or for the medical examiner in the case. I have to write up a report of my findings, and it's to the medical examiner that I write up what I find.
Okay. And how many years' experience did you have at that?
At the time of this case, this was what, in 99?
Yes.
Okay, I was trained, let's see. I received my training prior to being hired at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, and that was in October of 1996.
Okay. And you also said you wore a different hat as a forensic dentist. Is there a name for your specialty?
Yes, I'm a forensic dentist. I'm the girl they call in when perhaps the DNA in the case is not of good enough quality to do a comparison check, or if the decedent doesn't have fingerprints, so they're not in any system to understand who they are. So they call in a forensic dentist because teeth can withstand all kinds of conditions. They can outlast fire, and they're just impervious to the elements. So my job is to examine the remains, take x-rays of the remains, and then to compare those x-rays to x-rays of whomever law enforcement thinks the person might be.
How does one get to be trained to be a forensic? Is there a special name for your special dentistry? Odontology?
It's forensic odontology, and I took numerous courses from 1991, 1992, 1993. I'm a dentist. I have been a dentist since 1984, but I was a hygienist before I became a dentist. So I've been looking at a lot of mouths and a lot of x-rays.
So you've been a dentist since you graduated from dental school in 1984?
Yeah.
Where from?
From Loyola University in Chicago.
And when you graduate from dentist, does that mean you're automatically a dentist?
No, you have to pass a national board exam.
And
so though the DDS part, Doctor of Dental Surgery, is the diploma I received from Loyola, we all had to pass this national board exam. And if you didn't pass the exam, you waited around till the next time it was given, and you took it then in hopes that you passed it.
Did you pass that exam?
Yes.
And that's how you became a licensed dentist?
That's right.
Now, at that time, were you just a general dentist?
Yeah.
Did you? Wilson, forgive me for interrupting, but if you could come here, please, and Mr. McDermott, or Ms. Hilfer, long way.
Sidebar. So she's a forensic dentist, which is really cool, but this lawyer isn't a pain in the A. And the other problem is he always puts himself between the female DA, assistant DA, and the judge. I've been watching his language. I've been watching his movements. I don't like this guy at all. Don't like him at all. Thank you, everybody, for being here with me today. Please go
Sorry.
up in Discord.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
We got some.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In our Discord. I am in live chat.
You said that you were a specialist in forensic odontology. Well, how does one get to be a forensic odontologist?
The way to do this is I was fortunate, faculty members of mine, both for dental hygiene school and dental school, trained at Walter Reed Medical Institution in forensic dentistry. So you have to take lots of weeks of courses, mostly in pathology, mostly in radiology.
And what is your main purpose as a forensic odontologist?
My main purpose is to identify individuals who are visually not recognizable. So if somebody's burned beyond recognition or skeletal remains are found in the woods, that's the time you have to call a forensic dentist.
And how is it that is a unique field that you can help in?
Yeah, but he cuts her off. He always gets between.
Well, I mean, what are you looking for when you're trying to identify someone?
I'm looking to find that the x-rays that I've taken of the decedent, if they compare identically with the x-rays of the person before they died, then there's no question that this is who I think they are. So it's a matter of comparing before death radiographs to after death radiographs.
And how many times have you done that in your career?
Oh my. I don't know that I'd be able to answer that accurately. It's in the hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yeah.
And do you go through a specialty type exam to become a forensic odontologist?
No, it's the courses taken that matter. And then I also became a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and the American Society of Forensic Odontology. And that's where you get together with fellows, your peers. So I can learn from a case that happened in 1979 when faculty members identified the dead from a major air crash at O'Hare International Airport. I knew how they had done it. And when I realized you could do that, because I love mystery so much, I knew that that was a field for me.
Ma'am, have you ever been declared as an expert in the field of forensic odontology?
Yes, I've testified numerous times.
Have you ever been declared in Fulton County, Georgia as an expert in forensic odontology?
Say that again?
Have you been declared as an expert in the field of forensic odontology in Fulton County? To testify?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Hoptel as an expert in the field of forensic odontology.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the case of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, I am.
How did you first learn of this case?
I actually am the one who took the phone call from the police that had arrived on scene and informed me that there were remains of a human being's skull or head had been found by the side of the road. So I took the phone call and then I grabbed the medical examiner and we both went to the site.
Okay, do you remember what date that was?
Say that again?
Do you remember what date that was? When was that?
Oh, well, I don't remember when it was. It was 1999 at some point. I don't remember the exact date.
And you said the medical examiner accompanied you?
Yes, this was in 1998, and it was Dr. Robert Parker was the medical examiner. So we both drove to where the remains had been found.
Did Dr. Parker regularly accompany you to crime scenes?
Only if I asked him, yes.
Okay. Who else was with you other than Dr. Parker?
Say this again?
Who else was with you other than Dr. Parker?
Well, the Atlanta Police Department, their whole crime scene unit and members of the GBI were there. Investigators were there also because they were interested. This head that had been found might be associated with the case they were investigating from Twiggs County, where they had, I think they had a corpse and they did not have the decedent's head. So they were really hoping that this would be the head that belonged to their torso, so to speak. So there were a lot of investigators there, not just myself and Dr. Parker.
What was the first thing you did when you arrived at the scene?
I examined the area, I examined where the head was, and then I took pictures myself.
And can you describe that scene when you first walked up to it? What did you see?
What I saw was, and this is badly decomposed, so you have to pardon me because it's out of sorts, so to speak, but this, and therefore I knew it had been in a black bag before it had rolled out or been brought out by a German Shepherd dog. It looked like a head with its neck down on the street, and it was very deep green color.
What did that mean to you?
Say it again?
What did that coloration mean to you?
Oh, I knew that it had actually been cooking in this bag because the bag was plastic and black. So I knew this was not recent. This didn't happen last night.
Objection. She has been can we approach?
Sure.
Sure.
Wow. The way she's, I know. Hi, it's not real. Yeah. That was pretty, that was pretty graphic. I think we lost Joe Schmo. I've got Donna Adelson over here on the side view getting arrested. Thanks to June, we have the original video. And she had to do the walk of shame through the entire terminal. Handcuffed. We'll watch it in a minute. On the next break, we'll watch it. It's not a short video, it's kind of long. But she was walking, her husband behind her. She had to walk down through the entire airport terminal and then all the way through the airport. They didn't take her out the back way. They took her out the front way. I'm all like, oh my God. Oh, I would be so embarrassed. Yeah, that was interesting. Oh.
The objection is overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
And there's something on the wall that says all together now.
Dr. Halpto, could you see what condition was the skin in when you saw the skull?
It was terribly decomposed.
I'm going to put up the graphic warning. I'm putting up the graphic warning because y'all, this is going to get graphic.
Okay. And could you see any of it? Was there anything of evidentiary value left on the skull itself?
No, I wouldn't say so.
All right. Could you see any of the bone of the skull?
Well, I could see underlying bone. It was just this green, decomposed flesh attached to it.
Okay. And did Dr. Parker examine the skull at the scene?
Oh, sure. Yep.
All right.
So there was no way to tell whether this was a male or a female. This was a
Objection,
badly
there's no question.
degraded,
This is a
yeah.
non-responsive answer. This narrating is, there was no question.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Sustained.
Thank you. I'll move on. Now, do you recall whether or not there was any businesses near where the skull was discovered?
Have I ever what?
Do you recall if there were businesses near where the skull was discovered?
Yes.
And what kind of businesses were there?
Wow. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think there was a guy that had a yard of some kind. I don't think it was a junkyard, I'm not sure. But there was a railroad across the street from where the skull lay.
Okay. Do you recall if there was anything else of, do you recall if there was anything else of significant found at the scene?
Yeah, the bag, there was a black bag that the skull had likely rolled out of. There was a German Shepherd dog that had been instrumental in this, and that's understandable.
Dr. Hoptel? Dr. Hoptel?
Dr. Hoptel, can you hear me? This is Judge Krause. Sorry, it's one of the limitations of the technology that sometimes there's a delay. There's an objection, so if you'll stop speaking for a moment while I deal with the objection.
Can we approach you?
Yes.
Bye.
Sidebar.
Yep, we got a sidebar. We got a sidebar. Yeah, I'm tired, y'all. I didn't go to sleep till after 1:30, between 1:30 and 2, and then I woke up and shot straight up out of bed, ready to go at 5. 3.5. You know, when you need to get up at 5 and you do something like that, and you really need to get up with energy, even though you only had 3.5 hours sleep, you wake up feeling like hammered crap. Today, I didn't need to get up that early by far, and I shot straight up, and I was ready to go. Now I'm going, nap time much? That rain didn't help. The rain definitely did
Go ahead,
not.
Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Hopto, who would have been in charge of securing evidence at the scene, evidence of the skull and other things at the scene? Would that have been you?
Yeah, it might have been me, or it might have been a colleague of mine.
And do you recall how long you and Dr. Parker were on the scene?
No, I don't recall how long it was.
After you completed your duties on the scene, what did you do next?
Y'all, Miss June.
Ask me that again.
June was
After you completed your duty.
Miss June was playing testimony for us in Discord, and at 1:30 in the morning, I fall asleep. So that's okay. I'm going to go back and listen to some more again because I really want to hear her.
At the scene, what did you do next?
Okay, then I went back to the office, brought Dr. Parker back, and started to write up my report.
And was there do you know if there was a formal autopsy of the skull and whatever evidence was found?
Yes, there was a formal autopsy of the skull performed, definitely.
And where would that have been performed?
Say this again?
Where would that have been performed?
At the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
And do you know when that autopsy occurred?
I'm not understanding.
Do you know when that autopsy would have occurred?
Would I have known when
I'll move on.
Or did it occur? It would have been that afternoon or the following day.
Thank you. Who was the first person that law enforcement thought this might be the head of? You understand what I'm asking you?
Yeah, ask me that again because I don't know.
Did you review dental records to try to determine whether or not this was the skull of people that were coming in?
I don't understand.
Okay. What did you do first to the skull in your duties at the
In my
medical exam?
duties, I just examined the skull's dentition.
What did you do after that?
What did I do after that, or no, during that?
Did you take an x-ray?
No, I didn't take x-rays. The board staff did.
Are you familiar with NCIC, the term NCIC, what NCIC is?
Yes, I am.
And did you utilize that at all?
Yes. So when I did my examination, which is like a dentist doing an exam in their office, I render a chart. So I write down the features that are present in this mouth, going from the upper right, going all the way around, upper teeth, lower teeth. And on this NCIC form, I'm writing down what I found. The most significant finding was a filling on a single tooth, a single molar in the skull.
Can you hold on just a second?
They're going to try and bring up that document. I'm addicted to dip. I don't stop very well. Yeah, I understand she's struggling, but he definitely does not, he's not breaking it down one.
It'd be better if it was a complete copy.
So I'm going to.
Oh, no.
Participate in ongoing training.
Okay, this didn't happen last night.
Objection. She has been well, can we approach?
Yes.
And what are those records?
What?
What are those records? What are those records? Do you recall what those records were?
No. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, did you recognize those records when I showed them to you?
Yes.
What are they?
They were dental records from a person named Melissa Wolfenbarger.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to tender States 33.
Mr. McDermott? 33 is admitted.
Thank you.
He's really struggling with her. Or she, him.
Yeah, sure. Your Honor, I'd ask permission to publish number States 33.
Permission granted.
There we go. That's what we want to see.
And what was Dr. Hopto, what was significant about those records that you received, comparing them to the records of the remains found?
The most significant thing is that silver amalgam filling on tooth number 31. That would be the patient's lower right.
And did it match what you found from on the skull?
Yes, it did. And the fact that it was the only restoration in the skull is to be made note of.
So after comparing the dental charts and the records of the dental charts from Dr. Brantley, excuse me, and then the dental charts from the Fulton County medical examiners, were you able to determine based on a reasonable scientific degree of certainty whether or not those were from the same person?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And after you made that identification, what else did you do?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
After you made the identification, what did you do next?
After I made the identification, I informed the medical examiner, the medical examiner on the case.
Do you remember?
To let her know that I knew who this was and that this was an unequivocal finding of mine.
And what medical examiner did you notify?
That would be Dr. Carol Terry. I believe she assumed the case from Dr. Parker way back in the early days.
And after you did that identification, what did you do? What did you do next in this case?
I don't know what I did next. I instructed people to notify the next of kin of this lady's death.
Okay. Did you ever do anything to the skull itself while in the Fulton Medical Examiner's office? Did you ever do anything?
No, I did look at how the skull had been prepared by the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So
Well, I don't need you to talk about that. May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Wow. He is getting very frustrated, but that's their problem. That's their setup. They could have brought her here. Yeah, that's when you should really
Do you remember what year you made the actual identification of the skull?
what year the identification was made?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the case was in 1998, so I don't know. It had to be after that.
Okay. Was it a long period of time after that?
Yes, because we only had the skull, and then there was another case that came into the office, and this was bagged remains from also somebody that had dismembered a body and put into bags. I wasn't the lead investigator on the case, but the investigator on the case, because of the similarity in the way these remains were bagged, the DNA from those remains.
Hang on, just ma'am. Dr. Hoptel?
Actually.
Hang on. Yes.
Let me ask you a different question. Let me go back to the scene of the discovery of the head. Could you describe the condition of the
Could you
did you make reports on this case?
Yes.
And would it possibly help you to refresh your recollection to review your report as to when you made the discovery?
Yes.
Okay.
Can y'all come here for just a second?
sidebar. Everybody's getting frustrated with this, and I don't blame them. I don't blame him at all. I mean, it's frustrating. I am trying to order my educational books for college, and it is so much fun.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. You wrote a report, you wrote several reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
And if you wrote a report that stated that you identified the skull as belonging to Miss Melissa Wolfenbarger on the 14th day of March of 2003, would that be accurate?
Sure.
May just have one more moment.
Sure.
Nothing further.
Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Just a few.
Can't believe, y'all, I cannot believe that my college books are under. Usually they're like $200 or more. One semester they were like $500 and something for one book. $29.17 for 2 books for this semester. I am in shock.
After that meeting on March 13th, did you send anything to Dr. Terry?
Yes, I did.
What did you send to her?
A written copy of the dental records pertaining to Melissa Wolfenbarger
And how did you send that information to her?
by fax.
And after you sent those dental records, did you receive information on the identity of the skull that they were trying to identify?
Yes.
Once the skull was identified, what day was it identified?
March 14th, 2003.
So the same day you sent over the dental records, the same day it was identified?
Yes.
Did you discuss any investigative tools or testing that could be done on the skull?
We talked about DNA testing.
Now, once the remains were identified, just answer yes or no. Did you attempt to locate Chris?
Yes.
Okay. And did you locate him?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take you to March of 2003. Did you have an opportunity to interview Chris Wolfenbarger again?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What day was that?
I don't have a report on that. I don't have a summary for that one, but it was it was at the Gwinnett County Jail. I'm sorry.
Was it close in time to when the head was identified?
Again, I don't have a date, so
Did anyone go with you to interview Chris?
Detective Calhoun,
And where did Detective Calhoun work at the time?
I believe Atlanta Police.
And during that interview, were you the primary person leading that interview?
Yes, I was.
At that time, like that. Tell the jury briefly about your kind of interview style when you interview individuals.
I mean, every interview that I do, I'm trying to obtain truthful information. So I try to speak to everyone respectfully for one thing, and take what they're providing as factual information until it can be proven otherwise. So I just sit down with a person like I would sit down with anybody in any circumstance and ask them questions and stuff. If it gets to a point where there's some contradictory information or something that appears to be a problem in there, we definitely might confront them about that or go further into detail about it. But for the most part, I try to be, have a good rapport with them and just sit down and ask logical questions and take what they provide as factual information.
Now, when you interviewed him, did you allow him to kind of lock him into a version before telling him whether or not Melissa was found or not?
Well, it was just reviewing and obtaining the history that he provided again, which we did. And then later at the end or near the end of the interview, he was informed that Melissa had been identified.
And was he able to give you a history again of their relationship?
Yes.
Leading up to the last time he saw her?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, do you recall him talking about her father?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Chris tell you about Melissa's relationship with her father?
I think that that they didn't have a really good relationship, that they didn't communicate, I think.
Do you recall him telling you that she loved her father?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall him telling you that?
I'm going to object to the leading.
Rephrase.
Do you remember asking him whether or not her father could do something like this?
I don't. No.
Do you remember him in this interview, again, discussing about them trying to work on their relationship in December of 1998?
I don't specifically recall it, and I'd have, again, I did review that interview, but I don't recall his exact statements.
Do you remember him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
Yes.
What do you recall about him telling you about the last time he saw Melissa?
He stated that he saw her walking from around the train station, and that he didn't initially recognize her, I believe.
Do you remember him telling you when he saw her?
No, I don't.
Do you remember if he told you that this was again in March or April of 19?
This is leading. He doesn't remember it. Now she's answering the question for him.
But I'm asking,
Y'all come here for a second.
Ooh, y'all gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get in trouble. She's gonna discipline you. Yep, somebody in trouble. Yepers. You know, my books were $29.17 plus shipping, and all that is $41.57. Y'all. Alrighty. That's cool. Got my books done.
If you'll please rephrase your question, Ms. Hilton.
She's going to take over now.
Do you recall in the interview if it was any months after the last time he had? Do you recall when it was?
I don't specifically recall when it might have been.
And have you had the opportunity to view that interview in its entirety? Or listen to that interview, excuse me?
I did listen to it.
Okay. And in listening to that interview, did that appear to be a complete and accurate
I gotta get to my office.
depiction of that interview as you recall it back from 2003?
It does.
I am. Y'all. Why all the junk mail? Please tell me that. I'm just deleting it. I ain't gonna deal with it. And so what was upsetting me about the assistant DAs is the gentleman whose bald head is sticking up over here. Let me get these windows closed.
And I'll show you what's on the market stations in the 73. Looking at what's for and on here, does it indicate the date of that interview?
Yes, it does.
What is the date of the interview?
March 18th, 2003.
And again, I'm sure that you'll remember because it's 2003. Did this appear to be the entirety of the interview that we just discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state's going to admit State's Exhibit 73 and will produce a hard copy for the court.
Mr. Stanton?
Speak so fast, but we don't have an objection to the tape.
Okay. Exhibit 73.
My understanding is there needs to be redactions at some point, but that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 73 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, after you met with Mr. Wolfenbarger, and you said you met with Detective Calhoun, met him with Detective Calhoun?
Yes.
And did you know where Detective Calhoun worked?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what was your understanding of Investigator Calhoun's role with relation to the remains that were found in Atlanta in 1999?
That he would take up the investigation at that point, now that the remains have been identified.
And at that point in March of 2003, did you then turn over your file and information to Detective Calhoun?
I don't recall specifically giving him the file, but the case was more or less, or the aspect of the remains was out of our jurisdiction, so we didn't have any further involvement with it.
And from what you know, did Detective Calhoun then continue the investigation at that point?
As far as I know.
course, indulge us for one moment. No further question.
Thank you, Mr. Stamen. Thank you.
You still go by detective or mister, or what do you prefer?
Tom is fine.
Tom. Well, Tom, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
So just working backwards, the last time you spoke with Chris was, Mr. Wolfenbarger, was, there was a tape, but you didn't take any notes at all so you're going by memory?
No, I listened to the audio. Unfortunately, if there was a report generated about it, which there should have been, I don't have, access to it or haven't been provided at this point. So that's the downside of that for me. I can't refer to it as I could the first one.
Yes.
So I only have, the audio, which I did listen to, and then trying to recall that is difficult.
It wasn't my hand. When was the last time you listened to it?
I was listening to part of it this morning, but I didn't make it completely through. I listened to it a couple of days ago as well.
Okay. And this was 22 plus years ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just have a couple of questions. I want to talk to you about you talked about having met the grandparents and Patton family. And then you met with Chris the first time on September 12th, 2001, right?
I think that's right, yes.
And where was that meeting?
Henry County Police Department.
Okay, so he came to the police department, just met with you because you asked him to come and he came to meet with you.
Right.
Okay. That was the day after 9/11.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Because it was September 12th, 2001.
Right.
Or I imagine a lot of our minds were in different places that day. And he told you about the background. He told you where they lived, right?
Yes.
824 Brookline. He told you that she had worked at the Waffle House in Doraville, right, Melissa?
Yes.
I'm just going by your report because I can't listen to the audio either because it's totally inaudible, basically, that audio. He told you that the relationship was such that sometimes she would leave for days at a time.
Yes.
Stayed at motels, including up near the Waffle House where she then worked.
Yes.
Okay. There was when you were answering the prosecutor's questions, there was some concern about when he said he had last seen her. Your notes indicate that what he said was that she moved out in Christmas of 98, right?
Right.
Okay. And that he saw her one more time a few months later, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is when she was walking on the street. And later, when you talked to him, whatever, 2 years later, he said it was heading towards the train station or outside the train station, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he told you basically the same thing 2 years later when you talked to him up in Lawrenceville, correct?
That he saw her on the street on one occasion, and then more information that they spoke on the second occurrence,
Right. He said that she looked disheveled when he saw her that occasion?
Yes.
Okay. He also reported to you that he was aware that she had been involved with a man named Mike, right? He's from the Waffle House up in Doraville, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when he mentioned that she was staying at a hotel with Mike, as far as he knew, correct?
The way I have it noted is that he said that she was involved with this person named Mike that worked at the Waffle House, and that I noted that one time when she left Mike, she was staying at a Shallowford Lodge.
Okay.
So.
Okay, very good. And then he also told you exactly where he lived, gave you the address. You mentioned that already, that he said he lived in Hinesville. gave you his phone number, gave you his address, all of which you noted in your report, right? Okay, so he wasn't hiding out where he was or using a fake name or anything like that,
Not
correct?
that I know of.
And of course, this was a missing persons report. So when eventually the medical examiner was able to take the dental records and compare it with the skull that had been located, it was no longer a missing persons report, right?
Right,
Which is why you were finished, basically.
yes.
You did one more interview with Detective Calhoun, who we saw yesterday. Was he taking notes, do you know?
I don't recall.
How long was the first interview that we just rehearsed a little bit?
So the first one that with the poor audio, is that
Correct.
about 30 minutes or so, I think?
Okay, you just have a one-page report, so obviously it's a summary, it's not a transcript, right?
Right.
The second interview up in Lawrenceville was quite a bit longer. The one you did with Calhoun,
Was a little
Detective
bit
Calhoun.
longer. That one, from listening to them, may have gone maybe 50 something minutes, maybe.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hilton? Any redirect?
No, nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Samuel, can I come here for just a minute?
Clap on, clap off, clap on. Oh my God, that is so funny. Yeah, that is him. They're just bringing him back for more questioning. Yeah, I mean, it must be really difficult to, for them.
Sergeant Leon Lacoste.
They must really be struggling. Seriously struggling. Or what are we doing? I think they just ended it. They just like, we done. She done. We done. We ain't asking no more questions. No more questions. We done.
Once you get there, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy, he'll and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
Madam, I do not wish to do that, madam.
Leanne, Liane, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Lacoste, Lacoss.
And good morning.
Good morning.
How are you currently employed?
I'm retired
And how long have you been retired?
since 2018,
And where did you retire from?
Atlanta Police Department,
And how long were you with the Atlanta Police Department prior to your retirement?
30 years.
Answer my question.
I'm doing is pointing,
I didn't touch anything.
where did you work?
Well, thank y'all.
The next year.
I didn't touch anything. I don't know what happened. YouTube has been crazy today, guys. I'm not kidding. I didn't touch a damn thing. We'll go to him.
The majority of our cases were non-human. A bone would be found, it would be brought in.
I didn't touch anything. Sometimes they do what's called a rebound, where you're just watching and it jerks back to the very beginning. So my apologies, my condolences. But they're the dental. Okay, we're gonna go back to the dental. Geez, you're right.
Are you aware that there were other agencies looking for the victim in this case?
Oh, yes.
Buttons over there.
What were some of those agencies that you were aware of?
Well, the GBI, for one, they were looking for a match to a decedent they had in Twiggs County. And then there were calls made from New York and all over the place.
No.
Wanting, yeah.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
Mind blowing. My hands have not been near the.
That's all the
rewind.
questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Wilson's the one that gets between him and everybody in that female. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Dr. Hopto?
No, we didn't miss
Yes.
any. I went back, and I might speed it up.
I'm sure, can you see the document that I'm holding up?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yeah, but it looks like it's upside down.
Sorry. Did I get it right?
Yes, I can see it.
And what does that describe?
Side up. We're good.
Hold it up again if you would.
You didn't miss anything. I caught us right where we were.
Okay, that shows you what the scene looked like.
Did you make that drawing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state what, and was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day? Was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yeah, yes. As best I could. I mean, there were pictures taken.
Your Honor, I would like to tender state 78.
This is the DA.
Okay, I have something on the list y'all gave me as 32.
This is the DA.
I don't believe it's the same.
Okay. 78. Any objection, Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
There's
78 is admitted.
the chief.
Mr. McDermott, questions on those questions?
So we're going.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hopsel. You are free.
Okay, pickle juice on his mind. Pickles on his mind. No, they showed the bike plate and we had a few answers and then they were getting into this document that we just showed. We're good.
The log out of the Zoom. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you very much. And thank you for letting me serve you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Mr. Fawcett
right.
or Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
That item that you have.
For that day.
Finding of remains.
Okay, there's the time clock.
Well, I am retired.
And you also said you wore a different hat as a forensic dentist. Well, I mean, what are you looking for when you're trying to identify someone?
I'm looking at myself and Dr.
Do you recall if there were businesses
Laughing.
near where the skull was discovered?
Yes.
And what kind of businesses were there?
Wow. Did it occur?
They may not have examined her, y'all. They
I'm
don't
showing
have-
you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33. I'm trying to hold it up as well as I can.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do?
See, there's the bike.
And
Remember
Dr. Hopto, what was significant about those records that you received, comparing them to the records of the remains found?
The most significant thing is that silver amalgam filling on tooth number 31. That would be the patient's lower right.
And did it match what you found from on the skull?
Yes, it did. And the fact that it was the only restoration in the skull is to be made note of.
So after comparing the dental charts and the records of the dental charts from Dr. Brantley, and then the dental charts from the Fulton County medical examiners, were you able to determine, based on a reasonable scientific degree of certainty, whether or not those were from the same person?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And after you made that identification, what else did you do?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
After you made the identification, what did you do next?
After I made the identification, I informed the medical examiner on the case.
Do you remember?
To let her know that I knew who this was and that this was an unequivocal finding of mine.
And what medical examiner did you notify?
That would be Dr. Carol Terry. I believe she assumed the case from Dr. Parker way back in the early days.
And after you did that identification, what did you do? What did you do next in this case?
I don't know what I did next. I instructed people to notify the next of kin of this lady's death.
Okay. Did you ever do anything to the skull itself while in the Fulton Medical Examiner's office? Did you ever do anything?
No, I did look at how the skull had been prepared by the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So the.
Well, I don't need you to talk about that. May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm kind of watching radar. We've got some weird rain patterns happening near Bernie, Texas. So if you're near Bernie, take shelter. All my Bernie people, take shelter. I know that some of them watch. You guys need to take shelter. You really do. It's not good.
Do you remember what year you made the actual identification of the skull?
What year the identification was made?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the case was in 1998, so I don't know. It had to be after that.
Okay. Was it a long period of time after that?
Uh-oh, here we go. Attacking her memory.
Yes, because we only had the skull, and then there was another case that came into the office, and this was bagged remains from also somebody that had dismembered a body and put into bags. I wasn't the lead investigator on the case, but the investigator on the case, because of the similarity in the way these remains were bagged, the DNA from those remains.
Hang on, just ma'am. Dr. Hopsell?
Actually.
Hang on. Yes.
Let me ask you a different question. Let me go back to the scene of the discovery of the head. Could you describe the condition of the
Yeah, that's where we lost it, right there.
Did you make reports on this case?
Yes.
And would it possibly help you to refresh your recollection to review your report as to when you made the discovery?
Yes.
Okay.
Can y'all come here for just a second?
That's where we lost it. Okay, so we lost it there. Let's zoom up, get past all that. Yeah.
See if I can do it.
Hopto.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me fine?
I can, yes.
Okay. Do you remember this chart that was shown to you a while ago that you made? This was based on the skull?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that? Or are you dependent upon my copy?
No. I have a copy somewhere in my file.
Okay, but not accessible? You don't have one accessible right now?
Say that again?
Do you have one easily accessible right now that you could read from?
It doesn't matter because what I'm seeing you hold up is exactly what I know I made. Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to try to publish my digital version of that. Is that okay on Zoom?
Sure. Is it Exhibit 77 that was admitted into evidence already?
That's 77.
Yeah, it's Go for it.
Go for it.
And we all know this is going to go as smoothly as possible.
Sure.
You can win. One in one hand and you know what in the other. It's going to be a lot faster.
Hold on.
Y'all, this storm is causing some havoc around here.
Well, let me try it this way. Dr. Hoptel, in your written version of the chart that you made based on the skull, do you remember Do you remember noting that there were class 5 carries in tooth number 6 and tooth number 11?
Yeah,
You don't remember that?
no, I do remember that, and it's written on the chart.
Oh, good. Well, that simplified matters. What is a class 5 carry?
That would be a cavity that was at the base of the gum line. That's class 5. The amalgam silver filling.
Okay, I want to stop you. I didn't ask about the amalgam yet.
Yeah, that's tooth number 31. That's a class 1 amalgam.
Okay, thank you. Are class 5 carries more common in children or adults?
Adults.
Okay. Now, can you bring up the other exhibit, the chart from Dr. Brantley? Now, I'm going to share with you the chart from Dr. Brantley briefly.
For the record, is that Exhibit 33 that was offered into evidence by the state? Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we go up to the other part of that? The records part? Okay. And do we have a date on that document?
You can't get it straight. Come on, dude. There you
Oh,
go.
well, number one, you can see, and this is a document that purports to be Melissa Patton's date of
Yeah.
birth. And
Okay.
what is her listed date of birth?
Date of birth, it says it looks like 9/9/70.
Okay. And is there a date on which this medical record was created?
I don't know, this isn't my creation.
Well, do you see one on the document currently?
No, I'm not looking at the whole page though. I'm only seeing
And can
from,
we scroll? There's another part that has some handwritten scribblings. See if we can take a chance on this. It's the next page. There you go. Now, okay, you'll have to rotate again, I'm afraid. Great, you're a pro. Can you see the chart part on the right that has some scribblings on it?
yeah, but I can't discern what's written.
Can you make out the bottom row, the date?
No,
Okay.
nope, I can't.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You said that you positively identified the skull as Melissa's based on these charts?
No, based on my examination of the remains, okay, coupled with x-rays that were taken. And those were compared, and this chart and the chart that I made were all compared to what we had in the examiner's office.
And what did you do with the x-rays when you were done with them?
I didn't do anything with them. They go with the file. They
So there
stay-
should be x-rays in the
stay with
file?
file.
There should be x-rays in the file then?
Yeah, yes, if protocol was served. This is a good question for the medical examiner, not myself.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, nice. I like
Are
her.
you aware that there were other agencies looking for the victim in this case?
Oh, yes.
What were some of those agencies that you were aware of?
Well, the GBI, for one, they were looking for a match to a decedent they had in Twiggs County. And then there were calls made from New York and all over the place.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. You answered my question. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Bothering my hands, so I'm gonna use this to shield my eyes.
Dr. Hopto?
Yes.
I'm sure, can you see the document that I'm holding up?
Yes, I can.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yeah, but it looks like it's upside down.
Sorry. Did I get it right?
Yes, I can see it.
And what does that describe?
Hold it up again if you would. Okay, that shows you what the scene looked like.
Did you make that drawing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state what, and was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day? Was that an accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yeah, yes, as best I could. I mean, there were pictures taken.
Your Honor, I would like to tender States 78.
Okay, I have something on the list y'all gave me as 32.
I don't believe it's the same.
Okay. 78, any objection, Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
78 is admitted.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott, questions on those questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hopsel. You are free to log out of the Zoom. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you very much. And thank you for letting me serve you.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Mr. Fawcett or Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Gilbo.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, do we feel like we need a break? Nope. Okay. Thank you. When you reach the witness stand, if you would turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear affirm to the testimony that you're about to give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I just, that's it.
Mr. Fawcett, there are some exhibits from a prior witness up here, if you wouldn't mind grabbing those.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, would you mind? Stating your full name for the court, please.
Mark Gilbo, Guilbeau.
And if you would just scoot up to the microphone just a tiny bit. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Fawcett.
Okay, Dr. Gilbo, can you tell the court where you currently are employed?
I work at the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right, what do you do with them?
I'm a senior investigator.
Okay. And specifically, what is your role with the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Medical legal death investigation.
All right. Prior to that, have you been employed anywhere else?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what did you do with the Fulton County ME's office?
I was first an investigator and forensic anthropologist, and I got a promotion to senior investigator, and I still did their anthropology work.
Okay. And can you describe and go over your training and education for the jury?
Yeah, I got a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of Southwestern Louisiana in 1986. I soon started at the University of Tennessee, where I got my master's and my PhD, all of them in anthropology.
Okay. And after receiving your PhD in anthropology, what did you do career-wise after that?
I started a job at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. How many total years did you work with Fulton County?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. And did you continue to work in the field of anthropology itself?
Yeah, I've been a consultant with DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office for 20 odd years.
Okay. What is anthropology?
Anthropology is basically the study of people, human beings, whether it be their culture, how they make a living, anything about them, in addition to their history, archaeology, and their physical biology, as in physical anthropology, which is the biological anthropology that I studied.
Okay. And specifically the biology anthropology that you studied, what specific topics do you cover in biology anthropology?
Since biological anthropology covers everything to deal with human bodies, there's a subsection of it called forensic anthropology, which basically applies the knowledge we have of human beings to a legal setting, so that we can determine what we can basically from a human skeleton.
Okay. And throughout your time in Fulton County, as well as your time that you're currently employed in Clayton, did you participate in ongoing training?
Yes.
Was that on a yearly basis?
No, we don't really have yearly training. When I was at Fulton County, we had on and off training dictated by the budget. But yeah, I have been to training since I graduated.
Do you yourself occasionally train other individuals in this field?
I give lectures and talk to different groups periodically.
And as it relates to the forensic anthropology itself, how does that field in particular assist you with your work at the medical examiner's office?
Whenever we find an individual that is unidentified, that is, can't be identified through traditional means, that is, we can't look at the person and determine who they are, if they are decomposing or skeletonized, burned, oftentimes a forensic anthropologist will come in to analyze the skeleton itself. And we can develop a basic profile of the individual to try to help the authorities identify the person.
Okay. And how many times would you say you've had an opportunity to examine, say, a skeleton as you testified to this afternoon?
When I was at Fulton, we had probably 2 or 3, sometimes 4 cases a year. So let's say 3 cases a year for 24 years. So you're talking 75 odd cases. And then I was a consultant at the GBI for 10 years in anthropology, and I looked at another 35 or 40, so 150 or so cases.
Okay. And when you conduct an examination of, say, a skeletal remains, for instance, what types of things are you able to determine?
From a skeleton, if we have a complete skeleton, we can determine the ethnicity of the individual, that is, whether white, black, Native American, the height of the individual, the sex, the race, ethnicity, race, sex, stature. We can't determine weight, but we can tell how tall you were.
Okay. And types of determinations that you just testified to, are those the same types of determinations that you made in your different examples as to how many times you've examined skeletal remains at Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Right. I mean, occasionally we would have a whole skeleton, but oftentimes we would only have one individual bone that was found. The majority of our cases were non-human. A bone would be found, it would be brought in, and I could look at it and tell them human, non-human. When it was determined to be non-human, that was the end of it. There was no case.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state moved to tender into evidence Dr. Mark Gilbo as an expert in forensic anthropology.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gilbo, when you testified, when you were employed in Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, did you assist in an investigation into the death or the cause of the death of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your assistance with that case itself?
Basically looking at some of the skeletal remains that were found on apparently 2 separate occasions.
Okay. You were aware of the skull being located in April of 99?
That was the first thing that was found.
All right. And you're also aware of the extremities being located in June of 99?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can you tell the court what happens to a body or a set of remains once it comes in? How is that identified from, say, any other case in the medical examiner's office?
As a case comes in, it's assigned a specific case number so that we can keep track of it. In this particular case, since remains were found at 2 separate times, we had one case number for the first piece of remains and then a separate case number for the second set of remains. And we're not like the medical records at the hospital where they can join them together under one number. They stay as 2 separate sets of remains, even though in the reports it'll say associated, these 2 cases are associated with each other.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not that happened in this particular case, in Melissa Wolfenbarger's case?
Right. At a certain point, they determined that all of these remains were from the same person.
Okay. Do you recall what the 2 different numbers associated with the skull that came in April and then the remains of June of 99? Maybe that case number that was assigned?
I don't remember specifically, but the first case number was like in the 700 range. And then I think the second case number was in like the 900 range.
Okay.
So there were approximately 200 cases that occurred between the finding of the skull and then the other remains.
And does the medical examiner's office document their findings and investigation and reports?
Yes, sir.
If you were to review a report from the medical examiner's investigation, would that refresh your recollection as to the numbers that were assigned to the skull and the remains of Ms. Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you this front report. If you could look at the numbers and see if that refreshes your recollection as to those 2 different case numbers.
Yes, sir. That looks like them.
Okay. And what are those case numbers?
99-0798 and 99-0990.
Okay. And what happens after, say, a body or remains are accepted by the medical examiner's office?
Typically, when remains come in, they'll be stored in our cooler until the pathologist, typically in the morning, will come in and the technicians will get the remains out for the pathologist to perform their examination, whether it be an autopsy or whatever may be necessary.
Okay. And are you aware of whether or not that happened in this case?
As far as I'm aware, it did happen. Yes, sir.
Okay. Talk about the distinction between, say, an anthropologist such as yourself conducting an examination of remains versus, say, a pathologist.
Okay. The pathologist is basically looking at, more often than not, a fully fleshed person. the point at which the body is too decomposed for them to do everything that they need to do, oftentimes they'll call in an anthropologist, and we will prepare the body, basically examine the skeleton at that point.
All right. At any point, did you get an opportunity to view the remains in the course of your investigation with the ME's office, the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with some of the efforts in place to try to make an identification?
Right. Yeah, there were quite a few sets of dental records that I remember that had come in, people that were missing, and at first all we had was the skull. So teeth were the main thing that we were able to use to try to make an ID. So there were numerous sets of dental records that came in for us to try to make an ID.
Okay. And what is that process in your role as an anthropologist? What methods would you use to try to figure out who this was?
Well, as far as the dental records, we let our forensic dentist do that part of it. But for the rest of the skull, there's certain things that we can use. There's a sinus in your frontal bone that if you take an x-ray of your skull from front to back, you can compare a x-ray before death with an x-ray of the skull, and you can basically overlay one and the other, and they'll match basically almost as good as a fingerprint.
Okay.
So, but you have to have somebody to match it up with.
Was that an issue in terms of conducting an identification, not having a basis to compare it to?
Right. Yeah. There's no big database out there that you can just put information in and it spits out an answer.
All right. At any point, did you attempt to make any types of reconstructions?
I did not, but at some point, I believe they did do a reconstruction, probably having it sent out to the GBI to have the skull reconstructed. As far as putting clay on the skull to make it look like an actual person's face, that's one of the things that we do at a certain point in the investigation.
All right.
Wow.
Mr. Fulton,
Yes.
am I correct? You're looking at photographs?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, can you tell me which ones they are?
Yes. That would be 37, 57, and 61.
57 and 61?
37, 57, and 61.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll just remind you again that, as I warned you at the beginning of the trial, that the next series of photographs that we might have inferred will be somewhat graphic, given the nature of what they'll show. So I'm giving you a moment to brace yourselves. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Gilbo, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibits 37, 57, and 61. And you open that folder. If you recognize the images depicted on those exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, are you able to tell from the photographs themselves where those photographs were taken?
Yeah, this was most likely in the autopsy room at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office.
Okay. And you've been in that room yourself?
Many times.
All right. And that would have been during that period in when the remains were located? You would have been in the medical examiner's office at that time?
Yes, sir.
You testified as to numbers associated with the case, two numbers in particular for the cases that came in. The case for the skull,
Right.
you said that was 99-0798. And the case assigned to the extremities, it was 99-0990. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. On those images depicted in 37, 57, and 61, do you see anything representative of those numbers that I just read into the record?
Right. On the little tag that's in the photograph, typically that would include the name of the decedent, the date, the case number, and which doctor is assigned to the case.
Okay. Now, is that labeled as your recollection as records would have been kept in the normal course of business at the medical examiner's office during that period that you were there?
Yes, sir. That's how they would keep information in the photograph.
Okay. And your testimony is that you were present in the office at the time that Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains were being investigated?
Yes, sir.
And what work in particular did you do on this case itself, if you can recall that?
Basically, I looked at the skull. I can't remember exactly who cleaned it off, but the skull was cleaned of tissue, and then it was presented to me to do an analysis, and the skull had been autopsied. So in order to do my measurements, we do a combination of looking at the skull and measurements. looking at it is one thing. Measurements, you hope that you have a complete skull. Well, since it had been autopsied, the top of the skull had been removed. So I had to reapproximate the top of the skull on the remainder of the cranium with some wax as best I could put it back together. So after that was done, I did do my measurements.
Okay. And what do you mean by measurements?
We have specialized tools that we have a certain set of measurements that we can do that we then plug into a discriminant function formula, and it will determine first whether the individual is male or female. And then also a slightly separate set of measurements will determine the ethnicity of the individual based on people in the United States, Caucasian, African-American, or American Indian.
Okay. And can you say, based off of your recollection and your viewing of those exhibits depicted in States Exhibit 37, 57, and 61, that those are the photographs that were taken at or around the autopsy of Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Yes, sir.
And those are the photographs that were taken at the time you were employed with the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved to tender in evidence States Exhibits 37, 57, and 61.
Mr. Chairman, 37, 57, and 61 are admitted.
Permission to publish?
Permission granted.
All right, for the record, Your Honor, I'm publishing States Exhibit 37. Okay. Can you see that exhibit on the screen, Dr. Gilbo?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, what are we looking at?
This is a cervical vertebrae, a vertebrae in your neck.
All right. And is there anything of significance about this particular vertebrae?
The surface. Can I
You
stand
want to
up?
get up and, yes, you can.
Okay. This is the back where the spinal cord goes. This would be the back of your neck. This would be the front of your neck. This is the body of the vertebrae, and these are the facets that allow you to move turn your head. So even though you can't spin it around, you can look from side to side with the flexibility that this allows.
Judge is not looking very
This
much.
surface and this surface, this surface and this surface has been damaged. Something has cut through this plane of the vertebrae and separated it from the bone that is next to it.
We have rain.
Dr. Gilbo, have you at any point studied the effects of, say, saws or mechanical instruments on bones themselves?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I did a master's thesis on saw marks in bone.
Okay. So is it safe to say you're pretty well versed in the effects of, say, saw and the results of saws on bones?
Yes, sir.
Frank Lavoy. Hey, weird WM, where's it raining at?
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 57. Get this down first.
There's my home. Where's that Coville?
Objection, can we approach?
I mean,
Sure.
where was that? 3. That'd be me. Look at the. Wow, look at the flood warnings here. Oh my gosh. Wow. That is a huge part on Amarillo. What do we have up here? What warning do we have?
To be clear, I think based on the sidebar that the objection was withdrawn. Is that fair, Mr. McDermott?
For now.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bassett.
All right. All right, so for the record, publishing States Exhibit 57. Now, Dr. Gilbo, if you would mind stepping down from the seat, and you see the same, if I can get you
And I'll just ask, you're perfectly fine where you are, but when you do speak, if you'll just try and speak up because you have your back to me and the court reporter. Thank you, sir.
is that the same medical examiner number reference to the report?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what are we looking at here? You can tell that from that photograph.
This is a long bone. I'm not not sure which one it is just from this photo, but it's either the shaft of one of the bones of the arm or leg. I can't tell just from this photograph.
And can you see anything else depicted on exhibit 57 of significance?
Yeah, it appears that this bone was cut with a saw.
Okay. And why do you say that?
There are striations here that are consistent with a saw. There's a groove here that's consistent with a saw blade. And then it's apparently was cut through up to a certain point, and then the remainder of the bone broke. Okay. Cut all the way through.
All right. If I could have you remain up there, I'm going to show you one more exhibit. Now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. Can you tell the court what we're looking at? Is that well, first, is that another photograph from the autopsy of the swap?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything of significance that you observed or able to observe on that State's Exhibit?
Yeah, this is a cross section of the bone.
That's now.
So this is a bone that has been cut completely through. You can see the striations here. This is typically what we see when a saw cuts through an object, in this case, a piece of bone.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 66. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that the type of saw that would make the types of marks on there? I'm not asking specific blade.
Right.
But is that the type of instrument that could cause the marks depicted on those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
All right. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
I'm checking the radar, y'all. We're gonna be, my ears are getting ringing.
Now, Dr. Gilbo, we're talking about remains from April and June of 1999. Was the medical examiner's office able to observe and notate what appeared to be tool marks on those bones at that time?
Yes, sir.
To well before 2003, is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the point when you got involved in the case, it would have been back in that 99 period when the remains were located?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, questions for this witness?
Yes, ma'am. You referred to the skull as having the flesh cleaned. Is that the process?
Yes,
Mods to live communication, please.
sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were nodding. I just want to make
Okay.
the record clear.
Works for me, but only me. Is that the process that it speaks of in the reports of soaking the head in bleach?
Right. That's one of the ways that they use to try to remove some of the flesh from the bone.
I see. And did they use other methods for other of the remains?
Sometimes we will heat up the remains in some water with detergent. We're basically trying to remove the flesh, and heat is one of the ways that we can do that.
Boil it like a potato. He's trying to be discreet.
You mentioned something about taking measurements of the skull.
Yes, sir.
Is that what's known as the Giles-Elliott discrimination?
That's one of the ways. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you perform that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You could look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize them.
Yep. That's the
You can say what they are.
okay. That's the graph and the measurements that we take typically.
And the second one?
And the second one is just all my measurements.
There's a lot of measurements in here.
Yes, sir.
How many measurements do you have to take to complete this process?
There's 8 basic measurements. And then for some of the discriminant functions, you don't use all of them. But people smarter than me have figured out how to do this. I just use their method. And we basically plug the measurements into the formula, and it spits out an answer that we can graph on a chart.
And these are the graphs you're speaking of?
That's the graphs, yes,
And the
sir.
graphs tell you whether the head is male or female
Based on the measurements that are taken, yes,
and
sir.
whether it's a black person or a white person.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know when this method was created?
Oh, a lot of it was based on anatomical collections. They used some of the remains of service people that were killed in the Korean War back in the 40s and 50s, as I can recollect.
Okay. So this is a method that had been around since the 40s and 50s?
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir.
Okay. And based on your conclusions on those calculations,
Anytime you see a bone, like a deer bone, cow head, that have the horns on it and they're pristine white, same for our bones.
returned a conclusion that it was a white male skull.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you remember saying at the beginning of your direct examination that one of the functions that you guys perform is that you can develop a basic profile of the individual?
That's correct.
And in this case, you thought the basic profile of the individual was a white male?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Fassett, any additional questions?
Yes. Dr. Gilbo, was there any information as to damage to the skull that was recovered, Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Yeah, I think there was some minor damage to the skull just from being out in the field, but then the top of the cranium was removed at the time of the autopsy prior to me being able to look at it.
Okay. And we're talking about the measurements. What are you comparing those? What is the standard that you're comparing the measurements to?
The discriminant function was developed by the Giles and Elliott crew. And basically they measured a whole bunch of skulls and then were able to look at certain measurements that were more male and some that were more female. So depending on where the measurements that you took fell in the spectrum, you would classify it either as male or female.
Okay. And what is the purpose of, say, the investigative tool? What does that serve, or what stage does that serve in the investigation process?
We're trying to develop a profile of who we might be looking for. But with human populations, not everybody is the same. So that we're trying to quantify something that removes the human judgment from the equation. Everybody should be able to take a measurement the same. Whereas I can look at something and say, that box is square. Well, another person would say, well, that box is a rectangle. So it hopefully removes the judgment part of the equation.
Okay. Well, what is the answer to explain, or the explanation for Dr. Gilbo initially determined based on that scale that it was male? So how do we get to that point, and what's the explanation for that?
What we do is done by human beings. We don't know what the answer is. All we can do is take measurements, and whatever the answer comes out with, that's what we go with. In this particular case, it came out, the measurements declared that it was a male, when in fact, in hindsight, it was a female. But as with everything in a biological system, there are some that are slightly different from the others. So there's variability within human populations. So the combination of the skull being autopsied and possibly that it was into the male range, being a female, it's,
okay,
just one of those things.
And did that contribute in any way to, say, the identification itself?
Yeah, by us thinking that it's a male, and so we're looking for males, we're not looking for females. So yeah, that was kind of a problem with the identification in the beginning.
Okay. And you're familiar with the name Dr. Joseph Parker?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with where he was conducting his duties as ME at that time?
Yes, sir.
And where was he conducting his duties as ME?
He worked for us at Fulton County. He also worked out at the GBI, and he was also the medical examiner for Bibb County down in Macon.
Okay. And are you aware of a headless corpse that was located, male headless corpse that was located or close to Macon during that period of time?
Right. Dr. Parker generally worked on the weekends, and I believe that these remains came in on a Friday. So when he came in on Saturday, this was one of his cases. So he had just come from Macon where a body had been found with no head. Well, he shows up the next day and there's a head with no body. So the assumption from the beginning was, well, we're going to see if this head matches this body.
Okay. So early on in the investigation, there was a theory that might be the case.
Right.
All right. And did that contribute, or was that a factor in an overall investigation into determining the ID?
I think it had an influence. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. McDermott, anything else?
Do you remember about what time it was in the United States that we began using DNA testing for identification purposes?
As far as I'm aware, it was maybe the late 80s when it became available.
And it was certainly available in the late 90s, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you wanted to identify who this head belonged to, right?
Yes, sir.
So why was not the first thing that you did preserve DNA?
I looked at the bones, not the tissue. That would have been the prudent thing to do, preserve tissue before anything else is done.
Okay.
That's
All
a
right.
problem.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Facette. Anything else?
Nothing for this witness.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused as a witness. Can you come here, please?
So I think that's going to be it for today. But I'm going to do a recovery.
Again, your obligation in this case is to discuss it with you or in your presence, and that includes amongst yourselves until it's time for you to actually deliberate the case. The last thing I will remind you of is that there may be media about this case, and so it is your sworn duty to avoid media about this case, because again, your obligation in this case is to decide the case based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. With that, I thank you again for your patience and attention today. I'll excuse you and see you tomorrow at 12:30.
Tomorrow at 12:30? Y'all, that's going to screw me up. Well, maybe not. We'll have Donna Adelson, maybe. I doubt it. Why 12:30? I'll have to change the time on that. I guess they got something they got to take care of. Putting your boots on after you've had them off all day.
Jury's clear. You can be seated. Anything that the parties want the court to take up before we adjourn? I have a couple of matters I'm going to ask you about, but anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Couple of things. A little bit ago, I emailed you the proposed jury charges. There's not a whole lot of editorial. I haven't exercised any editorial control over them at this point, other than to take what the parties have proposed and put it into the format in which I will present it. So I can, based on what I think the timing is likely to be, I think we should plan on having maybe initial first pass at those jury charges at the end of business tomorrow. And then beyond that, I just wanted to mention there were a couple of times that the parties approached the bench today during Dr. Hoptel's testimony regarding the scope of the examination of this witness and whether she was going to testify about DNA. I believe the discussion was that the state hadn't solicited any such statement, and though I think the witness might have offered something, it was during a portion of her testimony where I was telling her to stop talking. And so I'm not actually sure anybody heard her. I don't know. But the state didn't solicit it and she didn't offer any such testimony again. And then beyond that, I think Dr. Hoptel also said something about a dog being present. Mr. McDermott objected, and there was some discussion at the bench where I pointed out that I had instructed a witness. I had struck a witness's testimony about a video that portrayed a dog, but I hadn't struck anybody's testimony about the presence of a dog or the belief that a dog had been present at some time. And then there was also an approach regarding tool marks that was withdrawn. And I think that's it. Anything else before we adjourn?
No, yeah.
Okay. As I said, we'll start tomorrow at 12:30. Everybody have a good evening.
Okay, so we are end of that. Dog Chloe? Is there a Chloe? No, there's not a Chloe. So that is done. And so what we're going to do now is I'm going to leave this for a while up like this for a bit. I am going to go ahead and cover, do an overview of everything and the witnesses thus far to try to catch everybody up on the same page, including myself. So, yeah. Okay. So the state can't get sentenced for solicitation. Yeah. Uh-oh, we got movement. Let me get the sound on. Look at all those headphones, man. They got technology. Why do they sound like crap? Oh, I'm talking too loud. My bad. I'm sorry. Was I talking too loud? They have technology. Why do they sound so horrible? I do not understand that. Okay. So the victim in this case is Melissa. They're saying Wolfenbarger. not Wolfenbarger. It's Wolfenbarger. We're just going to do Wolfenby. Last seen was 1998 on Thanksgiving. The discovery of her remains were April and June of 99. Dismembered body parts found in trash bags, multiple near her husband's workplace in Atlanta. Her remains were not confirmed until 2003 via dental records and DNA, so they did have both. Melissa was a mother of two. Personality, she was described by her sister Tina Patton as sweet, studious, animal loving, and full of life. Christopher Wolfenby, Melissa's husband, arrested on the August of 2024 after new DNA evidence and a podcast trip reignited the case. He is charged with redrum and felony redrum. The strategy of the defense is to claim that circumstantial evidence, no cause of death, no redrum weapon, and a point to the other suspects, including Melissa's own parents. Oh, I know how to say Wolfenbarger. Yeah, we're gonna call him Waffleby. Mother Norma Patton testified about Melissa's abuse at the hand of Christopher. She admitted to helping her late husband Carl Patton dispose of bodies during his serial killings in the 70s. Granted immunity in exchange for cooperation in the Flint River Red Rooms. Norma said she had panicked when Melissa missed her birthday in February 99 and drove to Atlanta in search for her daughter. The father, Carl Patton, the Flint River Killer, convicted of murder multiple people in the 70s, including Fred Wyatt, Liddy, Matthew Evans, and Joe Cleveland. He was arrested in 2003. Identification of Melissa's remains is a bizarre twist where the serial killer father helped solve his own daughter's murder. Well, I'm not seeing that yet. Waffleburger. Okay. Despite the initial suspicion, Carl was not involved in Melissa's death. The family's view on this is that the daughter, Tina Patton, said, "Dad loves us." He broke down and cried. So the podcast Crime Scene Investigate Cheryl McCollum featured Melissa's case on Zone 7 in 2023. A viewer contacted McCollum with key behavioral observations about Christopher, leading to the renewed investigation. Within months, he was arrested and indicted. Norma Patton says it's been a long, hard road, but finally it happened. Tina Patton, Melissa was always smiling. She had her whole life ahead of her. Carl Patton thought a convicted killer had arrested. His arrest indirectly gave the family closure. So let's talk about the witnesses. Norma Patton, Melissa's mother. The court testimony describes the years of abuse that Melissa suffered at the hands of Christopher, including specific incident where I'm just waiting for the sound to come on. Melissa's back was scraped and bruised, and as if she had been dragged along pavement. Emotional tone was cheerful and resolute. She expressed regret for not intervening earlier and testified that Melissa had planned to leave Christopher. Norma admitted to helping her husband, Carl Patton, a convicted serial killer, dispose of bodies in the 1970s, but denied any involvement in the death. These, I don't know. Guys, I'm not sure if we can be showing this. I'm making sure we don't get any potential jurors out there. Okay. Tina Patton, Melissa's sister, spoke about Melissa's personality, bright, loving, eager, she was eager to escape her troubled marriage. She recalls Melissa's fear of Christopher and her intent to leave him permanently. Tina's testimony helped to humanize Melissa and reinforce the prosecution's narrative of escalating domestic V. Law enforcement and forensic experts testified that Melissa's dismembered body, including several severed head and limbs, was found in trash bag near Christopher's workplace. Let me do my little doodad thing because they're allowing the people to come in, so we're gonna get that. Bones showed saw marks suggesting deliberate dismemberment. The DNA identified the remains as Melissa's, but it did not happen until 2003 after her father, Carl Patton, was arrested and for unrelated murders. When he was found guilty, they are forced to give up a DNA sample. Christopher's daughter's unnamed court testimony alleged Christopher making incriminating statements about Melissa's disappearance, attempted to discredit her account, suggesting bias or confusion. The defense had a field day with that. So, Carl Mallard Patton Jr., 1949, was born in Georgia, December 24, is in prison. 5 counts of murder and felony theft, life imprisonment times 5 plus 20-year murder plus 1 year theft. His crime spree was between 1973 and 1977. He was apprehended in 2003. He is now incarcerated at the Dodge State Prison, Chester, Georgia. DNA match in 2003. The DNA was linked to Patton to the 1977 red rooms of Lily, yeah, I think it's Liddy Matthew Evans, triggered his arrest. Plea deal. The prosecutors dropped accessory charges against Norma after she revealed Carl's involvement in multiple red rooms with accomplice Joe Cleveland, a firefighter. And that breaks my heart to hear a firefighter was doing that. Nightbots on speed again? I'm sorry. Fred Wyatt was victim of Carl, confirmed victim. Carl's uncle shot and unalived November 12th of 77. Betty Jo Eflin, Wyatt's roommate, red-roomed alongside of Wyatt, Liddy Matthew Evans. Red-roomed in December of 77, DNA confirmed. Joe Cleveland, Carl's accomplice, later red-roomed by Carl to silence him. And an unidentified 5th victim. Details remain sparse but confirmed the sentencing records. These were an execution-style lead shooting, body disposals where Norma had helped move and bury the bodies in the Flint River, hence the Flint River red room. Greed, paranormal control. Carl felt exposure and had to eliminate his threats were the motive that they said. The psychological and social context, skilled. He was a construction worker, very skilled in his trade, lived in Caleb, Canton, Henry counties. Family life, married to Norma in 1968, had 2 daughters, Melissa in 77 and Tina in 70. His arrest in 23 led to the identification of Melissa's remains, which have been found dismembered in 99. All right. Norma Patton, mother, witness, and accomplice, her role in the Patton murders in the 1970s. She did confess. She admitted to, under oath that she helped Carl dispose of the bodies during his killing spree. The victims, Carl's red room 5 people, we just talked about them. Norma claimed that the motive was that she acted out of fear and manipulation, saying Carl controlled her and she was terrified of him. So this is an indirect link to Carl Patton's 2023 arrest led to the identifying of Melissa's remains. The courtroom testimony, Norma testified about the abuse Melissa suffered at the hands of her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger. Included a brutal incident where Melissa's back was scraped raw. We saw that. So let's go through quickly through the witnesses. Day 1, George McUrchin, or whatever, civilian witness, discovered the skull in 99 on Avon Avenue, moved it with a stick and called 911, noted buzzers overhead, established timeline and location of the remains, but had no direct link to Christopher. Dale Kelly, former Atlanta PD, lead investigator in 99, claimed the VHS showed a dog dragging the skull bag is now missing. Well, it's been a long time. Raised serious concerns about the evidence integrity. Judge instructed jury to disregard the tape. Tina Miller, former Atlanta PD detective, scene responder, and evidence handler, found additional remains in June of 99 behind an auto shop, helped establish dismemberment pattern, and couldn't identify the victim at the time. So now we're in day 2. Ronald Brock, former employee of Action Glass, alleged Christopher borrowed a precipitating saw, admitted falsely terminating records. The saws are very common and untraceable. Defense neutralized the saw as the motor weapon. Cynthia Brock, office manager, claimed knowledge of the saw borrowing, contradicted herself, previously said she saw the return, undermined the prosecution's physical evidence narrative. That was not good. Dorothy Coley, neighbor, claimed to witness the domestic abuse and arguments, had 11 arrests, couldn't confirm which unit arguments came from. Defense destroyed her credibility and her testimony backfired. Day 3, Wolfenbarger. Day 3, Norma Patton, Melissa's mother, testified about the abuse in her own criminal past, admitted helping her husband, claimed Christopher abused Melissa. Day 4, forensic analysis, bone trauma expert role, analyzed saws marks and remains, could not link a tool to Christopher, weakened the prosecution's forensic case. Full case detective reviewed the chain of custody. Key point was admitted evidence delayed and is missing files. The impact gave the defense ammunition to challenge prosecutorial integrity. Christopher daughter recalled alleged incriminating statements, confused on the dates and the context. Defense questioned reliability and potential coaching. The defense behavioral psychologist explained domestic abuse dynamic, suggested Melissa may have been fleeing multiple abusers. The impact shifted suspicion towards Norma Patton and others. So, this is the takeaways. And missing evidence, VHS tape reports and chain of custody issues, witness credibility, criminal histories, contradictions, and memory failures. Alternative suspects, Carl and Norma Patton, family associate. Forensic weakness, no DNA, no murder weapon, and inconclusive saw analysis. Woo! We're done. That is where of course, we had the tooth lady, but I didn't have much to say about her. It appears we are done with the Donald Adelson. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here and we're going to do the giveaways, and then there we go. I need to try to get to my bank before it closes. So here we're going to do this one. We're going to do that first. Good luck, everybody. And let's get some fun going while I'm doing it. Yay. All right, guys. And that oh, perfect timing on the music. Okay, guys. So this is what we're going to do. I've got to get to the bank. We're going to close it down for today. Mods, I might talk to you in a little bit. I thought we did a wonderful job today, but you know who did a better job? You guys did. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for hanging out with us. Tomorrow we will be doing the Donna Adelson and of course the Wolfenbarger trial all over again tomorrow. And who knows, we may actually have a jury selected tomorrow. We'll see. So everybody have a good night's sleep. We'll see y'all in the morning. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.